Good day. Welcome to the Draft Professor, everybody. This is the day 3 live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft, sponsored by the Draft Professors. I am joined with Steve. Steve, you've made it to all 3 days of the Draft Professor podcast. You have quickly become my favorite person, even if you are a Jets fan. So, how do you feel about the Jets so far after first 2 days of draft?
So, first of all, it's always a pleasure to be here. And I do want to give you your flowers for creating this, the Draft Professors. I mean, for those that don't know, we do this year round. It's not a 3 day event. We are prepared for the names that we hear. I mean, starting in May, as we will again next month. But all the credit goes to you, Jim, for what you've created. I think we are unique, and your commitment to being here, burning the midnight oil multiple days, multiple nights throughout the year. You're doing the Lord's draft work. Let's say that.
Well, so first of all, I will definitely take credit for creating it. I will, however, shift a lot of credit to the 90 podcasters that do a lot of grinding on the players so that you can come on the podcast and we can have fun talking about the best college football players in the country. So,
Yep.
um,
So with
so
that, the positives are over. So now we talk Jets, which are not positives, although the draft thus far, it's hopeful, it's encouraging. Look, you're nothing without a quarterback, and the Jets. We don't know what version of Geno Smith will show up in 2026, and after that, there really isn't anything. But certainly the Jets, and I look at a team like the Cleveland Browns, they do appear to be building something. That being said, especially now with both you and John here, I really like the AFC East for the most part. I love what the Bills have done. I really like what the Patriots have done. I'm about 50-50 on the Miami Dolphins. But yeah, it's been good. Of course, we can only project. We don't know what'll be for a couple of years, but it's been a fun couple of days.
So Miami's made 6 picks so far, correct? They made a round 1, 2 round 1, a round 2, and then 3 in round 3, correct? So one of the
Correct.
round 3s that they had was traded at some point, right?
Yes.
So the Dolphins, I'm reviewing in my head and reviewing out loud. So in round
Malinoa.
1, they did Caden Proctor and Chris
No.
Johnson, right?
Wait. No, didn't they? Wait. Oh, yeah, they did Proctor, not Malinoa. He went to the Giants. You're right.
Right, we've done
And they
so
did.
many mocks, we can't even remember who they took, right?
No, that's
So
on me. Yeah, but you're right. They went Proctor and Malachi Lawrence.
no, Lawrence
Then,
went to Dallas, didn't he?
oh, you see, I
Miami,
can't even keep it
yeah,
straight anymore.
yeah. So I think Miami, it's
I'll tell
Caden.
you. I'll tell you. Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson, Jacob
Chris
Rodriguez,
Johnson.
Caleb Douglas, Will Kaczmarek, and Chris Bell.
Okay.
Yeah,
So when I
so like,
say about the 50%, I love the Chris Johnson one. I love the Jacob Rodriguez one, and I really like the Chris Bell one, the value for where he is. The other three, not
yeah,
as,
and that's where I was going with that 50% is that I don't know. Miami to me feels like they could have drafted 3 corners and it may have not been enough, and they've only drafted 1. They drafted a wide receiver who may not see the field week 1, right? Like, I'm I'm trying to be nice, Miami fans. Now, on the other hand, though, New England has made 3 picks, right? 1 in each round. And John,
Caleb Lomu.
do you have the Patriots picks in front of you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Caleb Lomu, Gabe Yakis, Eli Raridan.
That's a really good trick. I thought
Mhm.
Raridan's coming off some injuries, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I think really the biggest question there for New England is that are you like drafting a tight end that's coming off injuries as long as you're getting like the clear that the injuries are behind Raridan, that won't be chronic. I definitely like New England's draft. And then Steve, remind us what the Jets have done.
Yeah, so 3 picks in the first round. They went with David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and then traded back in for Omar Cooper Jr. They did do a trade down yesterday. They moved from 44 to 50 with the Detroit Lions. There is some belief they wanted Jacob Rodriguez, but they traded down once he was gone, and they grabbed D'Angelo Pons out of Indiana.
So, and the Jets have only made those 4 picks, and then we have more picks coming today.
Three in round 4, unless there's some kind of movement. Yeah.
Okay. And then the Bills have taken TJ Parker, and the Bills have taken Davison Igbinosun. So we had a lot of authentic reactions live on air. My group chats, for the most part, have settled down since the live reactions on the air.
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah, but John, I think Bills fans are going to get the tale of 2 tapes because I think John and I see the Bills draft differently. But John, what is your immediate opinion of what the Bills have done?
So last night I was awake until almost 3:00 in the morning. I was reading, I was watching tape, I was doing everything that I could to try and understand the philosophy here. And the biggest thing that I came away with is that the Bills no longer have a scapegoat for how anything goes going forward other than Brandon Beane. Brandon Beane has made it abundantly clear that he loves his drafting. He loves the way that he has constructed this team, and it's a coaching issue, right? So we got rid of Sean McDermott, and now we have a new head coach in, and Brandon Beane continued to draft how Brandon Beane is going to draft. He traded down to accrue value and then used that value to draft depth instead of impact starters. So for me, I'm very much against the philosophy of the draft, not the players. I think the players are fine. I like TJ Parker quite a bit. I mentioned him yesterday before we got started on day 2 as someone that I was highlighting, a young player with a lot of upside and athleticism and strength, and 3 years of play time at Clemson. I think like over 50 games played in, 39 starts, something like that, if I'm remembering correctly. A lot of games. He's played a lot. It's the philosophy of it that I don't understand when this team has immediate needs at positions that have a chance to start. If they drafted Caden McDonald, he could be your week 1 starter at defensive tackle. You have opportunities to get more snaps out of other positions that they could have went with instead of drafting guys that you're hedging against the future. The only way that IGB sees meaningful snaps is if something goes wrong with someone else that you have already invested either draft capital or money into. That to me is just bad philosophy. I don't understand the thought process around that selection. Not the player necessarily, but in terms of the roster construction, I don't understand it. I don't get what Brandon Beane is doing.
So you see, and first of all, I think I'll agree actually with 100% of what you say. The only thing I don't agree with is with the interpretation. And here's what I mean. I definitely agree that there are places on the Bills roster where the player that you draft is going to get more snaps, specifically defensive tackle, possibly on offensive line as well. And even at linebacker, there may be some immediate snaps, right? However, what I will say is that my entire philosophy is always draft a year ahead. So meaning that if we look at what 2027 needs are, TJ Parker is going to be able to play at the same time as like Chubb and Rousseau. Like the defense isn't as static as it was under McDermott. So like I think Parker will play maybe a little bit more. But in general, I also agree that both players that Buffalo drafted are depth pieces because Igbinosun is not slated to be a starting corner. But we were playing Dane Jackson in the playoffs, and he got toasted for a touchdown.
Right,
Like,
but that's
he was on
because
the
of
field for
that's
one
because of
play.
injuries. That's
He was
because
on
of
the field
injuries.
Right. He was on the field for one play. That play became a touchdown that cost Buffalo the game. So the cornerback depth cost Buffalo the playoff win, in my opinion. So
I agree with you.
And yeah,
but
and
let's look
Steve,
at this draft class though. Let's look at the defensive tackles, the opportunity cost of what they could have had. There were 2 very good defensive tackles still available. And now your best bet is Dante Corleone, where in terms of the cornerbacks that are still available out there, I mean, Jermod McCoy injury unrelated, but Keontae Scott is still out there.
Keith Abney.
Keith Abney, Will Lee, Chandler
Yeah.
Rivers. Like, there's still guys where if you're looking for a depth corner, you could have gone and got them today with the 3 fourth-round picks that you're holding on to. In terms of opportunity cost and what you're looking at, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Coming into the draft, when we had done work on the defensive tackle class, the day 3 defensive tackle board feels really strong. So it wouldn't, I could see several defensive tackles here coming off the board in round 4 being the guy. Cause like Darrell Jackson Jr. is still available, right, Steve?
Yeah, he is.
Yep, he is. Darrell Jackson Jr. John. Yep, Johnny, you mentioned Corleone, who, I mean, this is an injury thing. Otherwise, he may have gone a little later. I don't know if we see him round 4, but I certainly would think by round 5, you would see Xavier Harris. I mean, we still have Grayson Halton out here, who I would expect to go early today.
Halton's probably my favorite DT for Buffalo right now on the board.
So Buffalo came into today with pick 101. There has already been a trade. Buffalo was not on the clock. The Raiders have traded up to pick 101. The Raiders are on the clock. Buffalo traded down to 102.
Okay. That's
One
fine.
Pick.
I'm not familiar outside of
the Raiders saw somebody drop. So I was going to ask, who do we think the Raiders said we don't want anybody else to get?
I mean, I'm outside of Mendoza. I don't remember everything they did, but at some point, wouldn't you say, hey, let's keep Mendoza and Surratt together and do that? Like I said, I don't know off the top of my head what they did yesterday. So
Mendoza, Traydon Stukes, K'Ron Crawford, Trey Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, okay. So if you need to see the team hauls, if you go to NFL.com and instead of going to the round tracker, there is a team tracker.
Yep.
Okay.
And I just flipped, so I have 2 monitors up. So I'm going to be able to go between those 2 tabs while I'm looking at them both at the same time. Yeah, so Steve, that's probably going to help us here as we go through. So Christian, I want to welcome you guys to the show. So first of all, Steve, Christian, and John, I do want to say, and this is no sarcasm, you are 3 of my 10 favorite people in the world for probably the next 6 months because you guys have been here all 3 days. So you guys are putting in the time off air to be prepared for what we're talking about here. And I know not all of us have draft boards that are as robust as the others. So if there's a player you want to talk about as we're live, we will. We aren't going to be today. We're not going to necessarily be waiting on the picks. We're going to be talking about the draft. So for rounds 4 and 5, we are going to try to keep up. We will not succeed, but we will try. When we get to round 6, what we will do is we will review every team's draft haul, including the round 6 pick, and kind of give a casual reaction, a casual immediate reaction to the team's draft hauls as we go through. So, Christian, it's been a lot of fun. I think at this point we've podcasted together for 6 to 8 weeks. Welcome to Draft Professors. You having a lot of fun?
I'm having a blast. Yeah, first NFL draft with the Draft Professor. It's been an absolute blast. Thankful to that you've been wanting me a part of this.
Oh, this is awesome. And like 12 months ago, I don't know that any of you, like Steve was in the chat of our podcast, but I don't know that you started podcasting with us until the summer. So
correct.
All of you, this is your first quote unquote draft with Draft Professors, on this side of the camera. So as we're looking at day 3, it looks like the Raiders are on the clock. Who are some of your best available right now, John?
Best available right now. I mean, for me, whoa, my brain just broke. Skylar Bell is, I mean, I thought that he was a top 75 player. I thought that he should be gone by now. The fact that he's sitting out there, to me, if I'm Brandon Beane, that's the pick. You make that. But, this isn't just a Bills podcast. So Jalen Kilgore, Skylar Bell, I really like. Keontae Scott, I'm a fan of. Jalen Farmer is interesting as an interior offensive lineman. Keith Abney, very athletic corner. There's still a lot of good players on the board that I don't think the value of these guys in terms of the talent is all that much different from guys that went early yesterday. I think that it's all a lot of just flavor and team needs. I'm shocked at the amount of tight ends that we saw yesterday. That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Apparently the NFL loves blocking tight ends more than offensive linemen, which I don't understand.
Yep. Let's build on that for a minute, because Christian, what are your thoughts of some of those blocking tight ends going higher than Skylar Bell?
Yeah, I'm a big Skylar Bell fan. I'm top. John mentioned two of the guys that I am very high on: Jalen Farmer and Skylar Bell. It was surprising to see that many tight ends go off the board, and and there's still some really good. Like Connor Liu is a really good offensive line is still on the board. Who prior to his injury, I had top 25 on overall. So I was shocked by the number of tight ends that went as opposed to offensive line. There's still a lot of good players out there.
Yeah. Jim, I don't know if you saw the tweet I sent you and Taylor, because we've had the conversation with the expectation that more tight ends would go in this draft.
I did see that tweet, yes.
And we're 3-1 right now. When the Jaguars pick came in and it was Borgager, I had to go and check my eyeglass prescription because I didn't think it was right. And then Kamarick, the blocking tight end for Ohio State, that was a bit of a surprise. But yeah, they value that. And I'm pretty sure at this point that the Chicago Bears are going to run 15 personnel with all the tight ends they seem to be accumulating, now adding Roush to the mix.
Well, I do want to hit on the Jermod McCoy. So there was, I think it was in the Draft Professor group chat. I think it was Durst. But one of the things that you have to think about is guaranteed contracts. So every round one contract is guaranteed for 4 years. A lot of the round two contracts get guaranteed for 4 years. And there's rumors that a third round pick this year will have a 4-year guaranteed deal. NFL teams are not willing to give Jermod McCoy a guaranteed contract with the knee injury because it may be degenerative. So I do think McCoy goes off the board real soon here in round 4. It actually wouldn't shock me if he's the pick here at 102, because if you don't have to give him a guaranteed contract, your risk of drafting him is a lot less. But John, you are live in Pittsburgh. Have you seen who the Raiders took at 101 yet?
They're announcing it literally right now, and that's great. The audio is off, so that's nice, guys. I think they just turned it on. They took Jermod McCoy.
The Raiders
took Jermod McCoy.
Yep,
that's a great pick.
So at this point, anything you get out of on the field is a bonus.
So I do want to go back to what we were just saying a minute ago. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I'll defer to Skull Doc Alex. But as somebody who played ball and suffered multiple knee injuries, I think the term degenerative can go a few different ways. When you've got a cartilage issue, cartilage doesn't heal itself. So by and large, that is degenerative. It's just the scope of how bad it is. But I think with McCoy, the concern is needing another surgery and potentially another bone plug, which, I mean, depending on that could be the difference between being a player in 2027 and needing to medically retire, because the near-term and long-term stability of that knee could be greatly questioned. And for a 23-year-old man, that's just horrible regardless. But yeah, take the risk. Why not?
Especially because this is a player of 2024. The tape was just unbelievable. It's he is incredibly gifted, and it's so unfortunate to see this happen. This everything transpiring with Jermod, because he is really an elite talent.
But I think it's worth it here. I mean,
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
All right. The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills with the Jets on the clock now.
This to me feels like nose tackle or wide receiver for Buffalo. Unsure
It's
of
got to be Skylar Bell.
Caleb Elerms or wouldn't surprise me either. But I think the need at defensive tackle and the need at wide receiver is higher, even if the grade on the linebacker is higher. So we shall see. So we're going to be going through, I believe, round 4. I think we're at like 3 or 4 minutes per pick because they've already made 2 picks in the time. Okay. John has seen the pick.
Not
He
promising
may
early
not like
returns.
it, but he has seen the pick. So, John, would you like to share with us who Buffalo took?
I think we better wait for Chris to put it in the chat. This,
And
you know,
can see
I
it.
think
Coming
John
across
needs a
NFL
minute.
Network, right, or it's coming across ESPN right now.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I would like to know why you don't like this pick. I would
Because it's
very
not
much.
Skylar Bell.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay. So,
Oh, good.
one of the
Another
things that makes
depth player
Jude
that's not going
Bowery
to see the
unique
field.
is Jude Bowery is a project left tackle, correct? Like he profiled.
I see him moving inside.
That's
I really
why
do.
I've got him a guard.
Yeah.
So you both see Bowery as a player that moves inside?
Yes.
Okay. So other scouting reports on Bowery have him as he checks enough boxes to play left tackle, and Buffalo had issues with Deion Dawkins last year. It was Deion Dawkins' worst year of his career. So they are hedging bets, and Grable at left tackle hasn't stayed healthy. He spent more time on injured reserve than he has on the 53-player roster. Now, when he's on the 53-player roster, we like him, but he's not there enough, in my opinion, to justify him being your swing tackler, number 1 tackle off the bench. Ryan Vandemark left via free agency. So clearly the Bills valued Boston College has put some tackles into the draft, right? Ozzie Trapilo was drafted by Chicago last year. So I understand this pick, not John's favorite pick. Christian, do you have anything else on Jude Bowery?
Yeah, you can never have enough offensive linemen. I will never fault a team for diversifying their trench depth. Just my thing though with where Buffalo's at. How old is Josh? Is Josh
30
yet? So you've got about 3 to 4 years of his prime that are left. So with their Super Bowl window wide open and only wide open for a couple more years, I would think it'd be in their better interest to get players who can help right now. And Skylar Bell's a guy who can help, would be able to help Buffalo right away. Out of the gate, day one, he's going to help that pass attack. He's going to diversify their offense. So I can't fault them for taking a project offensive lineman. It's just not where I would have gone, given where Buffalo is right now in the Josh Allen era.
Yeah, and I think this to me is just a sign that if the decline of Deion Dawkins is real, they're hedging the bets for like the second most important position on offense after quarterback is your left tackle.
Ooh. Sorry to interrupt.
The Jets pick.
Darrell Jackson.
Love it. So
with the next pick.
Everybody about
look.
Darrell Jackson going to the Jets.
I mean, look, massive arm length, over 35 inches. He can control the gap. He's got discipline. His motor is a little inconsistent, but he could certainly take on the double teams, which, I think they definitely need. I mean, the size is there. There is a good amount of athleticism. This is an exciting pick. I'm actually very surprised and relieved it's not a quarterback.
Between Jackson and Tavondre Sweat, the Jets are going to have a couple space eaters in the middle of their defense.
Yeah.
So there's 2 teams in the AFC East with really good running back rooms, in the Bills and the Patriots, right? So if you are the Jets, you need to get the Tavondre Sweats. You need to get the Darrell Jackson Juniors because you are playing two teams that are going to run it right down your throat 4 times a year. So, Steve, I really love that pick for the Jets. And that pains me as a Bills fan to say good pick. But, Steve, as my friend, good pick. So the Arizona Cardinals pick is in. The Chargers are on the clock. And the picks are coming in here in round 4, fast and furious. We will try to keep up, but it will not. It's impossible to keep up, but we will discuss every player. We just may have to go back 2 or 3 picks, depending on what kind of tangents we go on. So the Arizona Cardinals, in this draft, have taken Jeremiah Love, Chase Besantis, and Carson Beck. They haven't addressed their defensive line. They have 1 pick in each round left. Who are some of the defensive line players, such as an edge, that we might see here go to Arizona?
I'm thinking maybe the dentist, DDS, Dennis Sutton. That comes to mind. What about Joshua Josephs of Tennessee? He's still out there. Those are the 2 names that come to me right off the bat. Christian, what do you think?
Yeah, I would have gone. I'm kind of surprised Dennis Sutton's still on the board with his physical and athletic traits. You just want more consistency out of him on the field, but really good run defender, offers promise as a pass rusher. I like Dennis Sutton here with the likes of Josh Sweat and Zayden Collins on the edge.
John, any other thoughts on defensive linemen that are still available that you like?
I'm a Joshua Josephs guy. I like him a lot. I think the explosiveness is definitely there. I think that he's a good value at this point.
There it is.
Pick is in.
Proctor? No.
Yeah. Yep.
Caleb Proctor from Southeastern Louisiana. Christian, you want to talk about Caleb Proctor for a moment?
Yeah, he's quick, explosive. He's gonna be a 3 tech. Can get pressure up the middle quickly. You worry about his size and play strength and taking on doubles, but he brings some exciting juice as a pass rusher. This is a little early for me. I had a 5th on him, but there is upside the pass rusher. Probably a bit of a 1 or 2 year project before getting to his full potential. But it's we're kind of getting the slim pickings with the defensive linemen, so it's why not take a swing on his upside? But if I still would prefer Dennis Sutton here because I think he's someone who's more suited to come in and contribute in some form right away. But Proctor's a fine pick here for him.
Trying to think now, given the order, barring trades, where Dennis Sutton might go. I got to go to who the selections were. I'll tell you, one team that makes me nervous because they wouldn't hesitate is the Texans. I mean, the rich get richer. Did the 49ers take an edge?
Pick 113. So I'm checking the Colts draft hall right now. But Dennis Sutton.
That would be a Colts pick.
Yeah. So
that
they've done C.J. Allen and A.J. Halsey. And Dennis Sutton feels like a Colts pick. So I don't know that he gets too much. I don't think he drops too much past 113. Unless the Colts, because they've addressed linebacker and safety. The Colts need edge, offensive line, and wide receiver. And the Colts have 6 picks today. But Dennis Sutton at 113 to the Colts does look like a pretty good pick. John, any additional thoughts on maybe some of your best available or good landing spots for some players that you really like?
Let's see. I mean, the Texans, to me, they just find a way to continue to reload on defense. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of the edge players here go. I wouldn't be surprised to see them add to their defensive back room either. I think Keith Abney to Houston would make a lot of sense. That just feels like a good fit.
I do actually. Keith Abney to the Texans. That was one of the picks in Epic Mock. It was maybe 2 rounds earlier, but that was one of the picks in Epic Mock to the Texans. So the fact that Keith Abney is still here, Dallas needs defensive backs. And I'm checking Dallas's draft hall right now.
Well, Downs. They took Downs.
And Lawrence Barham. Keith Abney going to Dallas at 114. That would be a heck of a pick.
Yeah, I think
mean,
I could see that. I mean, Christian, you're probably better than me to speak on it, with Christian Parker now being Dallas's DC, but he's young, just recently turned 21. He can smother opposing receivers. I think the hips are very fluid for what you want him to do. He could redirect coverage. The disengaging of blocks is a little bit of a concern for me, but uh, Christian, I'm curious, knowing what you do about Philly, would Abney be a good fit?
He would be. It'd be Dallas historically hasn't. They like bigger defensive backs. Like Deron Bland, Trevon Diggs, Siobhan Revel. They like size traditionally either DB. So Abney may fall below that threshold, but if Christian Parker has any say in his defense in what the defensive scheme is going to be, and based on their draft, it sounds like he's going to, or at least looks that way. Abney would make a lot of sense. I think Malik Muhammad, though, would be kind of more up their alley. Jerry loves to draft Texas Longhorns. It kind of would fit both what Jerry likes and what Christian Parker, or in Christian Parker's defensive scheme.
So I'm looking at the Chargers. So the Chargers pick is in at 105. The Chargers, if memory serves me correctly, they entered the draft with a round 1, round 2, and round 3 pick, right? They had their normal allotment of picks.
No, they didn't have a third rounder. They took Messidor in round 1, and they grabbed Jake Slaughter in round 2, and they said they're moving him to guard. They didn't have a third rounder.
Okay, so they have 3 picks in the 4th, as well as 3 picks in the 6th. So,
and a 5th, I think.
And they have a 5th sandwiched in between that. So they have 7 picks today. And while the percentages of day 3 picks that hit are low, today is my favorite day of the draft. Ultimately, the floor of your roster is set by your day 2 success. The ceiling of your roster is set by your day 3 success. So if you look at the playoff teams, they have numerous day 3 picks that have hit. And that's really what the difference is. So it might take these guys an extra year to see the field. But I do like who the Chargers just took at pick 105. John, what do you think of wide receiver Brennan Thompson from Mississippi State?
I admittedly don't know too terribly much about him at this point. I will allow someone else to. I mean, what I do know about him, though, is that I know that he's small. That's what I know about Brennan Thompson. I know that he's a smaller, pretty athletic wide receiver, which to me is an interesting fit in that Chargers receiver room. I mean, you already have Ladd McConkey, as one of your primary threats. You have QJ on the outside with more size. So it seems interesting for them to go small and explosive. I'm not sure that is the prototype that I would have pegged for their wide receiver room. But I guess if this is someone that they're looking at as potentially being a return guy as well, or giving them more kind of designated looks, or, quick hitches or screens, or those types of those types of plays, then I think that it makes sense. At this point of the draft, you're looking for just like any contribution to the team, and special teams is something that really starts getting filled out on day 3 of the draft. So I think that's where a lot of the value comes.
Yep. So I want to give a Brennan Thompson story. So it's actually, and the story begins with Chris Connor, who is, sometimes he's on this side of the camera. Right now, Chris is on the other side of the camera. And Chris, you are one of my 10 favorite people for like the next 6 months with like all the picks that you're putting in. But we were doing a Mississippi State preview. And Chris said, and it was the middle of October. And Chris said something like, there's something to this Brennan Thompson guy. Like, he's like, this is a guy we want to keep an eye on. Now, this podcast happened second week or third week of October. Like, we're 7 weeks into the college football season. But Chris was the first one who mentioned him on a Draft Professor podcast. Randall Slifer was covering wide receivers the following week. He already had his 8. Like, we already had, the players that Randall was evaluating. I said, hey, Randall, can you do a 9th? Chris said we need to take a look at Brennan Thompson. Randall Slifer watched him. He's like, oh, yes. He's like, this is the highest 4th round grade I can give. It's Brennan Thompson. So the Draft Professor has been talking about Brennan Thompson since October. Christian, you want to add anything to the Brennan Thompson pick by the Chargers?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Thompson. I think he's all speed. I think his route tree's limited. I don't see the diversity in his release packages. I just think he creates separation by running by defenders, and that's fine. But you're not going to be able to get away with that near as much at the NFL level. But they drafted Darius Davis in the 4th round out of TCU a few years ago to be their return man. And I think this is kind of going to be a similar type of strategy to John's point, where they're going to get – this is primarily a return man pick, a special teams pick, but with the potential to be a wide receiver 4 as a field stretcher for McConkey, Johnston, Trey Harris underneath.
And that's also a good point, Christian, because if you look at the Chargers draft, they've invested in the wide receiver position with a round 4 or better pick for the last 5 years. Right? Because Johnson was 5 years ago, then McConkey, then Harris, then Thompson. So this is how you build an everybody eats wide receiver room.
The Steelers, by the way, are rolling out all their draft picks. Jennings Dunker just came out in about a 5-inch inseam pair of shorts.
Yep.
On the stage. Incredible. He's just all vibes.
So I want to talk for a second. Obviously, the Texans picked, Chris put it in there, for Fabechi and Wanwu, the guard out of Oklahoma. So if you take a look at the Texans draft, right, Keelan Rutledge in round 1, I won't say who they took in round 2 out of respect for John. At the bottom of round 2, they took Marlon Klein, tight end out of Michigan, the Cologne, Germany guy that we've been talking about for 8 months. It started with EJ on the Sleeper Show, and now they take Nwanwu. You think they're interested in blocking at all? It kind of feels like that, right?
It's clear they have a type. They want to get tough guys. They're going to bulk up. They're going to play a physical brand of football to all those guys you mentioned. They have a kind of a mean streak to them, a nasty demeanor. They're going to take bring the fight to you.
And somebody pointed out that Nuewu has taken snaps. So there were a few people that were pointing out that Nuewu, even though he's listed as a guard, he may be a center. And Durst, when we were doing our day 1 wrap-up show, because he said he thinks that he was trying to read, why would they have done Rutledge and not a center, this type of thing, because there was a need for center on the Texans. So between Rutledge and Nuewu, one of them is probably going to project to be their week 1 starter at center. Owen liked Nuewu.
And if my memory serves well, I think Rutledge snaps at center after his combine workout.
Right.
So enough teams saw something where they at least want to get some looks at him under center.
Right. And if we just think back to what was it, 9 months ago, 10 months ago, and a lot of us were saying, well, what are the Texans doing to their offensive line, right? Because they traded Tunsil to the Commanders, and then they traded one other player somewhere.
Didn't somebody go to the Eagles? I can't remember.
Kenyon Green, yeah. We got Kenyon Green.
So they basically blew up their offensive line room, and now they're putting it back together. So this is a really good draft. I love the Texans draft. It's Keelan Rutledge, Caden McDonald, Marlon Klein, Fabechi Nuewu. Those are all linemen. You might see that Marlon Klein is a tight end. You're going to love his blocking, Houston. Last receiving work, he's from Germany. Learning American football, how to run routes. It's going to take a little bit of time. But Marlon Klein can maul you. And there's a lot of good clips. I think Brian Maffey, I saw him posting some clips of Marlon Klein even just after week 1, just blowing people up. So Houston is making a concerted effort to get better with the trenches. And I always, fat guys win championships. You hear it on Draft Professors all the time. So, love the Fabechi Nuewu pick. Shout out to Owen at Weekly Huddle. He was the first draft professor I heard talking about Fabechi Nuewu. John, do you have our next pick?
Not
When I
yet.
see you lift your headphones, I assume that there may be knowledge that the listeners may want to hear.
Oh, no, just an announcement going through the PA that has nothing to do with anything.
Got it. So John is live from Pittsburgh. The other three of us are live from our podcast studios, scattered throughout the continental United States. So it's a little bit warmer where Steve is than it is where I am. And then Christian's somewhere in the middle.
It's comfortable.
Okay. Yeah. But it's way more comfortable at home. I was live at the draft in Detroit a couple of years ago. It's way more comfortable here. The drinks are cheaper. I get to sit down on a cushioned seat and I don't have to worry about dirty bar germs. So
San Francisco just
49ers. So back-to-back Oklahoma players in round 4. The San Francisco 49ers have selected defensive tackle Grayson Holton. A 3-tech. We've seen a couple of 3-techs go off the board here. Steve, you want to tell everybody about Grayson Holton?
Yeah, I'd love to, because I think he was my DT5. He is considered a little undersized for the position, but he can move all around the line. I think he's very quick to shoot through his gaps. He's got out of one of the rating services, a very good run defense grade. The athletic score was a little low. He was under 9, but he had a good vertical, very high run stop rate. I mean, it was a breakout season for him with the Sooners back 2 years ago in 2024. Didn't really get a lot of chances for it. Again, he is a little bit undersized, but you could certainly see it on tape with his effort. He makes up for it. And I think that's maybe why he dropped here to 107. I think he needs to learn some additional moves and work on his anchor. But in terms of being able to, like I said, shoot
Denver
through
just
the
did something
gaps.
fun.
What's that?
What's that?
Denver just did something fun.
Okay.
Denver just went with running back Jonah Coleman.
Nice.
That's fun.
That is a lot of fun.
Not Mike Washington. I hate it.
So, John, you want to tell everybody about Jonah Coleman, the running back from Washington?
Just a bruiser. I mean, just a versatile running back that's physical and tough and gritty. And I mean, you go back with Sean Payton and all the running backs that he's had. He's always had a bit of a thunder and lightning in his backfield. Well, Jonah Coleman just brings the thunder to go along with RJ Harvey. You go back to Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara. You go back further than that. Oh, my brain is failing me.
Alistair Reggie Bush.
Yeah, Deuce is the one that I was thinking of. Thank you. He likes having that 2-headed backfield for sure. Jonah Coleman comes in and is going to provide a lot of that. And we've seen a lot of success around the NFL with those type of running back rooms lately. Think about what Detroit did for the last few years with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. And now Denver gets a really good physical running back into their room.
Yep. So the San Francisco 49ers draft haul, Deshaun Stribling, the wide receiver from Ole Miss in round 2, Romello Height, the edge from Texas Tech in round 3, Kalen Black, the running back from Indiana in round 3, and then Grayson Holton, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma in round 4. If memory serves me correctly, San Francisco last year also drafted 2 defensive tackles. I believe it was CJ West and was it Alfred Collins?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a 2-year makeover of their interior defensive line. Did I because I'm not looking at their 2025 draft class right now. I'm going straight off of memory. So I just want to give a shout out. I like seeing teams when they have a problem and they're constantly drafting with, let's say, round 4 better picks to address it. I think
Jets just traded up with Cincinnati. Oh my God. I hope this isn't a quarterback.
No, that was a trade down.
No, the Jets moved up from 128 to 110 with Cincinnati.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the tracker I'm on has flashed.
The
Who
Chiefs went.
Are the Jets trying to get ahead of the Colts to select a quarterback?
I hope not. Meanwhile, the Chiefs just selected a really intriguing corner, Jaden Kennedy, out of Oregon. John, thoughts?
I like Jaden Kennedy a lot. I think that he has a lot of positional flexibility for sure. I think that he can do a lot of different things. Let me look up his athletic testing because I think if I remember right, it was pretty good. He's a little bit smaller, but at this point in the draft, that's what you're going to get a lot of times with these corners, right? Like he measured in at 5'10" and a quarter, 181 pounds. But I think he was overlooked a lot because all of a sudden Oregon has a pipeline of very talented young defensive backs that are going to be very splashy names in the coming years. But a glue guy, I think that he's just someone that could fit in and do a lot of different things. I think he's best suited as like a nickel type defensive back, but someone that is a very high character defensive back, really good personality, leadership type role in that room. I think that's a good value on day 3.
It looks like they announced him as a safety.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. So like
I could see that.
Shamari Connor, that Shamari Connor came out of Virginia Tech as a slot corner, and Spags converted him to a safety, and he's played pretty well in that role. I like Kennedy as a safety there. He's got the feisty, gritty, competitive nature where
I'm not okay.
An asset there.
I'm not okay. I am not okay.
Was it Nussmeier?
No.
Klubnik.
Jalen Green.
Jim, you said it.
Cade Klubnik, welcome to New York.
They traded up for Cade. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's my question. Who else upcoming is about to take a quarterback? Like, Steve, where was the Jets picking to where they just traded up to?
I mean, their next pick was 128. I would think they probably gave up the remaining 2 fourths to move up for him, 128 and 140. I don't know. I haven't seen what the deal was because their next pick isn't until round 7. And I don't think Cincinnati would have taken that. But yeah, with so many guys and so much different opportunity, you give up 2 4th-rounders for. I'm not okay. You guys continue the conversation.
Can I play devil's advocate on this one, Steve? Because I'm not a Jets fan, so it's easy for me to be like, this is great. Here's the thing. Day 3 quarterback, you're taking a lottery ticket with no one's going to have expectations of him to come in and be the guy. You still have 3 first-round picks next year in a loaded draft class to potentially get your quarterback in the future. This is one of those situations where if he comes in and if by some miracle he is outstanding and you are like, okay, we're going to commit to this guy, you have 3 first-round picks next year to completely surround him with talent. If not, you move on from him. There's no expectations. He didn't kick the door down, whatever. And you go when you get somebody else, and you might have a valuable backup quarterback into the future. I don't hate that pick for the Jets, especially where you're at as an organization. Like, listen, you're not winning the Super Bowl this year. It makes sense. Get a valuable, backup quarterback in the room. And if by some chance he comes in, beats out Geno Smith from day 1, is blowing the doors off things, and he's just an absolute wild card, like a Dak Prescott type pick that just takes off. Okay, then you build around him. And if not, I don't think anyone's going to be like, wow, what a wasted pick.
Yeah, Steve, I like the pick too. So,
okay.
I know.
From my standpoint, so I'm looking at this through a couple of different lenses. So the first is I'm in a 14-team Superflex Dynasty League, and I've got 3 taxi spots. And I'm pretty sure I'm putting Cade Klubnik on one of them. I'm going to grab him in round 3, maybe round 2. I'm going to stash him on my taxi. Let's see what happens. But in a 14-team league, I think Klubnik is going to see the field. And we had low expectations for Jackson Dart, and he turned out okay. Right. And something, if what you get with Klubnik is the backup quarterback for when you take March next year, something, and then maybe you're able even then to trade Klubnik and flip him into a 1st-round pick if he gets enough playing time because the league is desperate for quarterbacks. So
Yeah.
This to
Well, thank you for the little ray of sunshine. No, yeah, you all made good points, but Christian, I'm with you, buddy.
I'm gonna yes, I'm gonna take away that ray of sunshine.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Remember when the Jets drafted Christian Hackenberg, and everyone loved the traits, loved the intangibles, but the Jets just couldn't develop them. And this to me feels now it's the Capitals not they. I think the Jets used a second on Hackenberg. They used a pretty high pick on him. So it's not entirely the same situation, but
look, he's not going to be the starter, right? The starter isn't on the roster until most likely 2027. Right now, you're looking at a room of Geno Smith, Bailey Zappi, and Brady Cook, who was an undrafted free agent from Missouri last year. Yeah, I think realistically, you're looking at the quote unquote long-term backup. So I can't get on it, but I'm just looking at the best available, right? And I see Caleb Elam-Zor. I see, Jalen Kilgore and Michael Taft. I see, the opportunity to replace a running back on the roster with a pick your poison, Mike Washington, Emmett Johnson. I think I don't know that Klubnik would have made it to the 7th round, but I would have been okay waiting for the 7th round. They did a lot of work on Baron Morton, okay, and that wouldn't have cost you the premium that I think these did. But it's over and done. We move on.
I'm glad if I Steve, better your team than my team because I did not want the Eagles draft Klubnik. I did not want that to happen.
So first of all, one of the things that I am enjoying about doing live coverage is you're getting our authentic reactions to our teams making picks on air. We, as a group, have been talking about these players for 12 months. 12 months ago, we had Cade Klubnik going in the top 5 of the draft. Right? Jets got him in round 4. So and that doesn't mean that, okay, so some things didn't go Klubnik's way this year to where he fell all the way out of day 1 and day 2. But there are people that see Klubnik as a viable NFL starter. They had Klubnik as QB1 in June and July. I do like the pick, whether it was Klubnik or Nussmeier there.
I would have preferred Nuss. I would have preferred Cole Payton, but it's fine. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So right now, Denver's on the clock. They're making their 3rd pick, including their 2nd in round 4. So their picks so far have been Tyler Onyedim, the defensive tackle from Texas A&M, running back Jonah Coleman from Washington, and now they have taken Cage Casey, the offensive tackle from Boise State. That feels like it's low moving expenses. I know where Denver is. I've never been to Idaho though, so I don't know exactly. Christian, I'm glad that made you smile. Christian, what do you have on Cage Casey?
He's got good tools. He's gonna move inside at the next level, and that's something he looked, I would say, more comfortable inside than a tackle at the Senior Bowl. But it's gonna be a transition. This position he's never played before. This is a project that they're gonna have to work with them, develop him inside with the potential of maybe developing into a high-end backup or maybe even a starter in case of injury or something down the road. But this is a developmental pick here.
Yep. And then Denver, their next pick is in 60 picks. So that was pick 111 in round 4. Their next pick is 170, followed by 182 in rounds 5 and 6. So Denver, they traded. Remind me why Denver didn't have a 1st round pick.
Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle.
Thank you. They traded for Jalen Waddle. So they also have Jalen Waddle, which is a huge addition to their team. So Denver, this is why you need to be able to hit on some of your day 3 picks, right? You trade your premium pick to get a superstar, and now you need to surround that superstar with viable NFL starters. So the run on offensive linemen is continuing. Dallas at pick 112 has selected offensive tackle Drew Shelton from Penn State. Steve, you want to talk about Drew Shelton?
Give me 1 second. I'm just go with somebody. I'll circle back on Shelton.
Okay, John, do
I'm
you have
still
anything on Drew
dealing.
Shelton? Okay,
Nope,
Christian, have
sure
anything
don't.
on Drew Shelton?
Yeah, he's got good traits. There's athletic upside, but just the tape and the production just never balanced out with his athletic gifts. So he's probably a swing tackle at the next level, but I just too inconsistent down to probably be a fight for starting reps right away. But there's potential there with his traits and athleticism to provide reason to think there's developmental upside there, but I'm not near as optimistic. I think if you get a swing tackle out of Shelton, I think he could be that's going to be where he sees the field.
So
Yeah,
we've had 12
I'll
picks
jump in.
Give me a minute.
I'll jump in on that.
Right, give me a minute. We've had 12 picks in round 4, 7 of which have been trench players. Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry about that, but I think the hand placement and usage is questionable. He's not the most athletic. I don't think he recognizes blitzes very well. I mean, he's experienced. He's played a lot. He is quick off the snap, but a little underwhelming for me on this one.
Hey, so the Colts pick
I'm glad it wasn't Travis Burke.
So the Colts pick is in. We were predicting Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State about 20 minutes ago on the podcast. We will see if that prediction holds true. And then Dallas is on the clock here at pick 114. So the Colts, their draft so far has been linebacker C.J. Allen from Georgia, safety A.J. Halsey from LSU. Those were 2 really big needs. C.J. Allen falling to pick 53 is not something I saw in too many of the mock drafts that we did. So that feels like really good value for him. And then again, A.J. Halsey in round 3, that feels like the range where we were projecting Halsey to go. So the Colts have 6 picks today. They need to address edge, they need to address wide receiver, and they need to address offensive line. So I'm curious which of those directions. It also wouldn't surprise me if this is a quarterback.
I would not like quarterback here for them because I think there is something with Riley Leonard. I like what I saw in his limited snaps last year. I mean, week 18, the Texans had something to play for. And you didn't see many quarterbacks shred that Texas defense the way Riley Leonard did. Now, granted, there was no film out there on him for Houston to plan, but still, it's something if you're dropping 30 points on that Texans defense last year.
So I have to do one thing. So if you guys can carry the show here for a minute, I got to.
Yeah, so it definitely looks like the Colts have capitalized on players that have slipped down the board a bit. C.J. Allen, mid-second, A.J. Halsey, mid-third. Now, this feels like Dennis Sutton, Skylar Bell. That more of the same, just letting the board play out and just grab the best on the board. So Dennis, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are. Dennis Sutton, Skylar Bell would be strong picks here for if I were Chris Ballard.
I would agree. Yeah, in both cases. They've got a lot of picks, so they don't have to do what the Jets did and rush it for a quarterback. I'm curious what does happen with Anthony Richardson at some point, but yeah, I'm just waiting to see what is going.
Indy is going with Jalen Farmer.
Love that.
That's a good pick. Yeah. Really good offensive lineman from the University of Kentucky. So, John, do you have anything on Farmer?
Farmer, yeah, they've got him. Obviously, he's listed as a guard, which I think is his natural position at the next level. I just feel like the Colts are one of those teams. They're kind of like Philly in the sense they just seem to always find value. Like they just always seem to land players that should have gone way earlier. And I think this is another one. I think that Jalen Farmer very easily could have gone, end of round 3. And here he is in round 4 to help them continue to build out their trenches. I think that's the right move. I think a lot of NFL teams get away from the trenches too fast, but I think that Indy, with quarterback kind of questions about long-term, just continue to build out in the trenches and at the, main positions of value. And then address quarterback when you can. Maybe it's next year. Maybe that's too early. Maybe it's their 2028 team. I don't know.
And ultimately, investing in the trenches, like on average, about 50 offensive linemen and 50 defensive linemen are drafted every year, right? So that's almost 2 per team is what the average is. There's 9 trench players on the field at a given snap, generally 5 offensive linemen and then 3 or 4 defensive linemen. So that's 9 of the 22 players are trench players. You want to invest in your linemen. You want to make sure that even if they're not starting, that your backups are on cost-controlled rookie deals. That is just good fundamental team building. So I love what the Colts are doing there.
And the thing with Farmers, he doesn't have to play right away. The Quentin Nelson's is locked in at left guard. They like Mac Gonsalves a lot, who they draft out of Pitt a couple years ago at right guard. So Farmer's got intriguing trade. This is why I love him so much. I would have taken him end of the second round. I would kind of wish Philly took him at 68, the top of the third. But Farmer's someone who he's got all the raw talent, just has to continue to refine the technical side, his positioning, hand placement, hand technique. There's just technique and technical side stuff he's got to continue to refine. But the raw talent jumps off the screen. He's got a great blend of size, speed, and power. I really like his upside, especially getting to learn from Quentin Nelson. There's not many better offensive linemen in the league.
Yeah, I think Dallas is having a really good draft. So Dallas selected Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence in round 1, Jayshon Barham from Michigan in round 3, Drew Shelton in round 4, and then they just took cornerback Devin Moore from Florida in round 4. And again, very similar to the McCoy pick at the top of round 4. Devin Moore has some injury concerns, but if you're picking him on day 3, it's not a guaranteed contract. John, what were you going to add?
Baltimore just selected Elijah Surratt.
No, I thought they took Keontae Scott. No,
Elijah Surratt just went to Buffalo. I think Keontae Scott is the next pick, theoretically, to the Buccaneers.
Oh, okay.
Based on what Chris is saying in the chat. But yeah, Elijah Surratt was just announced to the Ravens.
Okay.
So Devin Moore goes to Dallas. Elijah Surratt, the wide receiver from Indiana, went to Baltimore. Tampa Bay has selected Keontae Scott, the defensive back from Miami. So let's take those one at a time. So Devin Moore, Steve, pretty close to home there because he played college ball at Florida, right?
Yeah. Look, I think the challenge for Moore is just, being healthy, right? He had a lot of injuries, a shoulder in 2022. There was a concussion and some back things in 23. I think his other shoulder in 24 and then groin surgery. But there's good size. He's a little on the lighter side. Would like to see him gain some weight. He can play safety. He's got a reasonable amount of athleticism. Again, it all comes down to the health. And that's why he probably slid.
John, you want to talk about Elijah Surratt going to the Baltimore Ravens?
I mean, massive production over the last 3 years. I'm pretty sure he's led all of college football in receiving touchdowns. He's been right at the top in terms of total receptions. He's a bigger body guy. What is he, like 6'2", 215, somewhere in that neighborhood? Adds a physical, productive presence to a wide receiver room that I think has been lacking it. I mean, him. They tried with Tez Walker, and Tez Walker could not be a thing for them. And I think Elijah Surratt really does have an opportunity to carve out a meaningful outside role to allow Zay Flowers to continue to flourish kind of in the intermediate to underneath.
Okay. And then, Christian, you want to talk about Keontae Scott going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
It's an interesting fit because as JT was kind of talking about last night, Tampa's missing that free safety over the top. Winfield and Tyke Smith are more they are more comfortable around the line of scrimmage. That's what Keontae Scott is. So I'll be interested to see what his role is immediately in Tampa, because I think Scott's a plug and play guy, scheme dependent because of the stiffness athletically. But when he locks on and can trigger downhill, he lays the wood and makes his presence felt. So he's a Todd Bowles type of player, but with how he projects at the next level, they've already got two players in that defensive back room that kind of fill that role. So I'll be interested to see how Scott works in Tampa.
Okay, so the Chargers have traded up. Is there somebody that's dropping on your board that the Chargers need? And the reason that I ask, so the Chargers are trading up. They've taken Akeem Mesidor, Jake Slaughter, then Brennan Thompson. I'm looking at what they need. They need interior defensive line. They need corner. Is there a corner that is dropping that they need to go up and get? Like, is this a Will Lee the third pick, maybe? Steve, you're muted.
Could this be Malik Muhammad
That's right on.
or Abney? Keith Abney in that defense could be.
I like the Abney shout out. I think out of all the corners that we listed, he was the one that was higher by consensus.
You know who I hope, I don't remember, all the talk on draft professors, but kind of hoping before too long we see Charles Demings of Stephen F. Austin go. I do think Keith Abney and Muhammad probably will or should go before him, but I hope he finds a good spot, early on today.
The Jaguars, I think, just traded up with Carolina for pick 119. Yep.
Yeah, so there's teams that see a certain tier of players and they're like, oh, the last of our guys are there. We're moving up to go get somebody. So the Panthers, excuse me, did we say the Panthers moved up or the Jaguars moved up?
Well, I'm confused because
The Jaguars. Well, I think it was the Jaguars. That's what I'm seeing on my screen now.
Was it their pick to start with, or was that Carolina's? Because
Carolina.
the TV show in Jacksonville tracker is showing Panthers.
Okay. The ESPN tracker is showing Jags, so I don't know.
That makes me think it was the Panthers pick, and they traded it to the Jags.
Okay, so
it was Carolina's pick. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and which number is Carolina's pick?
19.
It just traded in
there it is.
in the NFL.com tracker.
Got it. So
119.
Jacksonville traded up to 119, which was Carolina's pick. The Lions are currently on the clock. The Jaguars have traded up for somebody. So Jacksonville so far has taken Nate Borkacher, the tight end from Texas A&M, Albert Regis, the defensive tackle from Texas A&M, Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon, and then Jalen Husky, the safety from Maryland. So I'm looking at that Jacksonville, and they need a wide receiver. They need corner. They also need a linebacker. Caleb Elarms or
Travis Burke just got announced to the Chargers.
So Travis Burke, the offensive tackle from Memphis, went at pick 117 to the Los Angeles Chargers. Christian, you want to talk about Travis Burke for a moment?
It's great value. I had a top 100 on him. Mountain of a man, 6'8", 7'8", 325, 10 and 1/8 inch hands, 35 and 1/8 inch arm, 83 and 3/8 inch wing. So he towers over defenders, elite length, fluid athlete, and just devastating power. But again, he's another developmental guy, but he's got a great skill set, one I really like as a developmental player. And with his style, mean streak, he's gonna fit nicely in a Jim Harbaugh offense.
That feels like so the Chargers have invested 2 premium picks in offensive tackles, right?
Yeah,
Because they have Slater.
they're
Go
not
ahead.
gonna watch that offensive line fall apart again.
Yeah.
Yep. So the Chargers draft has been Akeem Mesidor, Jake Slaughter, Brennan Thompson, Travis Burke. So between Slaughter and Burke, they've addressed 2 offensive line positions. They still have 4 picks left, and it wouldn't shock me if they select another guard. Right. Like on a Nez Cooper, a Caden Barnett, somebody like that. Just to make sure, like you said, that their offensive line doesn't fall apart again.
Bo Stevens would be just a classic Jim Harbaugh pick.
Yep.
Okay, so the Jags. So it's interesting that we have the Jags pick before the Lions pick. So I have the Lions at 118. I still don't know who they took, but Chris is telling us the Jaguars have selected Duke edge Wesley Williams. Steve, you have
Unless
anything
maybe
on-
he means the Lions did. I don't know. I don't see it on the tracker yet. Yeah, he might have meant that it's the Lions who took Wesley Williams, but give it a second, we'll see.
Detroit took Jimmy Rolder.
Oh,
Loading up on Michigan guys, hometown boys.
yeah.
Yep. So Detroit's
like that.
draft so far is Blake Miller, the offensive tackle from Clemson in round 1, Derek Moore, the edge from Michigan in round 2, Jimmy Rolder, the linebacker from Michigan in round 4. So back-to-back picks for Detroit, low moving expenses. It's only about a 45-minute drive on Interstate 94 to get from Ann Arbor to the Detroit practice facility. I used to work across the street from the Lions practice facility when I worked in Dearborn, Michigan. So low moving expenses, but the Rolder pick makes sense because Buffalo has 2 picks in round 4 and Rolder was in Buffalo for a visit. So Detroit knows who some of the other teams in the draft are targeting, and they're making sure that they get their guys. And really, that's the most important part about the draft. It's less about the big board, and it's most importantly, go get the guys that are going to help your team win football games. So we got the Jimmy Rolder pick, followed by the Wesley Williams pick. So Steve, you have anything on Wesley Williams?
Not a lot. As a matter of fact, I thought I remembered him as a tight end. I know he went to Virginia. I'll be honest, I don't have a lot on him.
So Christian, you have anything on Wesley Williams from Duke?
Yeah, he's quick but a little small. I'll be curious to see how he fits in Jacksonville. But Trayvon, he's a good situational pass rusher, I think, in Jacksonville behind what Trayvon Walker and Josh Hines Allen are clearly entrenched as their top 2 edge rushers. Wesley Williams is not a bad depth piece for him.
Yeah, so I have 6'3", 256, 9.5-inch hands, 31 and 7/8 inch arms.
As we get closer, I'm really surprised that Buffalo is still holding 125 and 126. I really thought having those 2 back-to-back picks that there was a good likelihood that one of those would have been traded up to go get somebody that they wanted, but we're only a few picks away. It looks like they might be sticking and picking back-to-back.
Yep. Brandon Beane loves his 4th-round picks.
Yep.
Some of it, he does better in round 4 than he does in round 2.
He does better in round 4 than he does in round 1. What are you talking about?
So the Packers pick is in at 120. The Steelers are on the clock at 121. We want to welcome everybody to the Draft Professors live coverage of day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft. My name's Jim, joined with Steve, John, and Christian. We are here at Draft Professors covering the draft every day. So this is just kind of like Christmas Day for us. We're a group of 90 people which podcast on the draft year round. So welcome. This is, like I said, it's Christmas for us. We're having the time of our lives here, everybody. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hit the subscribe, please, and thank you on YouTube, and you'll be notified of all of our college football content that we will have coming at you starting in May.
So we're having the time of our lives, Jim.
Oh, okay, you're right. I should not be speaking for
Except Bills
John.
fans.
So that's not John's happy look.
I'm having an existential crisis. This is not the time of my life. I'm joking. Obviously, I love the
The dentist is off the board. Packers took Dennis Sutton.
That is such a Packers pick.
Yeah.
Dennis Sutton to Green Bay makes a lot of
And
sense.
I have done that mock draft before.
Yep.
I have done Dennis Sutton to Green Bay.
Okay, the
they have been around
Steelers
earlier.
The Steelers just surprised me.
Okay, so the Packers draft has been Brandon Cisse, Chris McClellan, and then Danny Dennis Sutton. So they've gone corner, defensive tackle, edge. That feels like a very Packers-y draft. I think they still need to address interior offensive line. Newt has been saying that they need a center. There's definitely some good centers here. So we'll be doing some best available probably at the end of round 4. But we need to start talking about there haven't been as many centers drafted maybe as I would have thought. But thoughts on Dennis Sutton going to Green Bay, Christian?
Yeah, love it. I've been talking about the traits: great size, strength, physicality, good enough athleticism to win on the edge. But his bread and butter is going to be attacking the chest of blockers and utilizing that leg drive to collapse the pocket. But a little stiff at the top of his rush, but he is still someone who's going to set a physical edge and be a really good rotational piece. Great value for Green Bay here. And a great fit with Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah, so the Raiders are on the clock right now. And the Raiders have taken Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback from Indiana, Treydon Stukes, the safety from Arizona, Kieran Crawford, the edge from Auburn, Trey Zune, the center from Texas A&M, and Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee. The Raiders have this pick and 3 others. And I'm looking and I don't see a defensive tackle. And the Raiders need a big one technique. Like they were in the Caden McDonald sweepstakes. So what do we have like on the defensive tackle board? Like Capehart is still there.
What about Xavier Harris for them? You want to talk big? That's big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim,
Chris just put the pick in the chat, and I'm jumping for joy for Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, wow.
Taking Genty.
What a lethal duo at running back. Genty and Mike
Whoa.
Washington. I was going to pound the table for Skylar Bell here, but yeah, I love this pick here for the Raiders. It's gonna be clear. Genty's gonna get 20 carries. Mike Washington's gonna get 10. This is gonna be a very much a Clint Kubiak type of offense.
Okay. So like if you take a running back in round 4 when you took one in the top 10 the previous year, I have some questions, but Marcus, who is a Raiders draft professor, will actually be on in our post-draft coverage, and I'm going to ask him to justify that, but he wasn't a fan of the Genty pick, so he might actually like the Mike Washington pick. And then right after that, or excuse me, right before that, Caden Wetjen. Steve, we did a special teams podcast about 2 months ago. What do you want to tell everybody about Caden Wetjen going to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, so I certainly wouldn't have expected him to go in round 4. I had a late today grade on him, 7th round. Very similar in size with Brennan Thompson, just not the same speed. 5'9", about 193 pounds. A team leader. He is loved there for the Hawkeyes. He was a team captain. His route running is very strong, but of course, like you alluded to, he is an elite returner. He had 3 punt return touchdowns last year, 1 kick return touchdown. He has phenomenal short area acceleration. The thing is, I mean, like I said, what else can he add to Pittsburgh? I don't think a lot. Again, I feel he's a little undersized. He doesn't have very long arms. The catch radius is small, and he hasn't had a lot of opportunities. But in terms of the return game, this guy could very well be up there as one of the best returners in the league. I think Seattle will see that with Jadarian Price, who they took the end of Thursday night. But maybe he can develop into a very capable slot receiver.
So I want to give a shout out to Will and Sam Teets, who are Steelers fans in the Draft Professor group chat, because they don't like Pittsburgh's draft. And I'm going to tell you why. Here are the Steelers picks today. And Christian, I can already see Christian smiling. So Pittsburgh, Max Iheanacho, offensive tackle in round 1. Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver from Alabama in round 2. Drew Allar, the quarterback from Penn State, round 3. Dalen Everett, the corner from Georgia in round 3. Jennings Dunker, the guard from Iowa in round 3. Followed by Caden Wetchen, the wide receiver kick returner in round 4. So they've invested heavily in offense. Like, this is, but at the same time, like Steve, you pointed out, I would have thought they could have gotten Wetchen 30 picks later. Like, if you need to draft a kick returner, wait 30 picks and draft one. If that's the reason that you're drafting the kick returner, wait 30 picks.
And maybe I got to start valuing special teamers a little more heavily as far as my grading system goes. But, the last couple of years, the rule changes, return men are valuable. And Wetchen's going to, at minimum, be a serviceable, dynamic return man with the potential to become a little bit of a gadget guy on offense behind Metcalf, Pittman, and Bernard. So there's some upside.
Okay. So we're missing the Raiders pick at 122, Chris. The pick 123 for the Houston Texans is Clemson linebacker Wade Woodaz. Steve, you have anything on Wade Woodaz?
Yeah. So Clemson, 6'3", about 235 pounds. Ran a great 40, sub 4.6. He had a bunch of pressures in 24. I think 24 pressures. Didn't have a lot in 2025. He can get swallowed up by bigger linemen. There's not a lot of burst, not a lot of bend, but he is one of the better coverage linebackers, I think. He was a team captain. This is where, Christian, you just talked about special teams. You were leading with the return thing, but Jim, how many times have we talked that the guys want to make a roster and it's through the special teams? And I think that's where he's going to find his role. I had a day 3 grade on him, but he'll contribute on defense, but his way to making the 53 is going to be on special teams.
And at minimum, any Clemson linebacker is going to be a really good special teamer.
Yeah.
So Chris Connor did a great job of, whipping me back into shape. So I said we don't have pick 122. That was Mike Washington to the Raiders. So the Texans go Wade Woodaz. The Bears.
That feels personal, Jim.
Well, all good. But the Bears traded up ahead of Buffalo. So let's go look at Chicago's draft and see if we can figure out that, are they trying to snipe Buffalo from somebody? So the Bears have taken Dylan Thieneman, the safety, Logan Jones, the center, Sam Roush, the tight end, Xavier Thomas, the wide receiver. They need a defensive tackle, and they traded up ahead of Buffalo. Who are the best defensive tackles available for you right now, Christian?
I got Rayshon Benny from Michigan, Nick Barrett, South Carolina, Damani Capehart, Clemson, Zane Durant, Penn State. There's some good options on the board here that even if they do go defensive tackle here, Buffalo's got some good options ahead of them here if that's the direction they choose to go.
They won't.
So, Steve, any other defensive tackles that you'd be considering here?
I'm looking. Christian basically hit on my names. And we could talk. I mentioned Xavier Harris before. It's still a little early for me. The only one else I could think of is, man, I can't even hear myself talk over this lady. Would be probably Tim Keenan, maybe. A little on the smaller side. I mean, in terms of height, but the weight is there. Good leverage, very solid run defense grade. The work ethic was a question, but outside of, like I said, the guys that Christian mentioned, I mean, where do we start looking at Dante Corleone? It's got to be soon, right? If not now. Yeah, that covers all of what I've got.
So
I think
the
you
only
mentioned
other
Capehart.
name that I didn't hear is Cole Brevard. So, but I think that there's a couple of Bills draft professors that are a lot higher on Brevard than the consensus. But Cole Brevard played at Purdue, transferred to Texas. And when he played defensive tackle, he had to play it two different ways. What Purdue asked him to do and what Texas asked him to do were two different things. He had two different body compositions. So he has shown scheme versatility. He can play everything from a 0 all the way out to a 4-eye as a defensive tackle. So getting positional versatility in round 4 would be huge. We don't know who the pick is yet for the Bears. And this is pick 124 of round 4. You are watching live coverage of day 3 of the 2026 NFL draft on the Draft Professors. My name's Jim, joined by Christian, John, and Steve. So as we are closing out here, we have about 16 picks left in round 4. Christian, who are some of your best available other than Skylar Bell?
Oh, you do that too.
Why did you say his name?
Did me dirty like that.
Had to say his name. I was trying to not jinx it.
Yeah, I would say Emmett Johnson, Nebraska running back, Justin Jolie, NC State tight end, Billy Schroth, Notre Dame guard, Connor Lew, Auburn center, Sam Heck, Kansas State center, Max Llewellyn, Iowa edge, Joshua Josephs, Tennessee edge, Kyle Lewis, Pitt linebacker. I'm a big fan of his personally. And then Keith Abney, Chandler Rivers, Will Lee III.
So we may need to start talking about a landing spot for Kyle Lewis.
Here comes
a lot of people have him graded higher. What was that? I'm sorry, John.
Here comes Chicago pick. It's being announced right now.
We have the rich East, and we also like to grade them.
It's one of the international guys taking forever.
424 in the 2026 NFL draft. Los Chicago seleccionan.
So while we're waiting for the pick to come in, we need to start thinking about a landing spot for Kyle Lewis because I think he's graded a lot higher for most people than where he is here.
The Bears traded up from Malik Muhammad.
Okay. Well, and Brandon Beane did say in a press conference if there was another corner there, he would take them. But John, I'm looking at you right now as a Bills fan. I don't think Malik Muhammad was the Bills' target here.
I hope not.
The pick is in.
It's a really
125.
Yeah, 125 is in. They're on the clock for 126. It's a very interesting board. I mean, Buffalo has an opportunity to address a couple positions that they've been neglecting so far with some.
Yep.
All right,
so
the 126 pick is in as well. So we got back-to-back Bills picks coming up.
So my homer picks for Buffalo, I would like Caleb Elarms Orr.
Yeah.
And I would like Skylar Bell.
Yes.
But I will also settle for a defensive tackle. But I actually think we can get the defensive tackles we need in round 5.
I think at this point,
like I'm not worried about Capehart going right here.
No.
All right, here comes Buffalo. I'm prepared to be heard again.
John.
There we go.
Yes.
Skylar Bell. Welcome to Buffalo. Okay.
Better part of 36 hours.
Christian, you are probably the highest on Skylar Bell.
Prove it.
Bills Mafia what they are getting.
Yeah, I got a top 75 on Bell. So productive with. I mean, you could argue Bell's going from some of the worst quarterback play in college football last year to the best quarterback play in the NFL. So insane production his entire career at UConn, but especially this year where he really popped. I think I've been saying this for a while. I think he runs the best slant route of any receiver in this draft. I think he's going to be at minimum a wide receiver 3 in Buffalo behind DJ Moore and Khalil Shakir. But I'm a big fan of his upside. 10-inch hands. He catches everything. So I love it. This is insane value for Scott Bell. Someone I would have taken round 2.
And Buffalo was in on Skylar Bell. Like they had him in for multiple visits. So there were multiple documented visits between Buffalo and Skylar Bell. So Christian, Skylar Bell, X wide receiver, slot wide receiver, how would you use him in an offense?
Yes. I think you
Yes.
could put him, I think you could put him anywhere.
Yep.
But you
Steve, you agree?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep. I think I look at him, the size profile is a little similar. I have it like the way teams would have used Omar Cooper Jr., right? You see him maybe contributing as a slot, but you move him around. Yeah, I mean, congratulations. This is a great pick for you.
honestly, I see
Bell
some DJ
return
Moore.
kicks.
Absolute A+ pick. I mean, the value. Listen, Christian, I'm right with you. He was a top 75 guy for me. I would have been fine with him at 66.
Yep.
Like I would have been completely fine with that being the pick there. And to get him all the way down at 125. I mean, this is a guy who led college football in receptions. Great after the catch, runs a nasty slant route, which is exactly what you want to see in this Buffalo offense. Just a hoover of a receiver, catches everything. Like he said, the massive hands. Like I love this because I love the versatility of alignments that they have in the wide receiver room now. You can put him, DJ Moore, Khalil Shakir anywhere in the formation and let them cross people up, scheme guys open, get them the ball, let them run after the catch. And this takes pressure off of Joshua Palmer having to perform, although I still am intrigued by what he can bring to this offense. And like was mentioned, his ability in the return game. Oh my God, they just took Caleb Elarm-Zor.
That's one of your
Brandon.
guys.
You are redeeming
Your
yourself
draft just
so
became
much
an
there.
A+.
I think Brandon
Yeah,
was
so-
listening to the podcast.
So Steve,
fucking
you
better
love
be.
Caleb Elarm-Zor. So Steve, take this
Oh.
one and tell Bills Mafia what they just got.
Oh, I'm
They-
sending.
They took a guy I wish I would have had instead of Cade Klubnik. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I love a lot of pieces out of that TCU defense. Bud Clark and Elam-Zor, really great run defender. He's got almost 2,000 career snaps logged. He could cover backs in the open field. He can get after the tight ends. He's super athletic. Just reliable. I mean, you took a look at him in the Senior Bowl, and he just woke everybody up. Yeah, you could see maybe be a little more physical at the point of attack, but and he doesn't have interceptions. I don't care. I just put your draft as an A+, just on the last two picks. I am extremely jealous. I hate you.
So Buffalo needed a linebacker. Now, do you see, Steve, would you see Caleb Elarm-Zor in a 3-4 defense? Do you see him as a guy that wears a green dot? Do you see him as an outside linebacker? Like, how would you use him in a defense?
Middle. He's just a solid Mike to me. Put the green dot on him.
And John, your thoughts on Buffalo selecting linebacker Caleb Elarm-Zor from TCU?
Oh my God, I feel like I could cry after the first couple picks. Like, listen, I liked TJ Parker. I like that pick. I'm fine with it. I have questions about the fit a little bit and the fact that this is the exact same prototype that we just continue to draft. There's no versatility with the pass rushers. So that is a concern for me, right? It's the same build. It's the same prototype. Brandon Beane just hates guys with bend, apparently. I don't understand the problem there. But the last two picks, I mean, I would have had this as like a B- to C+ draft before those last two, and now it's like a B+ to A-. Like, I love those last two picks. Caleb's Elarm-Zor, they had him in the building. He was a Senior Bowl guy. Very aggressive, triggers hard, plays with physicality. I am in love with that linebacker pick. If you weren't going to get Jacob Rodriguez in round 2, coming back and get Caleb Elarm-Zor in round 4, very happy about that.
Anytime you can come away with a starter on day 3 is a win. I think Buffalo just got 2 of them.
I agree. They got backups with their first 3 picks and then 2 starters in round 4. I don't understand.
So Buffalo has 3 picks left, 2 in round 5, 1 in round 7. So Buffalo's draft so far is TJ Parker, the edge from Clemson, Davison Igbinison, the corner from Ohio State, Jude Bowery, offensive tackle from Boston College, Skylar Bell, the wide receiver from UConn, Caleb Elarms Orr, the linebacker from TCU. And we didn't really break down the Malik Muhammad pick with the anticipation of the Bills pick. So let's come back to Malik Muhammad joining Chicago. Christian, you want to tell the Bears fans what they got?
Physically imposing, despite just average to below average size, he is physical. I thought he projected better inside, but I would guess they're going to play him out on the perimeter because Kyler Gordon's pretty well established as their nickel. So I will be interested to see how this plays out. But Dennis Allen likes tough guys, whether it's big physical defensive linemen or handsy, aggressive, competitive corners, and that's Malik Muhammad fits that bill. So good pick here from a really good player. He's just outside my top 100. I will be curious to see how he gets utilized, though.
Okay, so San Francisco at pick 127 has selected Washington offensive tackle Carver Willis. So, Christian, you have anything on Carver Willis?
Yeah, if you could show Sam's comment below, that's kind of where I'm at as well. Yeah, he's going to move inside the next level and just a little too stiff to play on a tackle, but move him inside. Got good hand usage, good power. They're going to like him. They're going to like him inside. He's a good fit in the Shanahan scheme.
So, and San Francisco still has 2 more picks in this round. So San Francisco already selected Grayson Halton in round 4. Then they selected Carver Willis in round 4. They still have 2 more round 4 picks. So 4 total round 4 picks for the 49ers. So, okay. So right now the Bengals traded back, right? I think this was originally the Jets pick. Yeah. So this is one of the Jets picks that was traded up for Cade Klubnik. So we will be able to troll Steve as to who could have been a Jet instead of Cade Klubnik. Steve, I'm glad that made you smile.
No, it didn't, because I just saw who the Bengals took, and it should have been a Jets pick.
Okay, so Cincinnati has selected Cassius Howell in round 2, DeCario Davis in round 3. They have 2 round 4 picks as a result of the Jets trading up for Cade Klubnik. I haven't seen. Oh, look at this, Connor Lew.
Great pick.
So, Steve, tell us about Connor Lew. Okay. Christian, tell us about Connor Lew.
No, okay, go to Christian, then I'll come back.
Prior to his injury, he was top 20 on my board. I think he is, injuries, lower body injuries to players his size are concerning. He's probably not going to be ready right away. But as long as everything checks out and he gets back to his pre-injury form, he is going to be a 10, 12-year starter in the NFL and going to get to multiple Pro Bowls. He's a really good player. And if you want to keep Joe Burrow happy, you better shore up his protection. One more injury, and Cincinnati's drafting a quarterback. And Lew is good. Lew's going to get the job done. Really good athlete, great communicator, still really young, too. So he's still there. He's clearly on the ascension. So this is an excellent, excellent pick for Cincinnati. I've actually been really impressed with the draft.
And so, yeah, I mean, he won't turn 21 until August. And I love these offensive linemen that were wrestlers.
Yes.
Yep. And didn't the Bengals draft Seth McLaughlin from Ohio State last year?
I
don't think he got drafted, but I think he ended up there.
Okay, so he signed as a UDFA there.
I believe.
Got it. Okay. So that doesn't prevent you from drafting Connor Lew. Okay, Got it. I was trying to look at like the investment at center. So 40 games as we have a lot of people watching, and it's been tremendous for the number of people that have watched the Draft Professor live feed for the 2026 NFL Draft. If you are watching, can you drop into the chat what state you are watching from? Just let us know who you are, where you're from. We appreciate all of you. We would probably do this if nobody was listening, just because we love the draft so much. But the fact that there are so many of you watching, this is absolutely incredible. So thank you so much. My name's Jim, joined by Steve, John, and Christian. Draft Professors is a group of a group of 90 podcasters where we podcast on college football and the NFL draft year round. So
I just want to go back to Buffalo because obviously I do. Elarm's or what he provides in run is incredible. Imagine what this haul could have been like if they had Caden McDonald. Like Caden McDonald to plug the middle, taking up double teams, and then allowing Elarm Zor to flow and penetrate from behind him. Like that would have been my A+, Steve. Like I know that you're very happy with what this draft class is for Buffalo, but it can't get over an A- because of that to me. Like what they could have done on run defense would have been just absolutely phenomenal. But still,
well, Buffalo's hitting it out of the park for me. But so Carolina, this is very interesting, right? So Carolina has selected Monroe Freeling, Lee Hunter, and Chris Brazel in rounds 1, 2, and 3. So Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle, Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Chris Brazel, wide receiver. Now, corner is not on the list of Panthers' needs, but they just selected corner Will Lee from Texas A&M. And I want to remind everybody, you can never have enough corners. Right? Will Lee III, his nickname is the Blanket. I'm surprised that he was here at the back of round 4 based upon the scouting reports. But John, do you have anything on Will Lee III from Texas A&M?
I really don't. I mean, to be just totally transparent, I got a little bit of a late start in my scouting and outside of the top 100 or so, I'm a little bit thin on my scouting.
No problem. Steve, do you have anything on Will Lee III?
Yeah, so started his career at Kansas State, spent the last 2 years at Texas A&M. 6'2", he's a little light. He's under 190 pounds. Good ball skills both in 2024 and 2028. Where he's incredible is he's got nearly an 80-inch wingspan. He's a very physical press man corner. He's got the fluidity in the hips that you want to see. Again, a little slow on shedding his blocks, but yeah, I think this is a great value. I mean, like I said, the weight is a little light, but the length is there. I thought he could go late day 2. So this is a good spot for him. 4 interceptions in his college career. So an interesting pick.
Yep. And it's what's important about making interesting picks here is this is why you just draft good players. Cornerback is the most often injured position on a football team. So the likelihood that you're going to just have 2 starting corners through 17 games in the playoffs. Buffalo literally had an injury to a corner. They had to put Dane Jackson on the field for 1 play, and it was a touchdown, and it cost Buffalo the playoff game. Right? So a backup corner cost them, right? That was who the offense picked on. Like as soon as the corner got hurt, they immediately attacked the backup. You need good backup corners. If you have a weak corner, that's who everybody attacks. And I just think back to like Terrell Buckley being picked on. I remember seeing like Michael Irvin against, I believe it was Terrell Buckley, was never a good matchup for Buckley. He was right, but he was like the worst starting cornerback in the league kind of thing. But so the Dolphins have selected edge Trey Moore from Texas. So this is the earliest I have seen Trey Moore go with all of like the mock drafts that we did. So he goes in round 4 to Miami. Christian, what do you have on Trey Moore from Texas?
Yeah, he super productive his first couple of years at UTSA, but transferred into Texas, just never quite found his footing. It didn't feel like, but I think as peak, he's going to be a rotational player and a really good special teamer. This is another special teams type of pick here for Miami, I think.
Usually you make those picks in rounds 6 and 7, not in round 4.
Mm-hmm. But there is some upside though with Trey. He 35 and a half tackles for loss and 14 sacks in 2 years as a star at UTSA. So there is production that can be unlocked in the right with the right coaching. So maybe they develop him into something, but I think Trey's got there's a reasonable floor to expect from him.
John, I saw you nodding your head at the Genesis Smith pick, I'm assuming. Maybe you were nodding your head at something else.
No, it was about Genesis Smith. He's someone that I like. I thought that he had a chance to go earlier, especially the way that he started this season. He has the production profiles at like 4 interceptions, 8 pass breakups back to 2024. He's athletic. He's big. He's 6'2", 204. Good in man coverage. I like his eyes. I like his range. I think that he's a very good safety for this stage of the draft. I think that there's a lot of upside with that pick. And you put him in the same room as Derwin James, and that's certainly very interesting.
It's a great compliment to Derwin's skill set. Derwin's your box guy, run defender, and just put Genesis Smith in deep third away from the ball, whereas tackling can't or won't be exploited near as frequently. Let him sit in the deep third and play free safety and show off those ball skills.
Yep. Good sideline to sideline range. The only thing is his tackling needs to get a little better.
Yeah, that's definitely going to keep him off the field in the short term. But if he can cut that missed tackle percentage in half, I think he's a player who's going to make an impact on all 3 downs. But just the tackling is a liability, and if that doesn't improve, it's going to force some teams to take him off the field.
All right, guys, I think this is where I'm going to bid you adieu. I got a 6.5-hour drive ahead of me from Pittsburgh back home. So I think now that Buffalo's made their round 4 picks, I think now's a good time to start packing up and getting out of my car.
Well, so John, have a safe trip back. I believe it's to Michigan, right?
Yep.
Okay. So travel safe. It's been awesome having you on the podcast. And if you want to catch more of John's draft takes, he will be on Monday nights in May, and he will be part of the group that is covering the SEC. And Steve's part of the Tuesday group that covers the Big Ten, and Christian's part of the Wednesday group that covers the ACC. So we will have 3/4 of Power 4 are represented right here on this podcast. So, John, it's been a pleasure. And we will see you on the podcast again soon. So thank you so
Thanks
much.
for having me on. I'm really excited to find a way to get UConn wide receiver into SEC talk. That's going to be great. So y'all have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the day. I'll catch up with you guys soon.
Thank you.
All right, see you.
Yeah, so, okay, that must have been – Chris must have had that in his cache because that was a pick from yesterday, right? Or maybe somebody was talking about Oscar Delp earlier.
Might have been because Jeremiah Wright just came on the TV.
Yeah, I got a little confused there for a second, but
Delp went yesterday.
Auburn guard Jeremiah Wright, welcome to New Orleans.
Yeah.
So the Saints have had a busy draft. So the Saints have selected wide receiver Jordan Tyson in round 1. Defensive tackle Kristen Miller in round 2, tight end Oscar Delp in round 3, followed by guard Jeremiah Wright of Auburn in round 4. The Saints have 4 more draft picks after this. So this draft to me feels like it makes a lot of sense. I know that when we were looking at like the Jordan Tyson pick, we were saying, hey, that the Saints have to address the defense. But when you have a young quarterback like Tyler Shuck, you want to make sure that that he's your guy. So surrounding him with a wide receiver, a tight end, and a guard, I could even see the Saints investing 1 more pick on offensive line here. Just make sure that you are surrounding your quarterback with enough talent that you have the right evaluation of him.
And so you can go into next year in a potentially quarterback-rich draft, knowing you're going to know if Shuck's your guy or not by Thanksgiving.
Yep. And, a couple of, okay. So one of the things that I've learned, like listening to, let's say, Brandon Beane talk during the preseason, right, one of the things that he says is it's really important to have high quality backups in camp during preseason. He said, even if you're going to cut them, he says, and that's because when you're trying to evaluate preseason, he says, if you don't have a good offensive line, there's no way you could evaluate the quarterback or the running back. There's just no way, right? So you need quality players to evaluate if you have quality players, right? It's just one of those things. So I'm always a huge fan of, like, make sure you get your in-house evaluations right. The number one thing that a GM has to do is get the evaluations of the players that are in your building correct. Evaluating players in the draft is difficult because they don't play for you. You may not know the coach that they play for, or you may not like the coach that they play for, but you somehow have to find a way to evaluate them. Whereas players that are in your building, you know what their work habits are. You see what time they're showing up. You see what time they're leaving. You see how they interact with your teammates. Get those evaluations right. So,
So Baltimore's
okay, so
pick is in. I've been kind of waiting for them to do something like this, right? I mean, even though it's a new coaching staff, you still have the same front office. Kind of been waiting for them to go tight end.
yeah, and Matthew Hibner, good story here. So he's a tight end from SMU. He went in round 4 to the Baltimore Ravens. So, there were a lot of tight ends in this draft class. Like, we've had way more tight ends drafted than running backs. Like, it's not even close. I think at this point, the ratio might be 5-1 or 4-1, right? Because I think we've
Yeah.
only had 4 running backs go. And are we up to like 12 or 16 tight ends? So,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll
one of you
check it
guys,
out soon.
yeah.
Yeah.
But Hibner was a couple of draft professors' sleeper tight end, meaning that, okay, after that first tier, so the first tier of tight ends is off the board, but he was a few of the draft professors. He was their favorite in this tier where, after all those other guys go, they think Hibner's going to get drafted. Like, Hibner gets drafted ahead of Emmett Johnson, right? He has been selected ahead of Roman Hemby. He's been selected ahead of both Penn State running backs. Right. So, congratulations, Matthew Hibner. Welcome to the NFL. Welcome to the Baltimore Ravens. So Atlanta is on the clock right now. Atlanta's draft so far has been cornerback Avion Terrell in round 2, Zachariah Branch in round 3. They need a defensive tackle and they need a linebacker. Is there a linebacker here that you like, Christian, in round 4? Or would you wait later in the draft to address linebacker at this point?
I think Bryce Betcher's worth taking here. I like him as a really good run defender. I still cannot believe Kyle Lewis has made it this far.
Yep.
Ooh, okay.
What about
so wait a
Deontay
second.
Lawson? That's another name.
Yeah, Lawson. If you can guarantee me he gets back to his 2023, 2024 form, yes, absolutely. I did not see enough. I did not see the same juice athletically though that last year. So it just doesn't look like he's healthy yet.
Question for you guys: Avion Terrell, boundary or slot? For
I think he
Atlanta.
can. I think he could do both, but my guess, I think he's going to be boundary.
It was a linebacker. So the pick is linebacker Kendall Daniels from Oklahoma going to Atlanta. This makes sense. So Kendall Daniels is a safety converted to linebacker. I think the missed tackle rate on Daniels rivals Genesis Smith. So this is the missed tackle tier of round 4. But Steve, you have anything else in Kendall Daniels?
I actually, this one surprises me because I didn't have a draftable grade on him. The missed tackle bothered me.
Great. Yeah, I think you were one of the lowest draft. Well, you're not the lowest, but you and I have had the Kendall Daniels conversation before. But
yeah, the missed tackles. I mean, the size is fine, but I fully expect Scott to hear me and rush on and tell me why I'm crazy. But yeah, I don't know. The 20, a lot of tackles for a loss, but the production to me is a question here. But
Now, the height and weight, like Daniels, I'm gonna try to make sure that I get the height weight right here. So he is 6'5", 242. So Jerry Ostrowski thought that Kendall Daniels might be able to play edge. Like he looked because Jerry watches a lot of Oklahoma. Now, Christian, what's your overall like assessment of the player, Kendall Daniels, the linebacker from Oklahoma?
Yeah, yes, Smith's tackles are a problem, but I see a player who's got great anticipation, really good burst. He's got the mental stuff figured out. So I think he's going to have a role to some degree, just because he sees things before they happen. But yeah, he's got to clean up the missed tackles.
do you know this is
Christian,
like
you're gonna like
literally,
pick 35,
yep.
right?
This
The
is
run on
literally
linebackers
Daniels'
continues.
third position.
Say that again, Steve.
Yeah, this was his Daniels. This is his third position. He was a
So he went-
safety. He was a wide receiver, and then
Uh-huh.
he became a wide receiver. Okay, there you go.
Christian,
This-
you're up for pick 135. Bryce Betcher, the linebacker from Oregon.
Yeah, multiple
In
sport background,
Indianapolis Colts.
baseball and football. Just really good, really instinctual as a run defender. Take a little on the small side. He's got improved taking on contact. Doesn't offer much in coverage. His eyes can deceive him sometimes, but I think he's comfortable working in space. But this guy who's incredibly smart, incredibly instinctual. He has a great feel for spacing and positioning.
And it's funny, just as you were saying that there were highlights of him on the TV that's just behind my monitor. And they were showing that awareness of space, and it led to an interception.
Yep.
So good timing there. So we have the New Orleans Saints back on the clock, and then Dallas, Miami, San Francisco, Cincinnati, and that will close out round 4. And round 4 took just over 2 hours. So I look forward to the NFL speeding up the picks in rounds 5, 6, and 7.
Bettger is a little on the older side, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yep.
I think.
So why don't we take a few minutes and talk about some of the guys' names who are going to get called in round 5. I'm going to start with just, again, some players that maybe you don't hear other podcasts talk about, but we're draft professors. We talk about all these guys year round. So wide receiver, I'm going to shout out Bryce Lance from North Dakota State. I am going to shout out Deion Burks from Oklahoma. I am going to shout out Malik Benson from Oregon. Those are 3 names that I'm expecting to hear in rounds 5 and 6. Christian, you want to tell everybody about some defensive linemen that they're going to hear their names called, in rounds 5 and 6?
Yeah, I would take. I'm kind of surprised Rayshon Benny from Michigan still on the board here. Damani Capehart, Clemson, Zane Durant, a really good athlete from Penn State, Nick Barrett, South Carolina. I'm not as nearly high on Tim Keenan, but teams do like he could be a good interior penetrator at nose. As long as teams are okay with the medicals on Dante Corleone, he's a potential option. Landon Robinson, Navy, Renee Conga, Louisville, a couple sleepers that could be intriguing options.
So, Steve, there's a lot of good defensive backs I think that we're going to hear in the next couple of rounds. I know Jalen Kilgore hasn't been taken yet. You want to talk about some of the other defensive backs?
Yeah, so that's my favorite. He has the versatility. He can play corner or safety. He's young, recently 21 years old. He has the side, the speed, the ball skills. Trying to think of another. We did hear Genesis Smith. Zakee Wheatley was a safety out of Penn State. Jim and you talked about one-on-one back in, I think it was September or October. Great anticipation and coverage. He had several interceptions, good tackler, outstanding run defender, no penalties at all in his career. The one thing I will say, he does need to be a bit more physical. A guy that I have liked, who I had on my board. I know he's gotten. They messed around with him a little bit at USC this past season, but that's Kamari Ramsey, 6 foot 202, very low missed tackle rate. I think you could trick his eyes a little bit, but that being said, he's able to diagnose plays very quickly. Very good. Excuse me. Very good downhill trigger. Not a lot of interceptions, but that's okay because I just like the coverage, and he's a good tackler. So those are three safeties that I would expect to hear. I mean, we do have 5 picks left. We might hear one. I mean, granted, Dallas I don't think needs a safety. Miami certainly
Sam
could look.
Fran does. Yeah.
Okay. But anyway,
actually,
certainly round.
Yeah. So actually, Michael Taff is still available, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess I can't bring up Taff unless Owen is here to talk me through it. But yeah,
And Michael
I mean,
Taff
one
in
of
Cincinnati would make sense.
it would. Former walk-on. He's a little undersized. The arms are a little short. The missed tackle rate greatly improved 2025 versus 2024. He cut it by like 65%. He is a leader. He diagnoses very quickly. He cut out the penalties too. He did miss some time because of a hand injury. I think it was a thumb, but he also offers really good value on special teams.
And Christian, there's some really good offensive linemen that we're probably going to hear in rounds 5 and 6.
Yeah, still a couple centers that are intriguing options. Brian Parker from Duke, Matt Goldman, Michigan State. Guy I'm particularly high on. Sam Heck, Kansas State. I would not be opposed if the Philadelphia Eagles decide to make a move up and go get him as kind of a center guard versatility option. Billy Schroff, Notre Dame. The injuries are going to knock him down, but I think he's a starter at the next level. Logan Taylor, Boston College. Inez Cooper, Miami. There's Bo Stevens, Iowa. There are a lot of intriguing options in the trenches on both sides.
Okay. And then Anthony Russo, your guy, Bryce Lance, is joining the New Orleans Saints. So New Orleans has spent 3 picks on weapons for Tyler Shuck. So Jordan Tyson round 1, Oscar Delp round 3, Bryce Lance from North Dakota State in round 4. So Bryce Lance, if you watched summer scouting on the Draft Professor, we were talking about Bryce Lance in May before it was cool. Right? So I think everybody at this point knows who Bryce Lance is because he had Cole Payton throw into him and he was, lighting college football on fire. But Bryce Lance, he is a dominant X receiver. He has everything you want in a prototypical X with the size. He can stretch the field vertically. Anything else you want to add on Bryce Lance, Christian?
Yeah, legit 4.3 speed. Take top off the defense type of speed. Just has to clean up his route running technique, but he knows how to get stack defenders and get behind him and separate. He's going to stretch the field for New Orleans in a way that's going to benefit Tyler Shuck.
And he doesn't drop balls.
Yes, he catches everything.
And I like that also because you're hedging Tyson's injuries, right? So like if you draft 2 receivers and one of them emerges, it's a good pick, right? Because your wide receiver 1 is going to play 75% of your offensive snaps. So if one of Lance and Tyson breaks out, great for New Orleans. If both do, okay, you're going to have to see every team in the NFC South start investing in some corners.
And it's not just Tyson's injury, but Olave's too.
Right. Thank you. I was going to bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah, and that doesn't even include the guys they already had in the room. You're exactly right. Yep.
I got a little interested there because I have ESPN on one screen. They say Cowboys pick is in, and then they start showing Cole Payton. And I was like, wait a minute, did they take Cole Payton? No, I guess maybe it was the reaction to Bryce Lance being selected.
Okay.
Yeah, but that threw me off for a second there.
Yeah, so the Cowboys are on the clock right now. Dallas, this is their 3rd round 4 pick. So they've selected Caleb Downs, Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State, Malachi Lawrence, the edge from UCF, Jayshon Barham, edge/linebacker from Michigan, Drew Shelton, offensive tackle from Penn State, Devin Moore, the corner from Florida.
I think they
I
need a
think Dallas
linebacker.
can use another corner, and I also think Dallas can use a linebacker.
I'm definitely
Is there-
mad if they pick who I think they should pick.
Who should they pick, Christian?
I'm not going to say because I don't want to. With my luck, I'll be right.
Red Murdoch? Steve, what linebackers do you have on your board right now?
Kyle Louis.
Ooh. I do like Kyle Lewis. I think they need a bounce. Well, no, but they have Devin
They
Moore,
probably
so-
need something. All right. Who is still out there on my board? Red Murdoch brought up.
Duggar.
I have Lawson down further. And then anybody else, I think, you can, well, you know what? Nothing would surprise me, but later on, I would expect to see Aiden Fisher, Lander Barton.
Ooh.
I could see them going. I mean, Barton would be an interesting fit, just the way he hits.
Aiden Fisher, this is the range for some draft professors.
Yeah, I mean, he's a round fiver for me, so we're really at the cusp. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. It's defensive lineman LT Overton. Welcome
Ooh.
to Dallas. Christian, you want to tell everybody about LT Overton?
Yeah, good pick for him. It's physical run defender. I think he's going to slide inside in sub packages and rush the passer from the interior. That's where at least he looked more comfortable rushing the passer when he put his hand in the dirt. But in a Christian, I brought this up with EJ on Thursday nights when we were talking about Fangio fits. LT Overton, I like him as a three tech, as a 3-4 tackle. With his maybe add 10 pounds, add a little more bulk to him. But yeah, this is a good pick for Dallas. He can impact the game in a number of ways.
And 3 of Dallas's picks have been defensive linemen. Jayshon Barham, Malachi Lawrence, LT Overton, right? And going into the draft, we knew that Dallas needed to address their defensive line. So again, I love when teams see that they have a weakness and they're going to constantly draft guys, and the likelihood that all 3 work out is low. But as long as one of them does, you've actually solved the problem on your roster, right? Now I do call it binge drafting, right? Because the problem is that, okay, well, Dallas, maybe they needed more corner depth or they needed more depth at running back, or just insert positions here. So like there's a flaw with binge drafting, but from a short-term standpoint, as long as one of Lawrence, Barham, or Overton hits, Dallas has likely sustained their depth on their defensive line, kind of thing. So
I think you hit it, because I mean, they've got their edges, Lawrence, right? Barham, they just took Overton. I don't want to get ahead. It's in the chat, but Miami just got a name off.
I was scared this is who Dallas was going to take. I'm so glad. I was so glad that I'm kind of relieved I can see Lewis be off.
Well, I would have preferred.
I know he's not an option for Philly, so I know that part's out of it. Just do not go to the division.
I would have preferred he went to Dallas than he goes to Miami. So either way, man, some green and white team wasn't going to be happy, but I mean, good for him. I'll be honest with you. We were doing some game previews. Yeah, I guess it was game previews. One of my favorite linebackers, who I think will be going into 2027, was his former running mate, Rasheem Biles, who went from Pitt to Texas. But that's where I got turned on with Kyle Lewis. But 6 foot, 220 pounds. I think the biggest question is where does he fit based on that size, right? So he has outstanding blitz ability. He can make some splash plays, but is he going to be a joker? Or, will somebody, well, now you've got Jeff Hatley, will he play him at linebacker? Is he going to play him at slot? Is he going to play him at safety? The man-to-man is certainly there, but he does have a pretty high missed tackle rate, even though it got cut down. Jim, while you were out, I was telling Christian how during our Thursday night work when we had been talking about I forget what game it was. It was probably the West Virginia, the barn burner, and that I really like Rasheem Biles, who moved over to Texas. But we had a good conversation on Kyle Louis, who is now a Miami Dolphin, unfortunately.
Well, and if we look at Miami's draft, okay, so Steve and I are both fans of teams in the AFC East, right? Steve's a Jets fan. I'm a Bills fan. And Miami came into this draft with a lot of picks. Now, I'm trying to figure out, okay, if I'm taking, right, this is a new coach, new GM. I'm like, I want to make sure the trenches are solid. Miami's only drafted Caden Proctor as an offensive tackle. And there's Trey Moore is listed as an edge, but I think there's a debate. Is Trey Moore an outside linebacker or is he an edge? Right? He's not. If you want to count him as a trench player, go right ahead. Now, Miami did invest a couple of draft picks at defensive tackle last year because they got Kenneth Grant. So, and I love Kenneth Grant, so I love that pick. And they also drafted Jonas Savanea last year. But Savanea didn't have a good year.
No.
Now, you could put Savanea next to Proctor, and then maybe you're ready to move, right? You got some mass on that side of the offensive line.
And on the other side, you still have Patrick Paul, who, I think a lot of the Miami fans were concerned over the transition from Armstead. But I think Patrick Paul, both coming out of college and what he did for the Dolphins, is a little understated. And, I think he's been a good player. But the thing about the Dolphins have made 8 picks and they have 5 more to go. I mean, are they going to really roster 13 players in one draft? I don't know.
And to your point about Patrick Paul, Steve, I really hope Miami does what I want Proctor's drafting team to do, and that's move him inside. And if you look at what John Eric Sullivan comes from Green Bay. What do the Packers? What's a must for Green Bay offensive linemen? Versatility. Got to be able to play tackle. Got to be able to move inside and play guard. So I think it's at minimum he's going to get reps inside. I think that's almost like a sure thing. Whether it works or not, we'll see. But I do think I think personally, I think Proctor projects better inside. I've got him as a guard on my board.
Same.
And I think in Miami, that's where I think it's where he fits with Paul and Jackson and Austin Jackson pretty well solidified as their starting tackles.
Yeah, so with the last pick of round 4, San Francisco selected Ephesians Prysock, the corner from Washington. Definitely getting a corner that's got long arms, and he'll check a few of the boxes of the height, the weight, the long arms that you want in an NFL corner. Maybe some
the
of
run
the lateral
support
movement. Yeah.
Yep.
So some of the lateral movement may be questioned, maybe a little bit stiffness. But as we get to this point of the draft, I have a checklist that I go through for teams, right? Like, is it a good draft? So for a good draft for me, you'll always need to take a corner. If your team doesn't draft one corner a year, you're probably going to have cornerback depth problems in 2 years. You need to select a corner every year. You need to select a lineman on both sides of the line. So as I look at San Francisco's draft, Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Romello Height, edge. You got the defensive line check. You got Kalen Black, running back from Indiana. Grayson Halton, defensive tackle from Oklahoma, another defensive line check. You got Carver Willis, offensive tackle from Washington. So offensive line check, and then you get Ephesians Prysock, cornerback from Washington. You get the defensive back check box. So Green Bay is checking my boxes, right?
Yep.
Make sure that those positions on the roster have depth that you can work with. So I'm liking what San Francisco is doing. I'm also noticing that they have scouted Washington because their last 2 picks have been from the University of Washington.
And then
Okay.
Cincinnati closed out round 4 with Colby Young. That was an interesting pick. He's not a burner, but I think he struggles a little against physical press corners. But he's got great character. He knows how to read the defensive back. The size is there. I mean, what a great story. I think I read something that he's one of like 14 children or something like that. But yeah, Colby comes from Kirby, and that, I guess, closes us out of round number 4. With that, Jim, I unfortunately have to bid you adieu. So I would like to say thank you again for letting me put my feet up here for the last 2 days. Christian, always good to spend time with you. You know how much I think of you and what you've done here, Jim. And hey, let's do it again sometime, shall we?
I'll see you in about a week, right?
Yeah, about a week. But have a good rest of the weekend. Enjoy the remaining 3 rounds, boys.
Hey, Steve, thank you so much for everything that you do.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yep. So Chris and I are going to hold the fort down for as long as we can, and then it will be probably just me for a little bit. But one of the things about Colby Young that should be stated, so because we've covered him in this channel several times. So Colby Young, as a wide receiver, is 6 feet 4 inches tall, and he weighs 218 pounds. Okay. So he's a red zone weapon. So you may not need him from your goal line to the to your opponent's 20, but once you get inside the red area, you're going to like having Colby Young. He's going to be able to go up and get the ball. So, obviously he doesn't really profile to be a tight end, but if you think of isn't Darren Waller on the Bengals right now?
I don't know if he has a team or not.
No, it's not Darren Waller. They have a different tight end.
Gesicki. I think I get Mike Gesicki.
Right. So you think of what Mike Gesicki's role is, and Colby Young could probably be used in a similar way. Do you have anything additional there on Colby Young?
I think I think he could project as an X. His strides are so long, so he's able, even though his top end speed is average, his long strides help him build speed, build momentum, and help him separate from defenders once he can stack them. So he's going to be at his best in the red area and where he can go and climb the ladder. But I do see potential if he can work down the field with his long strides abilities to get some separation.
So, Christian, have you met Ben before?
We've done once. We've done one pot. We did Epic.
I was going to say,
we did.
I think the 2 of you made your debut the same week. It may have even been the same podcast. Ben, welcome to the Draft Professor's live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. We are covering day 3. How are you doing today?
Not so bad. I figured we're about to get a big run of Browns picks coming up here. So, I wanted to hop on and react to these live with you guys. Yeah, I'm kind of, my head's all over the place right now because, I'm trying to track who's picked at the moment. I'm trying to keep up with my board. But, yeah.
Well, we can help. So we've had 2 picks go off the board in round 5 while Christian and I were talking with Ben. Kamari Ramsey, top pick around 5, goes to the Houston Texans. And then Fernando Carmona, offensive lineman, probably guard from Arkansas, goes to the Tennessee Titans. So let's start with Kamari Ramsey. A lot of people have him graded higher. He goes to Houston. Houston came into the draft needing a safety. Ben, what do you think of Kamari Ramsey?
I think Kamari Ramsey is a very solid player. In terms of like technique and footwork. Sometimes I think there's some stuff that needs to be cleaned up. Also zone coverage technique as well. Like sometimes he's a little bit labored to pass off routes and get to where he needs to be. Like there's a fluidity element that's a little bit missing in terms of that. But the thing is, I think he does have that change of direction ability to, if he cleans up his footwork, improve in zone coverage a little bit. But I'll tell you what, man, he can get his hand on the ball. You know, he can play down in the nickel. He can play up at strong safety if you want him to. And I really like his ability to play man coverage. Like it's been another thing that's been a little bit more inconsistent over his career, but it's something that I've seen him do very well. And he's very physical. You know, he's got that handsiness that you need for man coverage. So pretty solid player to get at this stage in the draft, you know, going on to round 5. That's a good spot for him to go.
Okay. So I believe Christian had to go.
Hmm.
And then Fernando Carmona, the guard from Arkansas, goes to the Tennessee Titans. I believe Tennessee has invested a couple of picks in their offensive line. What do you think of Carmona while I'm pulling up the Titans draft?
Yeah, see, that's another player I actually have not watched yet. See, that's one of the reasons I didn't want to hop on for like the whole thing. But I'll tell you what,
all good.
Going through the Senior Bowl tape from a lot of these players, he did have some good wins on some of these guys. So that's something I do know. I don't feel like he looked out of place at the Senior Bowl against the best of the best.
Okay. So this is Carmona's range. We've covered him on this channel numerous times. So Fernando Carmona, he played some tackle, probably is kicking into guard at the NFL level. There are some character issues here.
Really?
So he's not going to be a player that was on everybody's board. This is the Titans' first interior offensive lineman. So the Titans, their draft is Carnell Tate in round 1. They traded up to get Keldrick Falk, the edge from Auburn, in round 1. They selected Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker from Texas, in round 2. And then they select Fernando Carmona in round 5. So when you look at the Titans draft, round 1, trade up into round 2, round 5. So they took rounds 3 and 4 off.
Yeah.
But, you know, we knew that the Titans were going to invest at guard. We have numerous Titans draft professors. They were always, you know, in rounds 1 through 3, targeting like a Rutledge or targeting a Dunker, you know, basically best available offensive lineman in round 3. I do like what Tennessee has done, specifically wide receiver, edge, linebacker, guard. Those were 4 of their 5 biggest needs. The other need is corner. So I'm expecting in round 5 and round 6 that the Titans will invest 1 or more picks in a corner and start checking off the Jim, did you draft this position list? Christian, I'm glad that made you smile. Christian, do you have anything additional on Carmona there?
Yeah, just, you know, some people like the Arkansas players. Carmona's a guy I wasn't near as high on as the others, and obviously there's some so off the field that teams have to weigh. But if you're taking the top of the 5th, you're pretty comfortable with those risks.
Okay, so the Cardinals pick is in. Let's review Arizona's draft. So Arizona has taken Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame, Chase Besantis, the guard from Texas A&M, Carson Beck, the QB from Miami, Caleb Proctor, the defensive tackle from Southeastern Louisiana. Arizona has this pick and 2 others after it. They've gone running back, guard, quarterback, defensive tackle. This to me feels like a wide receiver, corner, or edge. Can we think of a wide receiver that we think Arizona would like here? Like, who would you pair with Marvin Harrison Jr. and is it Michael Wilson? And it is a wide receiver
here.
Why not Greg Dortch? Oh, I mean Deion Burks. Sorry.
So it was Reggie Virgil from Texas Tech.
Okay.
I don't hate it.
Good spot.
Do you have him, Ben?
I do. Yeah, Reggie
go for
Virgil. I have around 4 to 5 grade on Reggie Virgil. I think from a route running perspective, you could do worse in this draft. I think he's a guy that understands how to separate. He knows how to take advantage of leverage. It's just like more of the plus traits that you don't quite have with him. Like, he's not this plus tier athlete who's going to threaten downfield or burst out of his cuts with exceptional short area explosiveness. He's not really an after the catch threat. He's not a guy that's going to body you for the ball, but he's a guy that I had him graded as one of the better options as like a projectable wide receiver 4 in this league. If you need somebody to rotate in, I think he could play from a variety of different spots. If you wanted to make him your sacrificial X on some packages, fine, go ahead and do it. If you want him to come in motion as a Z, fine. I think he's got a versatile body type. He's got that versatile like fluidity too. Like if you wanted him to run the two-way go, I think he could do it from the slot as well. Like it's a very utility oriented player. And personally, for where they are right now, that's kind of what they're looking at, right? They have Marvin Harrison, they have Michael Wilson, they have these guys that both of them have flashed at times the ability to play at a high level. So you feel confident in your number 1 and 2s. Now you're looking for who's going to fill in those gaps. They've needed depth at wide receiver for a while now. This is one of those guys that can provide that for you. I don't think he's necessarily somebody who could be like a startable, like somebody you want out there with your starters, like Deion Burks maybe could have been. I like him as a slot option, even though the little slot isn't really making too much headway in the NFL anymore. But either way, solid pick for this range.
Okay, so Christian, if memory serves me correctly, his teammate Caleb Douglas was taken yesterday.
Yep.
And did you say something that you're higher on Virgil than Douglas?
Oh yeah. I've got a 4th on Virgil. This is a good pick here for him. Good value. To Ben's point, he doesn't have any sort of elite traits or anything, but just he's good enough at getting into his route, creating separation, and playing above the rim. So this is wide receiver 4 or 5 with a little bit of upside. Yeah, it's given who's on the board. This is a strong pick for Arizona.
Okay, and then the picks are rolling in. So the Carolina Panthers have selected Kansas State center Sam Hecht. Ben, what do you have on Sam Hecht?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of centers I think that were good for that round 3 to 4 range. Sam Hecht was one of them. Honestly, his profile is very similar to that of Matt Golban, who I have the same grade on. Like, he's this not incredible athlete type of guy, not a lateral fluidity winner, really, not super explosive, but he's physical and he's pretty strong for that size as well. I like his hands. I love a center that's got good stopping power in his hands. So, like, if you wanted him to run those gap runs, those drive blocks where you got to get up into the groin of the guy in front of you and make sure your hands are in there and in position and able to hold that and sustain that block, I think he could do that in the run game. He's not going to be this versatile zone run blocker who's going to be a reach block threat, a pin pull threat from center, not going to reach the second level with incredible timing, but he also does just enough in pass pro. Like, I think he's got good enough technique with his footwork. I think he gets his hands in and on time. He keeps them inside. And again, that stopping power plays in the pass protection game as well. So very solid pick. I definitely see somebody who could be a starter here. And, when you're talking about round 5, if you're getting starters in round 5, you're in a good spot. I think this is a good pick.
Okay. So the Cleveland Browns, the pick is in. Cleveland Browns have selected offensive tackle Spencer Fano from Utah, wide receiver Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M, wide receiver Denzel Boston from Washington, safety Emmanuel McNeil Warren from Toledo, and offensive tackle Austin Barber from Florida. So, again, the Browns came in with probably the 2 biggest weaknesses were the tackle room and the wide receiver room. They've double dipped at both. Ben, where do you think they're going here? You are a Browns fan, so tell us what you think.
Well, a lot of guys in the Cleveland media zeitgeist, they're going to want us to go center. If we're going to do that, obviously a lot of guys just went. But I'm telling you, Bo Stevens is a good player. Oh, they're saying we picked Parker Brailsford. I don't like that. But okay, well,
so Chris is our source. Oh, yes. If you haven't met Chris yet, you'll be on a podcast with him eventually. He podcasts with Draft Professor some, but he is our most reliable source for picks. So,
gotcha. Well, we'll wait to get that confirmed.
It is. If Chris posted, it's confirmed.
Sure, huh? Yep. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. He does not have that NFL size, but he does have NFL athleticism. He is probably one of the highest character individuals in the entire draft. Basically, everybody on the team at Alabama says he has unmatched work ethic, great leadership. He's a team captain. He battled a pretty good portion of this season through a high ankle sprain that a lot on the team said that they couldn't believe that he was actually playing through it. He's been called the heartbeat of the offensive line. And the linemen have said that, when nerves get into the huddle, Brailsford is the guy that convinces everyone to take a breath, and stay in the right headspace. He's also got great physicality and fight with his play. Like, you want this guy on your roster. I think his pass pro technique, from a technique standpoint, you couldn't do much worse. It's just he has no power traits at all. I worry about his ability to sustain blocks. He's also very stout with short arms. If he can get into his chest, he's going backwards. And that translates to his gap run blocking too. They run a lot of gap at Alabama. And frankly, having him and some of these other guys that were a little bit unrefined as run blockers on that team, I think that's kind of played into their inability to move the football on the ground this year. And it's crazy to say because when Brailsford was at Washington, that dude could zone block really well. He married up super well in space. He had excellent leg drive. In fact, when I scouted him at Washington, I thought he could have been a fullback, and I still do. I still do think he could be a fullback. I really like him. I like solid player. This is about maybe we're starting to get into the range where a guy like this should go. So I can't hate on it. I would have rather had somebody else in this spot. Maybe they wanted Sam Hecht, and Sam Hecht just got stolen from them. I would have gone with Bo Stevens. I think Bo Stevens has a more projectable skill set to the NFL, even though he doesn't quite have those power traits either. He's shown to be way more consistent and being able to not lose ground so quickly and die slow in every phase of the game.
So while we were out, we skipped over the Chargers selection. So the Chargers draft so far has been Akeem Mesidor, the edge from Miami, Jake Slaughter, the center from Florida, Brennan Thompson, the wide receiver from Mississippi State, Travis Burke, the offensive tackle from Memphis, Genesis Smith, the safety from Arizona, and then they selected Nick Barrett, the defensive tackle from South Carolina. So Christian, defensive tackle was a huge need for the Chargers coming into the draft because they were one of the Caden McDonald landing spots. So what do you think of passing on McDonald in round 1, getting Nick Barrett in round 5? What are your thoughts, Christian?
Yeah, I didn't hate the idea of passing up on D tackle in round 1 for the Chargers because they do have a sizable hole on the edge. Khalil Mack is 34, 35, so you've only got a couple of years left of him. But as far as this pick goes with Nick Barrett, it's such a Jim Harbaugh pick. Tough interior defender, really good 10-yard split, 1.69 on the 10-yard split, 10-inch hands, 33.5-inch arms, so good length, good speed and power. Someone who's going to be able to shoot gaps and get some penetration up the middle.
Okay, so the Commanders are on the clock. We don't talk about the Commanders much because they didn't have very many picks. So I am shocked that the Commanders stuck and pick in round 1. I'm equally shocked that they stuck and picked in round 3, and now they're on the clock in round 5. So the Commanders have drafted Sonny Styles, Antonio Williams, end of list. That's Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State, Antonio Williams, the wide receiver from Clemson. End of list. I think the Commanders need a running back, right? Because they're a Jeremiah Love landing spot. Now, they have Bill or Jacoby Krusky Merritt there. But if you're thinking about taking a running back in round 1, you might end up taking one later. But I could also see the Commanders going wide receiver. Oh, wait, they've done Williams. I can still see him going wide receiver, but I could also see him going corner. Yeah. What do you think, Ben?
Oh, I was just saying, no more Luke McCaffrey. The suffering's over. They have a slot receiver now. I definitely think they could go corner. I'm a little bit worried that they're going to snipe.
The pick is in. Ooh. It's edge Joshua Josephs from Tennessee. I like this pick.
That's a good pick.
In round 5, Joshua Josephs. Christian, Joshua Josephs is entering your division. What are your thoughts?
He's explosive. He's Got good, really good athlete. Let me pull up his measurements here, but he's 30. I mean, 34 and 3/4 inch arms. Yeah, he's able to get him into the chest of blockers and drive his legs, force him back, collapse the pocket. I was actually just going to bring up Chris's that Tyree Wilson got traded, but yeah, Joseph he can set a physical edge. He's got good blend of power and explosiveness. I'm kind of surprised he's available at this point, but he's not going to be for everyone. But in Washington, great get.
Yeah, and Washington's a team that probably thinks that they probably wanted an edge earlier. They probably wish they had more picks, and you could do way worse in this spot from an edge rusher perspective. Great project to bring on an athlete at edge.
Yep. So then the Raiders traded edge Tyree Wilson and a 7th round pick to the New Orleans Saints for pick 150. So the Saints improving their defensive line. I do think the Saints are having a home run draft. Shout out to Drew Collins, draft professor, who's a huge Saints fan. But the Saints draft haul so far is Jordan Tyson, wide receiver from Arizona State, Kristen Miller, the defensive tackle from Georgia, Oscar Delp, the tight end from Georgia, Jeremiah Wright, the guard from Auburn, Bryce Lance, the wide receiver from North Dakota State. So they've given Tyler Shuck a lot of weapons. They've added Kristen Miller on the defensive line. They trade for Tyree Wilson, who was a top 10 pick the year he was drafted. So I think Wilson, is he entering his year 4, year 5, right? So you're getting Tyree Wilson in the prime of his career. He never really put it together with the Raiders. But this, again, an overhaul of the defensive line, you're not going to get a player of Tyree Wilson's ability in round 5. So trading a 5th round pick, and if it pans out, great, but the likelihood of Tyree Wilson working out in New Orleans is the same likelihood as a 5th round edge working out. So
especially in this draft,
I like that trade. I do like that trade for both teams, right? I mean, the Raiders need to move on. It's a new front office. They have to offload players that their prior GM drafted. So this is a good move for both organizations.
Yeah. If I'm a Raiders fan, I'm thinking good riddance to Tyree Wilson. That pick never should have happened. I didn't even have a 1st round grade on him. I hated the pick at the time, and it has aged like a fine wine. My take on that pick, I'm not alone. Many people hated that pick.
Mm-hmm.
So did Seattle just trade up to move ahead of Cleveland?
I'm not sure, but the election's coming in right now.
Right. So it's meaning that they traded up one spot because they didn't, either Cleveland was going to trade it to somebody else. Like, I'm always puzzled when somebody trades up one spot in round 5.
I'm going to crash out and take Keith Abney here.
Oh, that's actually a good call out.
I'm going to crash out if they do it. I really want him. We need a slot. I think he can play the slot. Let's see. So we got the pick coming in here. They're taking their sweet time with it. Yeah, they're talking on the broadcast right now. They're talking about the Tyree Wilson.
Bo Stevens going to Seattle.
And
you were hoping he landed to Cleveland. He ends up going one pick before to Seattle. I love getting those reactions online. Do you need a moment to grieve, or do you want to talk about?
No, we weren't going to take him because we just took Brailsford. I think Stevens' best projection is at center. Man, this guy is just a freaking rogue. He does everything, dude. He's so well coached. Like, the Iowa coaching manifests so well with him, man. He's got perfect technique in pretty much every single part of the game. I love him in pass. He's got quick feet, all right? He's not a great athlete, if you look at the testing, not really a lateral guy, not an explosive guy, but I'll tell you what, dude, he's agile because of his feet, and he can mirror really well because of that. If you put him up against one of these defensive tackles that can cross face really quickly, he might be a little bit out of his depth in those moments. And, obviously he doesn't have those power traits to really hone. If you get him if Jalen Carter starts to bull rush him, I feel like he's going to go backwards. He's limited, but he's so good at everything. I just talked about some of these centers that they don't have this run blocking versatility. You know, like we were talking about Hecht. You know, I don't see Hecht being a great reach blocker or pin and pull guy or second level guy. Stevens, even though he's not that great of an athlete, he does all that stuff so well because of how quick his feet are, especially compared to a guy like Sam Hecht. That's a great pick. It's an excellent pick from the Seahawks, who just need guys who can play. Get Anthony Bradford off the effing field, dude. They don't want you don't want to see him anymore. Fans don't want to see him. I'm sure coaches don't want to see him. You know, great power, never put it together. This guy's got it all together.
Okay, and then Ben, your Cleveland Browns have selected Alabama linebacker Justin Jefferson.
Oh my God, bro. I mean,
Do you need a moment to grieve, or do you got?
I do. I hate this.
We've been Bills fan. We've been grieving with John Owen and Bills Mafia for the last 12 hours.
Yeah, I imagine
16 hours.
Yeah,
until they took Skylar Bell and Neil Armzor.
I had a priority free agent grade on Justin Jefferson. I don't think he could. In all his time at Alabama, you know, I respect that he stayed there and like waited his turn behind some of these other guys. I love that. He's just not big and he's not strong. Yeah, he's a great athlete, but like the athleticism doesn't play on the field with the way he reacts to the thrown football, with the way he covers, with the way he passes off routes and squeezes. Like he's just out of his depth. He's a more covered grass guy than cover a man guy. Like he just looks like he's going through the motions in coverage, and he's going to do nothing in the run game. He's not big enough to stack blocks. He doesn't have the length to shed blocks. He's just not going to give you anything on the thank you last call. Yeah, I hate this. We started so hot. The Browns started so hot in this draft, and then they just started trading up and giving up assets to move up and take their chances on guys. Like, we need a lot of players. I'd rather have kept those draft picks. And now we're taking guys like, okay, it's the 5th round, I know, but there's still guys available that could be really good players. I think Justin Jefferson's a solid tackler. I will say that. I just worry about the length playing as a tackler. I know he can close in on ball carriers. He's got that athleticism to be able to break down and close in on them in space. I just don't think the length is really going to play the length and strength, frankly, and his ability to tackle, because he's going to have to be so precise against NFL athletes if he wants to be a physical tackling presence at linebacker. I see a special teamer with him, and I don't see much more. I really don't like this pick, dude. I don't like this pick. I don't like this pick, Barry. It's 5th round, you know, take your chances.
So, Christian, the Raiders selected Arizona defensive back Dalton Johnson. Thoughts?
Ooh.
So we know how Genesis Smith is kind of viewed as a deep safety who we don't want around the ball. Dalton Johnson's kind of the opposite. This is a guy we want around the ball. Almost or just under 100 tackles last year, but he has capable ball skills. But he's gonna make his impact around the ball, in the box, and stuff in the run. Carolina has been loading up today.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, so Carolina is doing a textbook gym draft. I love what Carolina's doing. So Carolina's draft has been offensive tackle Monroe Freeling, defensive tackle Lee Hunter, wide receiver Chris Brazel, cornerback Will Lee, center Sam Hecht, safety Zakee Wheatley from Penn State in round 5. And what I love about Carolina's draft is draft players where they're valued. All those players check that box. But in addition to that, like I was saying earlier, okay, if you have a need, the best time to actually draft the need, like if the safety board didn't line up, Carolina needed a safety, wait until day 3, and Zakee Wheatley falls to you. There are draft professors that have a round 2 grade on Zakee Wheatley, and the Panthers are getting Wheatley in round 5. I'm just going to say the Panthers are winning the draft. They needed offensive line help. They drafted 2 offensive linemen. They needed to add to their defensive line. They got Lee Hunter. They needed another wide receiver. They got Chris Brazel. Okay. And then you always need to draft a cornerback. They didn't need one, but they still took Will Lee because, wow, he was on the board in round 4. You take Will Lee because, again, a lot of people have a day 2 grade on him. And then you come back with Zakee Wheatley in round 5. Carolina Panthers, I tip my hat off to you. I bet the round 7 pick is a tight end because that's their other need, and they haven't picked a tight end yet. But Christian, thoughts on Zakee Wheatley?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I was kind of hoping he would last to maybe to Philly, where they'd be in position to maybe make a move up for him. Because I think his game resembles a lot of Reed Blankenship. Can get downhill, make good tackles against the run, capable ball skills, but you just want to see him play with more physicality. You always probably need to see him bulk up a little bit, add some weight. But he has an aggressive physical play style, and he's gonna get sideline to sideline, play more vertical as opposed to horizontal. But his style is going to be attack, read, diagnose, read, react, attack, and stuff the run.
Okay, so Ben, the Broncos selected NC State tight end Justin Jolly. I would have thought that Jolly went several tight ends ago. Like, I'm surprised that several of the tight ends either went in round 3 or even some of the ones that went in round 4. But what do you have on Justin Jolly from NC State?
This is about closer to where I would have taken him. I don't think the guy can move. And if you can't move, you better do something else. But he's not really an after the catch threat. I don't think he's going to separate in the league. He's not that great of a blocker. There's not much that he does that well, but he's physical and he can win jump balls. But he's also like a more short and stout kind of guy. He doesn't have that length that you want for a jump ball winner in the NFL. You know who he reminds me of? Anthony McCoy of the Seahawks. You guys remember Anthony McCoy by chance? That's kind of who he reminds me of. And Anthony McCoy had some moments in the NFL, but never really turned into anything that was, worth noting. I mean, I don't know where he was drafted. I don't think he was a big draft pick. It's not like people were expecting much from him. I'm just saying that's a lot of who I saw with him. And if I'm not mistaken, the Browns actually just traded out of 2 picks here. They traded that pick to 148 to the Seahawks. And they received a 4th rounder in next year's draft, which is an excellent move. But also they held the number 152 pick from the Broncos. The Broncos gave him that pick when we traded up yesterday, and they just now traded out of it again. It seems like I'm trying to figure out what that trade was. I can't seem to find anything on it.
Okay, we will see if we can get the trades for you. So the next pick is in. So Yeager Burton, the offensive lineman from Kentucky, is going to Green Bay. Probably projects as a center in Green Bay. Green Bay needed a center. Christian, what do you have on Yeager Burton?
Yeah, good size, strength, power, and no sacks allowed last season in Kentucky, so he's a pretty good pass protector. But this is a developmental pick for him, and kind of fits that Green Bay mold of draft good football players and develop them.
Okay, yeah, so I definitely like what Green Bay's done. So Green Bay has drafted cornerback Brandon Cisse from South Carolina in round 2. Chris McClellan, the defensive tackle from Missouri in round 3. Danny Dennis Sutton, the edge from Penn State in round 4. Yeager Burton, the center from Kentucky in round 5. I believe those were the 4 biggest needs the Green Bay Packers fans told me about. So they've addressed their top 4 needs with their first 4 picks. Green Bay still has 3 picks left. I could definitely see Green Bay going wide receiver or running back with one of their next 3 picks. And I could also see them doing a double dip at corner. Green Bay needed more than one corner entering the draft. So San Francisco is on the clock at 154. It says that pick is in. The Buccaneers are on the clock at selection 155 again. With the Colts, Lions, Dolphins, Vikings, Buccaneers all coming up in the next 5. So the 49ers have selected linebacker Jaden Duggar from Louisiana. Ben, do you have anything on Duggar?
No, I do not actually at all.
Christian, do you have anything on Jaden?
I love him. He's just so naturally fluid, gifted athlete. This is a guy who I would not be shocked if he's starting as a rangy cover linebacker in a couple of years. I'm a big fan of his skill set. And going to Raheem Morris, a proven defensive coordinator, and he's going to learn from Fred Warner, who I think there's some shades of in his game. Great landing spot for Duggar.
Yeah, and San Francisco's having a pretty good draft. So again, this was their first round 5 pick. They had 3 round 4 picks. So we've talked a little bit about Green Bay on this podcast already today, but they're checking my boxes. They've selected a defensive lineman. They've selected an offensive lineman. Technically, they have 2 defensive linemen. They've added Duggar and Romello Height. So whether you look at height as a linebacker or a designated pass rusher, I really like the way that they're addressing the front seven. They've addressed boundary corner with Prysock. I really just like their draft all the way around. And some people were mocking tight end to San Francisco. So they have one more pick in round 5. It would not surprise me for San Francisco to take a tight end, developmental to put behind George Kittle, but we'll see what they do a little bit later. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, it's pick 155, selected DeMonte Capehart, the defensive tackle from Clemson. Ben, do you have anything on Capehart?
I do. So real quick, the details, it looks like the Browns received pick 170 in the 5th round and 182 in the 6th round for the Broncos to move back up into their number 152 spot. And on DeMonte Capehart, you'd be hard-pressed to find a more strength-based physical guy in this draft. You know, he's shown that he has the ability to come off the ball really well, just not on every snap. You know, sometimes he labors to come off the ball a little bit, but it's in there. And I'll tell you what, he could blow up blocks. He could just make splash plays in the run game because of how strong he is and because of how easily he's able to scrape through zone blockers that are trying to take advantage of his leverage and angle him out. It's so hard to angle him out of a play because he has that rotational strength in his shoulders to get that leverage away from him and angle his way back into the rushing lane. You know, he's not the cleanest guy in the run game. Like his stack shed technique could be a little bit better. But I'll tell you what, he's always looking to make the play. And from a strength perspective, I mean, that's a plus trait for him. This, like, if you're looking for traitsy guys, you'd be hard-pressed to find better guys than him. He has no pass rush plan. He has no pass rush plan, and he has a bad bull rush technique. And he has one of the worst pass rush win rates in this entire class. It's not going to happen, man. It's been 3 years that we've been talking about Capehart. It's like, oh, hey, what if he breaks out this year? And he just hasn't done it. Now he's 23. And I just don't think it's going to happen. It might be more of a what you see is what you get with him. And what you get is somebody who's not necessarily a very clean player. But again, you know, the strength traits, that what if factor is there. And I'll tell you what, the splash play ability is so good with him that in the 5th round, that's a great spot for him. It's a chalk pick.
Okay, so I love what the Colts are doing, Christian. So the Colts have selected linebacker CJ Allen in round 2, safety AJ Halsey in round 3, guard Jalen Farmer in round 4, linebacker Bryce Betcher in round 4. So they've double dipped at linebacker, and they just added George Gums Jr., the edge from Florida, in round 5. And we covered Gums more over the summer than we did in the fall, meaning we were expecting big things. And then Florida kind of went the same way as Clemson. But Christian, what do you have on George Gums?
Yeah, you know, he's just a pure athlete. You know, there's more athleticism than skill at this point, but he's twitchy, he's explosive, he's athletic. 5th round, take a chance on him and see if you can develop him.
Yeah, this is a good pick. Yeah,
I've got Brad Holmes. Yeah, Brad Holmes is giving us a clinic. Brad Holmes is doing what Brad Holmes does for the Detroit Lions. I love the next pick. So, Ben, the Detroit Lions in this draft have selected offensive tackle Blake Miller from Clemson, edge Derek Moore from Michigan, linebacker Jimmy Rolder from Michigan, and they just drafted Keith Abney, the corner from Arizona State, and they needed a corner. They got a really good one in Keith Abney. What do you think of that pick?
Yeah, excellent value. It's incredible value. His fluidity for the position is so freaking good. Like, yeah, route anticipation isn't quite there with him, but it's good enough. Like if you are talking about, can he mirror people in single coverage? Yes, he can. And he is so much more physical than his size would lead you to believe. Like, yeah, he's a smaller guy. It doesn't matter. It's not like you're talking about now, even if you're comparing him to D'Angelo Pons, you know, Pons isn't as strong as Abney is, I don't think. Abney plays really well at the catch point. I wish he was a little bit more explosive in his click and close when he's breaking down on the ball. But, I mean, good tackler, great ball skills, great at mirroring in single coverage. That's a cornerback. That's what you want in a cornerback. And I had a 2nd round grade on him. I couldn't believe that he was still here. I wonder if there's something that we don't know, like maybe medical-wise, that led him to fall. But if not, man, this is a freaking gem of a pick. and I'm really upset that the
Yep.
Browns didn't take. We took Justin Jefferson over Keith Abney. I can't believe this.
Yeah, I think there's got to be something going on there medically, because I think if you just take Abney and you give him slight upgrades across the board, you get Avion Terrell. They're very similar players.
Yeah.
Small but so physical. They play a lot bigger than what they're listed as.
Yeah. The difference between
and actually that Abney pick is really good because Minnesota is on the clock right now, and I couldn't have seen Abney dropping past Minnesota here. So, couple things for the audience, right? So when we find out a player drops, so Keith Abney, I think consensus had him way higher. But if you're drafted in rounds 1 or 2, your contract is 100% guaranteed for 4 years, right? And the rumor is round 3 picks are going to be getting 4-year guaranteed deals. So that means if you're Jermod McCoy and you don't last 4 years, you're still getting paid all 4. So by waiting until day 3 to take a player with an injury, you're not guaranteeing their salary. They have to be on your roster in order to get paid. So there's a reason that so if Keith Abney dropped around 5, there's probably an injury that wasn't released to the media. Because that's the only explanation I can come up with, because even with short arms, I'm still taking the D'Angelo Ponds and the Avion Terrells on day 1 or day 2, right? So more than likely Abney fell because of an injury, but we don't know about that yet. So tough to speculate. But the next pick is in Miami at selection 158, selected Texas safety Michael Taff. Ben, do you have anything on Taff?
Oh, I got some on Taff. Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
for it.
I love Michael Taff. I think he's awesome. I had a 3rd round grade on him. Yeah. He very disciplined in coverage, very disciplined in zone coverage, also very versatile. He's proven that he could play at free safety from range. He's proven that he could buzz down and play underneath zone coverage against in like these hook zone, curl flat type concepts. Like he could do pretty much, he's shown the ability to cover at every single level. So that's what I love about him. Not the best athlete from an explosiveness or like speed standpoint, but he is fluid. He's got those fluid hips, and that probably works into why he's able to be so good in coverage down below, because he's got that paired with the instincts. No ball production this year. I think people were afraid to throw to him because last year's ball production was pretty awesome. If the ball was around him, he was getting a hand on it. He's got excellent click and close anticipation to see the ball in the air and break down on it with great timing. Just not somebody that you're going to be trusting to tackle. His tackling production was much better this year, but if you really dive into the tape, his form has not improved. He's still a dive tackler. He still leaves his feet. He still kind of shoulders into guys. He still struggles to wrap because of those length limitations. And he's not going to play the run. He's not strong. You want him as this like split kind of free safety type guy. You don't want him in the box, but he can come down and play coverage. So he's versatile despite not being versatile from like run versus pass game standpoint. I am a huge Michael Taff fan, and I think it also walk on, chip on his shoulder type guy. This is a great pick for round 5.
Yep. So Christian, we've been going back and forth on the Miami draft for 3 days, right? And you remember a couple of years ago where Detroit, we're like, okay, we'll take the Jahmyr Gibbs, the Jack Campbell, the Brian Branch, and just flip the order you take them in, and then it looks right.
Yep.
I think we have to do that for the Miami draft this year, because if you take Kyle Lewis and Michael Taff on day 2, and you take Caleb Douglas and Will Kazmarek on day 3, the Miami draft now looks normal.
Yeah, literally. We should do it with Buffalo.
I love Buffalo's draft. So regardless of what John was saying on air, I love Buffalo's draft. When Buffalo gets on the clock here in round 5, I don't have to compete for airtime because the other Bills draft professors aren't on. But I love what Brandon Beane has done for Buffalo, and I will defend him. He's doing what Buffalo needs to be successful in 26 and more importantly in 27. Okay. So there's been a couple picks that have come in while we've been talking. So Minnesota has selected fullback from Michigan, Max Bredesen. Christian, tell us about Max Bredesen.
Yeah, he's a fullback, great fit in the O'Connell offense. C.J. Ham was a pivotal part of what they want to do in the run game the last several years, and Bredesen's he's gonna go and stonewall linebackers. He's gonna peel up and get outside and get up to the second level. I think he can also contribute as a bit of a pass catcher. He's got soft hands, so this is a good spot here for Bredesen. Maybe a little early to take a fullback, but still he's a good tough football player.
Yeah, I'm going to check to see how many picks Minnesota had, because maybe they were just running out of picks. No, they have plenty of picks, kind of thing. But like, if you need a fullback, there's also several other teams that do, and one of which is Buffalo, which is picking right behind them twice. And Buffalo is known to have scouted Michigan heavily.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
they know who's drafting around them, but it wouldn't have shocked me if that was it. Okay, and then Billy Strauss from Notre Dame is now going to Tampa Bay. Ben, do you have anything on Billy Strauss?
Yep. Yeah, so I recently did a top 10 best available before today, and Billy Strauss was one of them. Billy Strauss is pure power. He, the foot quickness isn't really there, but you can't move through him. You cannot move through him. He's got excellent anchor technique and strength traits to pair with it. His hands stopping power through the roof. He gets into you and he does not let go. That latch strength is there. You want your guys to be playing freeze tag out there at offensive linemen. When they get your hands on you, you don't want to be able to move. So Billy Strauss can do that. And I think his technique in pass pro is good too. Despite the lack of foot quickness, the lack of lateral fluidity, he's a phone booth guy. He's a guy that if you try to bull rush him, it's not going to work. You're going to have to try and beat him another way. And I think he's a pretty versatile run blocker too. I love him in the drive blocking phase, which is more than you could say for a lot of guys coming out of college. A lot of guys don't have great drive blocking technique like Billy Strauss does. Being able to step into the guy and make sure your feet continue to run and get your hands in position and latch, open that lane. He does that. He does that super well. And, another guy similar to Heck, like I was talking about earlier, where you're not getting a major zone blocking asset, but he's going to give you a lot in a gap run scheme. The thing with him is the injuries. He had an ankle injury, I believe, in 2024, or it was an ankle sprain in 2024. And this year he had an MCL sprain. So you got some lower body stuff going on with him. But I had a round 3 grade on him. Even with the injuries, I think this is a steal. I'm a big fan of Billy Strauss. I think they're going to love him. Frankly, I have been loving their draft so far. They might have had the best draft so far today. Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
So Kansas City's on the clock. We haven't talked about Kansas City much today. They've made one pick in round 4. So Kansas City's draft is corner Mansour Delane from LSU. They traded up to get him. Peter Woods, the defensive tackle from Clemson. R. Mason Thomas, the edge from Oklahoma. Jaden Kennedy, the corner from Oregon. So I like their draft. They haven't selected a wide receiver yet. There's a few good ones here. So like Malik Benson is still available, right? And he's wide receiver from Oregon.
Deion Burks.
Oh, and they get a running back. Okay. So
the good one. Okay.
Go for it, Ben.
Yeah. No, I like Emmett Johnson. Again, not a great athlete. I think the awareness in terms of vision can also stand to improve a little bit, but he is no wasted movement kind of guy. Even though he doesn't have great burst, like first step explosiveness, he's got incredibly quick feet to be able to change lanes and adjust to developing rushing lanes as they're starting to open. I wish he had a little bit better anticipation with where those lanes are going to develop before they do. But I'll tell you what, he makes people miss in space, despite the lack of traits. The foot quickness really does play. Like he's obviously not the same player as Cam Skattebo, but I'm just talking about from a lack of athleticism paired with foot quickness standpoint. That is very similar between the two. Skattebo was able to use his not just his power, but also his feet to force tacklers to miss and get them off their angles in space, much like how Emmett Johnson's able to do. Not going to get a lot of yards after contact. I like his potential as a receiver. He has a lot of drops. I don't trust his hands. But if he could clean that up, I think he could also be a potential receiving weapon. Frankly, this is a good spot for him, man. I had around 3 to 4 grade on him. I had him over Jonah Coleman. He reminds me a lot of Deion Lewis. Do you guys remember Deion Lewis? Very similar story. Not a power guy, very small guy, but a guy that knows how to make people miss.
Yeah, and if I'm not a fan of Kenneth Walker as a 3-down back, but if this pick pans out, this will be a great balance in that backfield. Emmett Johnson, the early down lead back, and Kenneth Walker, your change of pace guy. And it also makes the Walker contract. It doesn't put near as much of much pressure on that contract to live itself out, because there's the potential where you're going to have Johnson, a really good player at tremendous financial value.
Yeah, they're building up a stable over there. They're throwing their stuff. They got their fastball with Kenneth Walker. Now they're getting their changeup with Emmett Johnson. And sooner or later, they're probably going to add some more guys, either this year or like in free agency. Maybe we'll see.
Well, ultimately, good team building to me is you should generally be drafting a running back every year. And it's okay to skip. Like, for example, like Cleveland, I think last year took 3. Or right, they drafted 2 and had an undrafted free agent as a 3rd. So, it's okay to skip a year. But in general, you're better off drafting a running back and have him start as RB3, and then what you have year 2. But you just keep doing that, and then you just let him walk in free agency. Right, like as opposed to like I wasn't a fan of Kansas City signing a free agent running back. If you're that team where you're competing for a Super Bowl, I thought that the cap dollars could be allocated elsewhere. Now, maybe the signing of Kenneth Walker was more to hedge Mahomes' injury, right? Because they may have to run the ball a little bit more earlier in the year, so maybe like they're trying to solve for that. But I wasn't a fan of Kansas City signing Walker, not because of the player, but because use that money on your line, use that money somewhere else on the roster that's a more premium position.
That's where I was at, because based on the contract they gave him, they think they're getting their Bijan, their Saquon, their Jahmyr Gibbs. And I don't think that's the case at all. I think it was Epic Mock when I brought the comp up, and this may be a little rich, but I think there is some logic. Are we sure he's not a running back's version of Nick Foles? Because he was losing snaps to Zach Charbonnet for a reason. And all credit to him. He was awesome during the playoff run and earned the contract he got from the Chiefs. But the Jags gave Nick Foles a lot of money, and he was gone after 1 year. And I just think if you're expecting the player who showed up during the Super Bowl run, I don't think that's reasonable. I just don't think Walker's a 3-down back. He's a change of pace back with some pass catching upside, but it's very inconsistent.
Okay, so Eric DeCosta in Baltimore is just giving us all a lesson. So, Dylan, I know that you are in the chat somewhere, and he said the network has stopped talking about every pick. So he's turning to Draft Professor. And why would you not? Like, why did you go to the network to begin with? I mean, come on, Dylan. But seriously, Dylan, I love what your general manager is doing. Everybody needs to draft like Baltimore. So Baltimore, round 1, Viga Ioane, guard from Penn State. Their biggest need, they drafted the best player at the position in the draft class to fill that need. Edge, Zion Young from Missouri in round 2. Wide receiver, Jacoby Lane from USC in round 3. Wide receiver, Elijah Surratt from Indiana in round 4. Tight end, Matthew Hibner from SMU in round 5. And then they just get Chandler Rivers, the cornerback from Duke, in round 5. Now, I don't know if Baltimore needs a slot corner, right? Because they have Kyle Hamilton. I don't know what their defensive backfield looks like. But Chandler Rivers is a really good football player. And what you need to do in the draft is just draft good football players. And when an injury happens, all of a sudden you have a really good football player filling in. But Christian, I know that you and I have talked about Chandler Rivers enough in the past. Take this one away.
This is a pick to succeed Marlon Humphrey. I think Rivers, I think he can play outside, but I do think with his length, he will be best served in the slot. But he's another corner in that line of Keith Abney, Avion Terrell, where they're undersized, but they're so darn physical. Rivers, he's got great anticipation when in coverage, and he can shoot downhill and blow up screens and running plays. Just when you're at this point, if you can get really good football players, just bring them in, and let alone a cornerback where every team in the NFL needs a cornerback. So it's insane value. I had top 100 on Rivers. Insane value here. Really good player with starting upside as he goes to a really bright, intelligent defensive coach in Jesse Minter, who's going to get the most out of him and develop him.
Okay. And then, Ben, another pick came in. Charles Demings, the corner from Stephen F. Austin, is a Minnesota Viking. Tell us about Charles Demings.
Yeah, I mean, traits through the roof. He's clearly explosive. He's clearly fast. He's got stuff I don't like in a corner. He's got tighter hips. I don't love that. I do like his press jam. Everything beyond that from a technical standpoint, I think needs to be cleaned up a little bit. I don't love his zone coverage instincts. I don't love his route anticipation too much in zone. He's another one of those guys that he tends to lock in on the first route that he sees in zone, and he doesn't really break to the next one with great timing. Like he wants the ball, he wants to make the play, and the hip fluidity I think does limit him when you're talking about him mirroring somebody in man or single coverage. So limitations clearly, but you're in the 5th round and you're looking for traits. He's got traits for you. The comp I had for him, I thought was really good. You guys remember Damari Mathis from the Broncos? See, I didn't like him either. He was being talked about way higher than Demings, though. Like Damari Mathis, I had the same stuff. Very fast, very tight. But he's a guy that you can't stack. I like guys at corner that you can't stack. And I know they're going to like it over there, especially, because they're going to be running a lot of blitz stuff. And if you just want to make sure that the guy that's covering on one side isn't going to get beat over the top while you want all your guys to be crashing down on the quarterback. Like he's one of those guys that can do that for you. I like him from a developmental standpoint, played at a lower level, older prospect too. So you got to be a little bit foot on the brake when you're expecting further development in the NFL. But it's a good pick for this range. We're in round 5 here, man. Go for the traits. Demings is a good pick. Chalk.
Okay. So we had this discussion on the podcast yesterday. I'm going to continue it today about the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, it's whatever Jacksonville is doing scouting, it's like opposite of the 90 draft professors, right? Because we have 90 draft professors. There are 90 different boards. I hear 90 different opinions every day. And we have a legendary group chat where those opinions are vetted against each other. Okay. So, Ben, I need you to explain to me what Jacksonville's doing. Jacksonville in round 2 took Nate Borkacher, the tight end from Texas A&M. Then Albert Regis, the defensive tackle from Texas A&M. Then Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon. Then safety Jalen Husky from Maryland. I love that pick. It's the best pick out of all of them. Wesley Williams, the edge from Duke. Then they took Tanner Koziel, the tight end from Houston. Like, they're not hitting premium positions necessarily. I don't know that I like either of the tight ends. But, Ben, can you make sense out of Tanner Koziel to Jacksonville?
No. First of all, Emmanuel Pregnon's the best pick out of all of them. I don't understand how he fell to round 3. That's clearly the best pick, in my opinion. The other guys are whatever. I had Husky as another special teamer. I'm not a huge Husky fan. But yeah, the tight ends, I don't get what you're doing. We've seen Tanner Koziel before. We've seen Zach Kuntz. We all remember Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion, I believe, right? Yep. Tanner Koziel, yeah, he's got some pretty good fluidity, but he's not explosive. He's tall, but he's not explosive. He's not fast. He's not like a jump ball winner. He tends to let it get into his body a lot. Similar to Johnny Wilson, actually, too. If you remember Johnny Wilson from Florida State, when it felt like when the ball was outside of his frame, his ball skills look much better. Like he's able to reel. It's so much more comfortable for him to reel in passes outside of his frame. But when it gets into his body, he tends to kind of close up a little bit, and his arms are just so I don't know. It feels unnatural for him when it's coming right into his body on the numbers, which is weird to say, but at tight end, you're also looking for guys who can create after the catch. He's nothing. It's like a lumberjack cutting down a tree when he gets tackled. He's just going down. He's not going to, he'll fall forward. Great. That's great. But are you going to make anybody miss? No, you're not. You're not going to block. He's an abysmal blocker too, which, blocking alone can get some people on the field. I never really saw it with Koziol, even at Ball State. I had around 6 to 7 grade on Koziol. He's an interesting athlete, but it's just not what I would have done. I don't know what the hell they're doing, man. This guy, what's the young kid, their GM? He loves shitty tight ends. And I don't think that's a good draft strategy to take a bunch of shitty tight ends. It's a low value position. So I don't get it. I hate their draft. They might have my least favorite.
Okay, so we will get to the Titans and the Bears pick at 165 and 166. Buffalo's on the clock at 167. Buffalo has selected T.J. Parker, the edge from Clemson, Davison Igbinison, the corner from Ohio State, Jude Bowery, the offensive tackle from Boston College, Skylar Bell, the wide receiver from Connecticut, Caleb Elarms-Orr, the linebacker from TCU. I love Buffalo's draft. I want to repeat, Brandon Beane is kicking everybody's ass. The other 31 GMs need to take a lesson. Okay, so that out of the way. Like, I know Bill's Twitter is disliking the draft because it's not like any mock draft that anybody's ever seen, right? Now, I love the draft, but the one glaring position that hasn't been addressed is defensive tackle. Buffalo needs a one tech. Christian, who are the best available one techs right now?
Yeah, the best available tackles as a whole are mostly threes, but if you wanted to get into ones, you got Tim Keenan, maybe Cameron Ball, Bryson Eason, Dante Corleone, Xavier Harris if you're comfortable off the field. So there's some intriguing options, but the better available defensive interior linemen right now are probably more threes or fives. But there's still the ones that are available, I'm probably not as high on, but I'm sure there are some people who value those ones and what they have to offer a lot more than I do.
So do you have Cole Brevard as a 1 or a 3 tech from Texas?
I didn't do enough on him at all. I watched him a little bit, wasn't overly impressed. Maybe that's just my hatred for Purdue football. But yeah, I don't have much to offer on Brevard.
So Ben, how about you? Do you have any other one techs that are on your board?
If you're talking true one techs, Tim Keenan's probably the best available. This is fine range for Tim Keenan if they wanted to go one tech here. I will say Xavier Harris, I think his best spot would be like more of a 5 tech or a 3 tech. It just they already kind of have someone like that though. They have Deion
Walker.
That's my comp for Xavier Harris. I do think Tim Keenan would be a fine pick here for the Bills. He showed that the whole year he was coming off tightrope. So that's a really tough surgery to get back to 100% on, especially with how quickly he came back. He missed 4 weeks after getting the surgery, and then he started playing again. Yeah, you worry about the shed ability a little bit. But if you're just looking for someone who can get low and eat up double teams with proper technique, Tim Keenan can do that.
Okay. So other positions or players. So Buffalo was on the clock for back-to-back picks. The Lions traded up for the second pick. So that probably makes sense because Buffalo is probably going to want to add, like the way I would, and I'll see if it updates, but maybe Buffalo got 2027 capital out of that trade. But Buffalo could use another corner. I could see a path for Malik Benson to make the roster as a kick returner. I could see the need for a one tech.
Here's a name who'd be a fun fit in a Jim Leonard defense. Harold Perkins. He's not my cup of tea, but I do think his versatility would be at least intriguing.
Right, as a backup slot player.
Yeah. I would like to see him play safety. I would like to see him see him kind of because he's too small to play on the edge full time. But I like seeing him as a strong safety personally.
Did you guys know
There
Harold
a
Perkins is
free
still playing
safety that can play single high still on your board?
Are you talking to me?
Either of you?
Yeah. Let me check. I also just wanted to fit in really quickly. You know, Harold Perkins is still 21 years old.
That's
After
hard to
all
believe.
this time. After
That's hard to believe.
all this time. In terms of true free safeties, not really. You know, Harold Perkins might be my favorite guy as like a project free safety coming up here soon. I think he's going to have to play safety. He's still a complete blank slate all around in terms of coverage instincts. He can't play the run that well. Not a great tackler, so bad start. But if you watch his tape, you can see that his footwork is really good in coverage at the very least. Like, he's not a guy that's going to labor. He's not a guy that's going to declare with his hips too early. Like, he stays in really good position to keep with guys. But the problem is the instincts just aren't there.
So are your safeties boards pretty much picked over?
Not quite. Wait, did Jalen Kilgore got taken, didn't he?
No, he did not.
Okay. That's my next
Okay.
safety available, but he's
So
boxed.
I could actually see Kilgore being a pick here. So like just again, as I'm looking at like what the roster is, Buffalo has 2 free safeties. One of them is Chauncey. One of them is the guy we acquired from the Bengals. I'm already forgetting his name, but we think Cole Bishop is better as the strong safety.
Yeah.
So if you're drafting a safety to complement Bishop, it would be a free safety. But I could see Kilgore as a backup slot / linebacker. I think he'd be a pretty good fit for a Jim Leonard defense. So that pick wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. I would, if you're looking for Kilgore, he's probably a strong safety to a nickel.
Tight
But
end
if you're looking for pure free safety, I like Bishop Fitzgerald. I think he's got phenomenal ball skills as a deep safety.
I like that shout out for Bishop Fitzgerald. I forgot he was still available. So that's a good call out. So those are all of my predictions for who the Bills pick is. Oh, and look at that. We did
There
land on it. Jalen Kilgore, safety from South Carolina. Welcome to Buffalo. So I remembered covering him in summer scouting. I said, wow, I would like that player in Buffalo. Some people grade him as a linebacker. I know I saw JT Olson in the chat. I think JT said Kilgore's a linebacker. He's not a safety.
I think he's a tight end.
So Christian, tell Bills Mafia about Jalen Kilgore.
Yeah, he stepped into the Nicky Manwari role, and he's just a little reckless, but the traits are just incredible. He's gonna blow up screens, blow up receivers coming across the middle. Phenomenal ball skills. He's got to just play under more control and with better discipline, but. He is a kind of, there's a lot of similarities or qualities that he and Nicky Manwari share. And we saw how valuable Manwari was on Seattle's path to their Super Bowl. So yeah, Kilgore, I mean, I would say I'm a little lower on Kilgore than a lot of people, but I'm shocked he's available here. This is a slam dunk steal here for Buffalo.
So Ben, compare and contrast the following 3 players: Cole Bishop, Jordan Hancock, Jalen Kilgore. How would you put all 3 of them on the field at the same time?
That sucks because they're all very similar in like where they're going to be. I would say, you just lost Taron Johnson. Let's talk about Hancock first. Hancock, I think, can be a nickel corner. I think he's got a projectable skill set for it. He's probably the most fluid of all the guys. I mean, they're all fluid, but Jordan Hancock also has the most experience playing a true nickel. I mean, well, I guess Kilgore too, but he's got some problems I'll get to as well, where I don't think he'll be a great nickel. But Hancock, I think just from a coverage perspective, he's a very solid, well-disciplined player. He could probably slot into that role. Maybe I would probably go Cole Bishop at free if I had to pick to get all those players at the same time. But really, I like Cole Bishop more in underneath zone coverage. And if we're talking about Jalen Kilgore, yeah, he's the guy that I want patrolling the box. Needs to play with a little bit better technique, especially in the run game. He's another guy that declares too early with his hips, and he doesn't quite mirror as well as you'd like. But he has the fluidity to be able to do that. And I love the physicality that he shows when he's playing man coverage. I love the ball skills, love the strength, love the length. I see a tight end killer. I see somebody that if you need someone to go down and cover a tight end, I think he's somebody that can project really well into a role like that.
And he'd be a weapon as a blitzer, too.
Yes.
Just an absolute weapon with his explosiveness.
Okay, and that makes sense with what we're hearing about Jim Leonard's defense, drafting safeties that can blitz. This makes sense. So, a couple things I will point out about Buffalo. So, last year, Buffalo drafted 3 defensive backs. They drafted Maxwell Hairston, Dorian Strong, and Jordan Hancock. This year, they've drafted Davison Igbinison and Jalen Kilgore. And Buffalo, when they traded back, picked up 2 picks. I think Buffalo's drafting another defensive back, which means it would be 6 defensive backs that they've drafted in the last 2 seasons. So we've missed a lot of picks. We are now going to circle back. At pick 165, the Tennessee Titans drafted Nick Singleton, the running back from Penn State. Now, there are some draft professors that say that Nick Singleton can't find the hole. Christian, what are your thoughts on Nick Singleton going to the Tennessee Titans?
Well, the good news is between Tyjae Spears and Tony Pollard, he'd be running back 3. So chances are where he's going to see the field right away is as a kick returner. And that's where he's going to be best served as. He's going to be a dynamic return man, value on special teams, but just down to down as a running back, far too inconsistent. There's the Senior Bowl was the classic Nick Singleton experience. First rep in one-on-ones, Stonewalls. I think it was Betcher at in blitz pickup. The next rep, he got run over, and there's just you see the flashes, but you get the next rep, you get the complete opposite of that. So it's just there's a lot of talent, a lot of intriguing athletic traits, but the production has never lived up to his talent.
And then at pick 166, the Chicago Bears selected linebacker Keyshawn Elliott from Arizona State. Ben, what do you have on Keyshawn Elliott?
I think he'll be a really good special teamer. Another guy that I feel like from a technical standpoint, not really there, but in terms of physicality and some of the movement skills are all right with him. There's stuff to like. He's another guy that he loves to dive. He loves to dive at people as a tackler. Not the cleanest tackling technique, but he's so physical that it shows up in his production. He's got some good tackling production. He needs to be a little bit more disciplined with his run fitting. I think he tends to overshoot gaps or hesitate to shoot gaps sometimes. It's mostly the former. Mostly he's a little bit overeager. Needs to get that stack technique going where he actually gets the hands in. He doesn't quite do that. He just wants to blow up the play, which I love that. Not going to give you anything in coverage. Doesn't have the coverage instincts. He's got the fluidity, I think. Frankly, I've heard people talk about him as a stiff athlete. I don't see that. I think he's a very fluid guy, and there's potential there, but also, no ball skills that have shown up on tape. I just don't think he's an instincts guy. I like hand-on ball linebackers, and he's not going to be one of those guys. I see somebody who is going to be a really good special teamer, and he is so physical with the way he approaches the game that if he can carry that mentality into a little bit more technique, he could be a really good early down player.
Okay. Detroit Lions at pick 168 selected Kentucky wide receiver Kendrick Law. Christian.
He's got good speed. I'm not the biggest fan of Law. I like his athleticism, his speed. Route running, I think, is a bit of a work in progress. I guess I had a late 5th to early 6th on him, so I guess it's not too crazy here. But Law's going to stretch. He's going to stretch a field in Detroit, but wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5, maybe for me.
So we're having a mini run on tight ends. So Indiana tight end fullback Riley Nowakowski goes to Pittsburgh at 169. And you have a new tight end in Cleveland, Ben. Tell us about Joe Reuter from Cincinnati.
Yeah, man, I love tight ends that can't move. Yeah, I love them. Can't move, can't separate. He's a little twitchy. I like that, but he's so stiff. He's got a little bit of deceptiveness at breaks, but not so much that I really love him. What I do like is his ability to play in line. I think he'll slot in well in that phase of the game. But for a guy in line, I'd much rather we took somebody that can block. I don't think he's a great blocker. I don't think he plays super well outside of his frame in terms of adjusting to passes that are thrown a little bit underneath or a little bit above him. It's got to be right to me. But I will say he does have some pretty good ball skills. but he offers you nothing after the catch. He's not explosive. He's not fast. Yeah, I'd around 6 to 7 grade on Joe Royer. I don't like the Joe Royer pick. And if we were going to go with somebody that could play in line and serve as like an inline blocker, I would have rather gone with Miles Kitselman. Because Kitselman, that's all he does. Like, yeah, he doesn't give you some of the same receiving stuff, obviously from a ball skills standpoint that Joe Royer can, but he could block really, really well. You know, he's got that punch. He's proven that he could play and like masquerade as a lineman on the edge, or like a sixth lineman on the edge, with being able to get his hands in, drive his feet through, and latch on those kind of blocks. You know, less move block oriented, but geez. Yeah, I don't like the Royer pick very much.
Okay, so Pittsburgh selected Riley Nowakowski, the tight end from Indiana. Now, some of us in Bills land wanted Nowakowski in like round 7 as the replacement to Reggie Gilliam. So Christian, Nowakowski, fullback tight end. What do you think Pittsburgh will be using him for?
Yeah, this is a fullback. McCarthy likes his fullbacks, and this is a good guy. This is a guy who can square up and block. Also, a pretty good weapon as pass catcher, can split him out wide. Fluid athlete. Now Nowakowski, great fit in Pittsburgh.
And then Christian. This is the first player I believe that has been taken in the draft where I'm going to say I need help. Do you have an eval on Karen Prunty from Wake Forest?
Free agent grade in my I'm not that big a fan. Good.
Okay.
I guess he's got good enough size. He's on 6'1", 190, so good size, 4'5", 40. But a little on the small side, or wrong line. Average length 31 3/4, but yeah, I've got a free agent grade on him, so not a whole lot to offer outside of that.
And this is my first
so
time
we are towards the end of round 5 right now. Ben, who are your best available players right now?
Garrett Nussmeier. Garrett Nussmeier should not be falling as far as he has. I understand if you're concerned about the injury, but it really seems like a one-off thing. You know, he was struggling. He was playing through an oblique injury that was terrible. You could see him wincing on the field. That was one season, and now he's had some time to recover. He didn't look like he was having trouble in the Senior Bowl because I thought it affected his ball skills and the way that he threw the ball this year. I didn't see that at the Senior Bowl. I saw more arm talent. You know, he had that really nice throw, that seam shot to, I forget who it was to, but he couldn't come down with it. He dropped the ball and it got picked, but it was a perfect pass. Like, he's got moments like that. He's got stuff where he shows he can layer the ball. I think he processes really well. I think he's a really good anticipation thrower. It's just the decision-making under pressure, especially because he doesn't have the tools to move away from pressure and navigate the pocket and escape and, you know, create more outside of the pocket. So when pressure hits the pocket, he tends to kind of seize up a little bit. He's like, oh, shit, man. You know, I'm always getting rid of the ball so quickly, and I haven't found anybody to get rid of it to. I need to get rid of it somewhere. And that manifests in some turnovers. And, yeah, you know, I don't love statue quarterbacks, but you could do way worse from a processing standpoint. I think he sees the field very, very well. And a lot of the time he doesn't give teams the opportunity to get pressure on him because he's getting rid of the ball so quickly. He is so similar to Andy Dalton, in my opinion. And, you know, you could say what you will about that. I think that's an all right player to target in the round 2 to 3 range because, you know, maybe he has starting upside as like a low to mid-tier starter, but I think he'll be an awesome backup. Yep. And a lot of teams in this draft, especially, you know, there's not really good processors who see the field very well. In fact, terrible processors who see the field awfully, but good.
I'm going to date myself, but I love when quarterbacks get comped to Andy Dalton. So here's why. There was an article called the Andy Dalton scale.
Yes, the Andy Dalton line. Yeah.
Yes. And basically, Andy Dalton took teams to the playoffs, right? So the question is, as a quarterback, are you good enough to be Andy Dalton? Because that means you're going to take your team to the playoffs. If you're worse than Andy Dalton, your team is picking in the top 10, right? But like Andy Dalton's the difference between drafting in the top 10 or making the playoffs, right? So if a quarterback is comped to Andy Dalton, that means that you could take a team to the playoffs. You may not be the Mahomes or the Josh Allens of the world, but there's only a couple of those that exist in the entire universe. And Christian, I want to give you some credit on Karen Pronti because he is the first player drafted where NFL.com doesn't have his photo.
Yeah, I watched him a couple times. Just I mean, good athlete, but I don't see what's worth the 5th round pick personally.
Oh, and so just to give you an idea, literally when you go to his NFL page on the NFL website, there's nothing on it. They got no height, no weight. They don't even know his hometown. They have literally no biographical information. So, anyways, I wanted to like claim that victory. We've had another pick. The pick was Lorenzo Styles Jr., safety from Ohio State, going to New Orleans. Ben, do you have anything on Lorenzo Styles?
I didn't scout him, but I mean, I've seen enough of him in flashes to know that he's an excellent athlete. That's really all I could say about him.
Christian, anything else to add?
He'll be a gunner on special teams. That's 4.27 speed, elite athlete. He's gonna be a core gunner on special teams.
Okay. So I found it interesting that the Lions were trading up to get Kendrick Law. Right? So they traded up from pick 181 to 168 to go get him.
If they were going to trade up for a receiver who can bring some juice and some
Malik Benson.
Deion Burks would have been a better investment for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I'm puzzled. So Buffalo ends up getting 2 picks out of the deal, right? So Buffalo's going to be on the clock again here at 181, and we'll be going through some of those defensive tackles. But Buffalo probably knew that if they needed a nose tackle like Tim Keenan, they don't need to reach for him in the middle of round 5, right? So the Ravens have made another pick. Hey, Owen. Hey, Owen, do you want to join the podcast? I can send you the link.
I'd love to get Owen on the podcast. I was looking at the Excel spreadsheet for the guys we're higher and lower on. We agreed on some guys, and I also disagreed with him on some other guys. But I love how like he sticks his claim on guys. Like he was talking about Malachi Fields like a round 7 like undraftable guy. Like he stands on business. I like that about Owen.
So Owen is one of the OGs. When this channel was formed, like I had an idea to start podcasting. He was probably one of the first 5 people that was asked to come on, and he's been podcasting ever since. Last summer, he was podcasting twice. He's podcasted 2 nights a week through this entire draft cycle. I owe, and the channel owes so much to Owen just to keep it going. But Owen, I just sent you the link if you wanted to join us. But at the same time, if you're enjoying the view from your couch, that's also acceptable. So, okay, so another tight end. We are having the run on tight ends, and there is another tight end coming to Baltimore. Josh Cuevas, tight end, Alabama. Welcome to Baltimore. Ben, do you have anything on Josh Cuevas?
I do. I didn't see much to like. I have a round 7 grade on him. Frankly, there's just not much that I feel like he does well. He was talked about as this like athletic type prospect. I don't see the athleticism. I don't see the explosiveness or speed. I think he's tight-hipped. I don't think he's got great ball skills. I don't think he creates all that well after the catch. Yada, 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 like all the tight end stuff. He's not a jump ball winner. He's got baby alligator arms. Yeah, I don't know. He has some decent moments as a blocker. I'm struggling to say good things about it. Like, you take him for the character. I think he's a high character guy at Alabama, and he was also battling some injuries this year. So I have a little bit of benefit of the doubt as somebody who has shown some athleticism in prior seasons. But also it's an incredibly small sample size with him. He really only stepped into a role this year for Alabama. So he's a weird guy. I'm not going to put an undraftable grade on him. I'm not going to put a PFA grade on him because there's just so much yet to be seen with him. He's still got to hone in on a lot of aspects of his game. And, I don't know. You got some potential there. I have a round 7 grade on him.
Okay. So Baltimore is on the clock again at 174. we don't have that pick in yet. But while we're waiting for that pick to come in, let's review Baltimore's draft. So Viga Ioane, Zion Young, Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt, Matthew Hibner, Chandler Rivers, Josh Cuevas. So it was known that Baltimore needed to invest in tight end. I believe somebody came on the Draft Professor and was explaining, do the Ravens only have like one tight end under contract right now?
Mark Andrews, that's it. Because they lost Likely and Kolar. Both are left in free agency.
Right. So it makes sense that they're going to invest 2 picks in tight ends. And Steve, yeah. So we're at 16 tight ends, 7 running backs. Tight ends have doubled the number of running backs taken through the end of we're in round 5, right? Yeah, through the end of round 5. So Baltimore's on the clock again, and I'm looking, and I think Baltimore's got to go back to defense here. So the pick is in, but I'm just looking like, because you go 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, I could see maybe Katron Allen. Like if you had to replace Derrick Henry, and you're never going to replace Derrick Henry, right? But Baltimore drafted a running back. I had him on the back of my fantasy team, but he never did anything. I'm trying to think of who it was like 2 years ago. So
have they taken another offensive lineman outside of Ioane?
Oh no, and actually center. So this would be Matt Gulbin.
Gulbin or Brian Parker would be
Ooh,
probably
okay.
Gulbin. He's the better schematic fit for them.
Okay. Yeah, and because actually Dylan was in the chat asking what are the best centers available.
Oh.
So best centers available: Brian Parker Jr., the offensive tackle from Duke, probably switching to center. Matt Gulbin, Pat Coogan from Indiana. Any other centers that come to your mind, Ben?
Nope, not particularly. I mean, yeah, we talked about pretty much all the guys that I would consider up here. I'm trying to go down my board here and see if I have another random sleeper center. I really don't.
I mean, I would throw Brockermeyer I'd throw Brockermeyer in there from Miami, but I would not take him here.
Haven't watched him, so I'm glad somebody else has. I mean, hey, maybe if somebody wants to, for some reason, draft Emil Wagner, I thought he showed traits to play center last year before he put on like 20 pounds and couldn't move anymore. So I don't know.
So fat guys win championships. And if they draft Katron Allen, we'll call him a fat man for you, Dylan.
Fat man, baby. Yeah, that's his nickname, man.
And if you're not familiar with Dylan, on Twitter, he is known as Ravens Realist. And Dylan has helped Draft Professor out with several of the mock drafts that we did. And they did go running back. Adam Randall, running back from Clemson, welcome to Baltimore. What do you have on Adam Randall, Ben?
I have bile forming in my my mouth. I don't know. He's another guy that just doesn't do anything. You know, he's supposed to be this big power guy, but he's not explosive into contact. He doesn't lower the shoulder into you want to see a little extra at the end of runs from running backs. He doesn't give you that at all. You know, he's got like decent long speed for a big guy. So that's interesting that a team with Derrick Henry would get, because like from an athletic standpoint, you know, big guy, some decent long speed. You know, I guess maybe there's similarities to that archetype a little bit. But he doesn't do anything well. He's not a pass catcher, despite being a wide receiver transfer. Like he's really, he offers you nothing as a route runner. He offers you bad hands. He offers you really poor first step explosiveness when catching in transition. You know, he doesn't have good vision. I'm skewing so negative on these guys. I need somebody to say something nice because I can't.
I like Randall. I actually like his vision.
Thank you.
I think he's got good vision, and you know, a big part of it is this is his first full season playing running back, so this is a true developmental player.
That's why I think he's draftable.
Yes, absolutely, because he's got the size. I saw he showed it in Mobile. He can square up linebackers in pass protection. And he's always got the receiver background where you can split him out and have him run a route. He's not an elite route runner, but for a running back, I certainly think he's at least competent in that area.
I don't think so.
Will he ever be an early down back? Probably not. But I think if you get to his ceiling, I think he got third down back potential.
I hate running backs whose feet stop when they see contact or clutter coming their way. He just doesn't accelerate into contact, and his feet slow down so much. He shows that he can have quick feet, but it's just when stuff is really converging on him, he just dies. I hate that.
Yeah, and from a running back standpoint, I like Katron Allen here more and Roman Hemby here more. Right. So these are, especially like Roman Hemby, to me, profiles as a 3-down back. Now, he's got a lot of Roman Hemby has a lot of mileage on him, right? He has had a lot of carries at Maryland. Then he split time with Kalen Black at Indiana. But I think when Hemby sees the field in the NFL, for whatever that short amount of time is, you won't be able to get him off the field. He'll be a 3-down back for like 2 years, but then the mileage is going to rear its ugly head. I don't know that Hemby sees a second contract, but like I would have liked Roman Hemby. I would have liked I'm trying to think. The Virginia Union running back, his name is escaping. Curtis Allen, thank you. So I think there's probably some running backs that we will hear called as we get round 6. The Raiders have selected cornerback Hezekiah Massis from Cal. Christian, thoughts on that pick?
Disappointed in the testing, but he's another really good football player. Good eyes, good feel and off coverage. I think he's going to be a really good zone player. We'll see. This is a good, especially with taking Jermon McCoy, at the top of the day today. McCoy and Massis both are really good players at defensive back and corner. So good, couple of good core picks here for the Raiders.
I still had a round 4 grade on Hezekiah Massis. He was a guy that I was really high on. I was hoping he would test well because he wasn't really tested by some of these ACC receivers he was seeing on the outside. But he didn't. He didn't have that long speed. Didn't really test with the same fluidity and like explosiveness that I was hoping for. But he's probably got some of the best zone eyes in the entire class. Yeah. I'm not even kidding when I say I still have a 4th round grade on him. Again, not somebody you're going to trust to be a great tackler, not like a run guy. So you don't want him in the slot. I think he's an outside guy. And also, he's small, but he gets his hand on the ball. He'll probably get dunked on sometimes, but he finds the ball in the air so well, and he's so competitive. And I'll tell you what, man, I have had a really good hit rate on these Cal defensive backs over the last 2 seasons. I had both on Craig Woodson and on Noel Williams. I had 3rd round grades on him. I was higher than consensus on both. I'm telling you. I'm taking my victory laps on those guys. Masses, I'm maybe a step down compared to those 2 guys, but still another guy that I feel like was undervalued in this draft, and he might show people that in the NFL in some packages.
Okay. So the Chiefs pick is in. I haven't seen it cross my screen yet. They haven't drafted a tackle. So I don't think Demetrius Crownover has been drafted.
No.
Christian, what does your tackle board, specifically a right tackle board, look like right now?
So I've got Diego Pounds and Crownover both as far and away my top available tackles. You're probably getting into Isaiah World territory here as well. I think you could maybe work him over on the right side, but Crownover's I understand the excitement in his length, but he gets beat too frequently back across his face for having 34-inch arms. Let me get that, make sure that's right. 35 3/4-inch arms. I would like this because Romello Height absolutely worked him over in Mobile, just with the same move every time. Cut back with his signature, swipe back across the face, and get his hand up in that inside shoulder. So the
Chiefs agreed with your assessment of the tackles, and they selected wide receiver Cyrus Allen from Cincinnati.
Oh,
Ben, do you have anything on Cyrus Allen?
Yeah, no, I think this is a good range for Cyrus Allen. If you missed on Antonio Williams, this is kind of a good consolation prize. I think he shows a lot from a route running perspective. Again, not the best athlete. People say he's got some good long speed. I don't really see that with him. He's more of the underneath kind of guy. Like he's got good deceptiveness with his routes, good suddenness. He showed really well at the Senior Bowl in terms of being able to separate. I like his ball skills. He catches in transition well. Just not a strong guy, not going to break tackles. And I don't see that much after the catch, which in the slot, if you're going to be a little slot, you want something like that. But if you just want somebody that can get open, send him over. Like I think Cyrus Allen's a really good pick for this range.
Okay, so Miami is on the clock right now. And I'm looking at Miami's draft. So Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez, Caleb Douglas, Will Kuzmarek, Chris Bell, Trey Moore, Kyle Lewis, Michael Taff. I'm feeling like the positions that are missing here, Miami needs a linebacker, a Red Murdoch sighting here in round 5, maybe.
They took Rodriguez, didn't they?
Oh, okay, so they've taken Rodriguez. Okay.
Why not Nussmeier?
Yeah, I could see quarterback. And really, we don't know what the current GM thinks of Quinn Ewers, because, like, would Miami just take a quarterback 3 straight years?
What's
or
their
do you
corner
go
situation
with,
look like? Have they
you go
drafted
with
a corner?
Ewers and Willis? But Miami's only drafted 1 corner.
I would draft another corner. There's still some
Yeah,
good
because
ones out there.
Storm Duck opposite Chris Johnson isn't going to do it.
Yeah.
Avery Smith out of Toledo, TJ Hall,
Thaddeus Dixon.
Dixon.
Oh, I love the Thaddeus Dixon call out. Yep.
I like Thaddeus here if they're going to go corner.
So the Miami pick is in. Christian, Philadelphia is on the clock. Have we talked about Philadelphia today?
I don't think so. It's been
Okay.
They gave up both their 4th round picks to go get
Oh yeah,
Lemon in day 1.
So reviewing Philadelphia's draft is easy. It's Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers, Markel Bell, and here we are at the comp pick part of round 5. Philadelphia's on the clock. Is there a need that Philadelphia hasn't addressed yet?
Maybe a developmental corner prospect, but I'm not sure I don't know if you'll get what they're looking for out as far as the traits go with who's available, who's still on the board. I'm not a Damani Jackson fan. He would kind of fit that threshold, but I'm not a fan. Maybe another wide receiver, because if they're definitely a lot more explosive at the skill position between Lemon and Stowers. And to kind of copy what Sean Mannion is bringing over from Green Bay, they've always had a plethora of pass catchers. At one point they had 5 wide receivers and 3 tight ends I really liked. So I would like Deion Burks. The value would be really good here. I'm kind of holding out hope for Brian Parker here as a kind of a center guard developmental project here, because they're going to have some question marks on the offensive line next year. They may be replacing 4 starters potentially.
Oh wow. Okay.
If Cam Jurgens doesn't rebound, I would say that's the most unlikely, but I don't think that the probability would be 0 if he doesn't. If he has a similar year to what he had last year, which was riddled by injuries. His back wasn't healthy. His lower body wasn't 100%. Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm with Steve. Good pick on Kevin Coleman here.
So, Ben, you want to talk about Kevin Coleman while we wait for the Eagles pick to come in?
Yes. Football player. Doesn't have the size, doesn't have the athleticism. If you're going to be that small, I want you to be a little bit more fluid with your routes. But he understands route running to a good degree. Like, he's able to look off corners pretty decently. He's got some twitchiness to him. And I'll tell you what, he's stronger than he looks. He can break some tackles. He's got some decent contact balance. I love him after the catch. And I think that's what he's going to do best in this league is create after the catch. And return game weapon. I had a 5th round grade on him. I like him going here for them. That's a good spot if you're looking for a returner.
Yeah, he's not really explosive, but he's twitchy. And you're not going to get the high-end athletic traits, but he's got enough twitch wiggle to make some guys miss and create with the ball in his hand.
The dude just gets it in space.
Yep. Good football player.
Mm-hmm.
Nussma, I would not be opposed to Cole. I think they'll probably address quarterback at some. The Eagles will address quarterback at some point here. Cole Payton would be. I would not be upset with Cole Payton here. even Nussmeier I wouldn't be upset about.
If you're going for upside, Peyton would probably be the call. And yeah, we're getting into that range where it's like, yeah, Cole Peyton, Taylor Green range.
And he's got the arm that's going to power through the Philly wind in the winter.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. So we got the pick. The pick is in. Oh, are they?
Who is the backup running back in Philadelphia?
Tank Bigsby.
Shipley and
Tank Bigsby and Will Shipley.
Shipley was a day 2 pick, wasn't he?
Early day 3. They got him top of the 4th a couple years ago. I was ecstatic about that one. It hasn't quite panned out. But I saw a lot of Austin Eckler in him when he was in Clemson. So I was overjoyed when we got Shipley a couple years ago. Just yeah, we're seeing some of the same stuff we saw at Clemson. Really talented, but just inconsistent.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So the Eagles pick is in. San Francisco's on the clock. We do not have the Eagles pick yet. So let's quickly review San Francisco's draft. This is San Francisco's last pick of the draft. I really like what San Francisco has done. Wide receiver Deshaun Stribling in round 2. I am taking Stribling in round 1 of my fantasy drafts. Like, it didn't matter where he went. I knew that before 49ers drafted him, but he's going to Kyle Shanahan. If Stribling pans out, this is like a Pro Bowl level receiver. If he hits his ceiling in San Francisco, he's going to get a lot of production there. Romello Height, Kalen Black, Grayson Halton, Carver Willis, Ephesians Prysock, Jaden Duggar. I love this draft. They get one linebacker plus Romello Height, who's a designated pass rusher. They get Grayson Halton. Some people had Halton as the best 3 tech in the draft class. They've got a offensive tackle to hedge the issues they're having at left tackle right now. And Christian, you have a new quarterback in Philadelphia. Did you see the pick come in?
I did. Yep. Just came across.
Tell everybody about Cole Peyton.
I'm not upset. He's got great traits. Really good athlete, power arm, can push the ball down the field. I like this. I like this pick in the 5th round. They were going to address quarterback at some point. I'm kind of shocked Cole Payton's still available at this point. I'm not upset at all. Maybe a little PTSD with the last time I took a quarterback from North Dakota State, but I'm not upset about it at all.
Yeah. So let's talk about Cole Payton. So some people say Cole Payton moves to tight end. Some people say play him at quarterback. Ben, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on where Cole Payton?
Like now preseason, yeah, I was probably in the he's Taysom Hill, but he made significant strides from his technique to where there's a path. There's a developmental path that you can lead him on, and he's going to go into a quarterback room that has not just Jalen Hurts, but we mentioned him about half an hour ago, Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton will make your quarterback room a lot smarter. So
yeah.
He's got 2 tremendous quarterbacks to learn from with all the wisdom they've. Jalen's experienced all the adversity, and Andy's got all the wisdom. So it's hard to argue it's easy to argue he's going to the best situation for a young quarterback in the league between the players he's going to learn from.
I love the situation he's going in. Now, Philadelphia drafted Kyle McCord from Syracuse last year. Did McCord make the Eagles practice squad?
He did not make. He made the practice squad, but then Green Bay signed to a futures deal this after the season.
Okay. So because I was like curious. Okay, so this is what 2 straight seasons Philadelphia's drafted a quarterback. So I want to give Howie Roseman a lot of props, right? Because the best time to draft a quarterback is when you don't need one, because they take time. So like you said, there's not a lot of pressure on Cole Payton here because Jalen Hurts is the guy in Philadelphia, and Philadelphia is going to go as far as Jalen Hurts takes him. But you get a quarterback like Cole Payton in the building. The single most important measurement for rookies or for players you draft is the jump they make from year 1 to year 2. So if you were listening to the earlier part of this podcast when John was on, John's criticizing the Bills draft because the players they're drafting won't make immediate impact. That doesn't bother me because I'm thinking, well, what's the roster going to be like next year? And Buffalo's about to be on the clock. So let's review Buffalo's draft, and I'll kind of use this as an example of what I'm talking about.
If I could really quick, Jim, before we pivot to Buffalo, I got a couple of more things on the Eagles and the direction maybe in a year or two. But Jalen's, and I love Jalen. So when they got to the Super Bowl in 2022, I said they're going to have a 5-year window to win a Super Bowl. Now, they've obviously achieved that, but Jalen has limitations as a pure drop back passer. And we saw Cam Newton age overnight, Russell Wilson age overnight, because the mobility is not a forever trait. As he gets older, it's going to eventually decline, and it's going to put more pressure on him to sit in the pocket and make throws. And that's not what defines Jalen's game. So, and then you add in the fact that after this year, he has no guaranteed money left on his deal. So, personally, I am starting to see that mobility already start to fade. And if we go back to that 5-year window that I just described, 2026 will be year 5 of that time frame.
Yep.
So
yeah. So okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So Buffalo has drafted TJ Parker, Davison Igbinosun, Jude Bowery, Skylar Bell. Skylar Bell was a round 4 pick. Caleb Elam-Zor, Jalen Kilgore. The only one of those guys that is going to see significant snaps week 1 is Skylar Bell. All those other guys are role players. Like Buffalo has 2 edges ahead of TJ Parker, who is their, top pick. So you're drafting because either a player may get hurt or you just need a depth at the position. Like Buffalo had undrafted free agents as their 2 backup boundary corners. So we needed a corner who was a viable player to be our backup. I am completely okay with drafting players who are going to be backups. That's what good team building is. And there's a reason why Buffalo has made the playoffs like 7 of the last 8 years, right? It's a good roster. Brandon Beane builds a good roster. So from my standpoint, I love Buffalo's draft because it's all about where do you want to be? Like when we're 12 months from now, the way I always look at the draft is 12 months from now, what do I want to be saying about my team? Is that we don't need anything. Buffalo's drafting now, so it doesn't need things next year. So, for example, Dion Dawkins had one of the worst years of his career last year. So we draft Jude Bowery. Now, Bowery doesn't have to play right now, but Bowery does have traits to play left tackle. Now, I think you guys said, you might move him inside, right? You looked at him more as a guard. But there are other draft professors that had Bowery as a tackle. And it wouldn't surprise me if Buffalo took another swing on another tackle because they have 3 picks left in the draft. But if you have a franchise left tackle who's at the end of his career, you have to draft a tackle. And if Bowery fails, you draft another tackle next year. But you got to get Bowery into your building and see if he can handle what an NFL left tackle is going to handle. And the only way you're going to know is to bring him in and evaluate him in-house. And then you have to make a decision on him after a year. Do we need another left tackle to replace Dion Dawkins? So, so we've had 2 picks come in. So Buffalo's on the clock. Enrique Cruz, the offensive tackle from Kansas, goes to the 49ers at pick 179. And then the Dolphins have selected Seydou Traore.
Yeah.
Pick 180. Do you have Traore?
I do. I wasn't sure if he was going to get picked. I love him as a move blocker. That's all he does. He doesn't do anything else, but he's good at it. And you think about Bobby Slowick and like what he likes to do at offense. Like who is that guy? Tanner. Oh my God. The Tegan Catoriano. He had him over at when he was with the Texans. He was their move blocking tight end. I think that's kind of what they have in mind for him here. If you look at him on the move, I mean, he squares up so well, and he's got a great punch and great leg drive. And despite being undersized, his hands are strong. He sustains blocks really well. You don't want to play him in line, but he does one thing only for you, and that's going to be he's going to move block well. And personally, we can quibble all day about where you take blocking specialists. I think like the 5th round or maybe even 6th round range, depending on how good they are at it, is a good spot. I had a 5th round grade on Seydou Traore because of that. I think he's really good at it. And personally, I was on him back at Arkansas State. I've been on him for a little while now, actually. I love Seydou Traore here.
Okay. Love it. Now, 49ers have drafted Enrique Cruz and Carver Willis. Tackles?
Center, Carver Willis, I think.
You think Willis is a center?
I think he's a center, but I think he'll be a good one. I'm a fan of Willis.
Yeah, I think Willis he'll move inside. I like him at guard in San Fran. And Cruz is a tackle. To me, he's a tackle.
Okay. So they have their project tackle because San Francisco was having some contract issues with their left tackle. I'm already forgetting which player that is.
Trent Williams?
Trent Williams, thank you. Yeah, so they were having some contract issues with Trent Williams. It was known that they needed to draft a tackle if they want to be able to move on from that contract.
And Enrique Cruz is a fascinating profile. 6'5", sub 540, a 174 on the 10, 10 3/8-inch hands, 34 and 7/8-inch arms. So there's a skill set and traits to work with for a couple of years.
Nice. So we are at the end of round 5. So we are about to start round 6. So Buffalo is the last pick of round 5. Christian, could you throw out maybe 5 of your best available real quickly here?
Yeah. Garrett Nussmeier is still on my board. I'm obviously not sure what's going to happen with the back injury, with the back assist on his spine. What if that'll even get him picked or not? I want to give a shout out to Chase Roberts though, or he's my comfort Cooper Cup. I'm a big fan of his game. Not going to wow you in speed. He's not going to be for everybody, but you want someone who can outdo you physically and get open and create and complete catches through traffic. Chase Roberts is gonna be a good option for you. So he's not going to fit every team, but Roberts is someone who I think has enough twitch to be able to be a big slot receiver and control the intermediate part of the field.
Chase Roberts, the swarming Mormon.
Yep.
And then, I'm thinking Katrin Allen, Roman Hemby are 2 running backs that I like right now. We mentioned Bishop Fitzgerald earlier. He's still available. Trying to think of, I don't have a board that I'm crossing players.
Matt Golban, Brian Parker, both centers. They're kind of viewed as a couple of the top centers in the class. They're still out there.
I got Golban. Yeah.
Rayshawn Benny's still out there. Max Llewellyn.
Yeah, Golban's in my top 5 of guys I have remaining. I still have
Ben. Who else do you have?
So yeah, Nussmeier. I talked about him earlier. He's my number 1 still available. I got one more round 2 to 3 grade player. It's Mason Reiger. I brought this up last time I podcasted with you. Mason Reiger is one of my sleepers. He's got a deep bag of pass rush moves, and he cycles through them very quickly. I love people who get after the ball or who get after the quarterback the way he does. He's got good burst off the snap, and he's got good lateral agility too to cross face. So you're off to a great start with him. Not quite the bendy kind of guy, not really a speed to power guy, but he's a technician. And if you're comparing him to guys like Max Llewellyn and, another technician, Max Llewellyn isn't that good of an athlete compared to Reiger. Reiger's a good athlete, make no mistake. I think he beats blocks. He just beats blocks. And you could use that as a pass rusher. He's the only other round 2 to 3 grade guy I have left. Then I have 3 more round 3 to 4 grade, or 4 more, but I'll do my top 3 for round 3 to 4. Deion Burks, we know who he is. Matt Golban, we were just talking about him. And Xavier Harris is my 5th best player available. Off the field, who knows? You hate that stuff when players get into stupid stuff like that right before the draft. But, yeah.
So we've mentioned several wide receivers. So Malik Benson's a wide receiver from Oregon. Chase Roberts, wide receiver from BYU. What other wide receivers do we think we will see their name in the next 2 rounds?
CJ Daniels out of
Who's
Miami.
CJ? I like the CJ Daniels call out.
Mhm.
Oh, and then Owen joining us from his car. That's a beautiful steering wheel.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to get on here for the Bills pick because I know it's up right now.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Good
it's
to see you,
pleasure to
Owen.
meet you. I like you. I like how stand on business you are with your takes.
Thank you. I know what I am confident in what I see on tape, and that's usually the basis of a lot of my takes at this point. I just got in an argument with Jeremy White from Buffalo local radio for like an hour on Twitter this morning because he thought I was being too mean to people for being completely and utterly negative about the drafting of DJ Parker, which is ridiculous.
So I'll have to go find those because I have no issue showing my name up in Jeremy's feed as well.
It was in the replies of Randall's tweet where he tweeted out basically something about TJ Parker, or I had replied to Joe DiBiase, his radio host or co-host, and basically saying like, because they kept making tweets about what other people had written about TJ Parker, and I'm like, I just can't take your guys' opinion seriously. I can't listen to like when you guys talk about the draft. I can listen to you talk about hockey and everything else, but whenever you talk about the draft, because I'm so well versed in it that when hearing people talk about it, don't really know much about it. It makes me kind of like, okay, it's not entertaining. So they kept trying to make it seem like it was AJ Epinesa 2.0, and I'm like, that's a ridiculous take. And then he was getting mad that I was mad that people were overwhelmingly negative about the draft so far for the Bills. And I was like, you got my 12th overall player at 35, and I don't see a single positive remark, and all the biggest people are being negative. So we were just going back and forth, and it's the first time Jeremy's ever replied to anything I posted, and we just went at it for like a whole thread.
Oh, and the pick is in.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Okay, so if there is an explosive 3 technique or 4 eye that is still on the board and he is now coming to Buffalo.
The notifications came across my phone. I am okay.
It's Zane Durant, the defensive tackle from Penn State.
I like the fit.
A lot of potential.
Yeah.
I like it better now.
That's exactly what it is. Yes. What was that?
So I was never a big Zane Durant guy. I think this is actually probably where I would have him slated as to be drafted is right here, because I didn't know what the hell his fit was, especially when looking at it through a Bills lens of when they had a McDermott scheme, the 3 tech or 1 tech. I thought he was too light on his feet for either of those spots. For me personally, I thought he'd be like, maybe a transition to like a big like super edge in an even front scheme if we were to take him. But with the new current scheme as a 5 tech or a 4 eye, I really like that actually.
Yep.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of Jalen Redmond, who I was not very high on him. I didn't like his ability to take on contact at all. I didn't think he did a lot of football stuff well, but he moved well. And now in a Brian Flores scheme, he's been able to be used as this like versatile blitzing pass rush threat. And I could see a similar outcome like that for Zane Durant, because it's very rare to find defensive tackles that are that light on their feet, that can cross face as well as he can. You know, he's got no moves. He doesn't know how to use his hands. He's not going to stack run blocks. He's not going to be a guy that you get involved early, but he is a developmental, like upside, a lot of potential there guy with him. Still only 21 as well.
Yeah, I mean, and Newt Weston approved meat hooks because he has over 10-inch hands.
Mm-hmm.
He's got all the traits that you'd love from a
boy.
guy. He just needs to put it all together.
Browns are picking.
Put the Browns pick up.
Okay.
Do something good.
You have a new quarterback.
Okay. I like this range for Taylor Green. It's either do you want the floor in Nussmeier, or do you want the ceiling in a guy like Taylor Green? Taylor Green's got a lot of athletic potential. When he's on, he's on. He's a guy that aims the ball more than he throws it. He's got some real accuracy concerns. I don't think he sees the field well at all. He gets caught up on his first read very often, and he struggles to take his eyes off it. And when he does, he doesn't know what he's looking at. His natural instinct is to start retreating away from the pocket. He's afraid of the pocket. He doesn't like clutter. I want quarterbacks that are going to step up. They don't care what pressure is going to be coming down on them, and they're going to make throws through contact. He drifts out the backside of the pocket so often. And if you're an athletic like project potential guy who doesn't see the field well, I at least want to see a little better arm talent with you. But I'll tell you what, when he is on, and he flashes that ability with his arm sometimes. Like not just to make big throws downfield, but to layer the ball like into tight windows with a touch at time. Again, this is very few and far between. I'm skewing positive here because he has flashed it. It's very inconsistent, but he also has that ability to fit it into tight windows. So there's a lot to like with him in terms of what he could become. The thing I don't like is that he's been starting for a very long time and he's seemingly taken no steps forward. But what I do like also is when he gets into boat races with teams, he does have a tendency to clean it up and become more consistent in spurts down the stretch. So I like that from a mentality standpoint.
Nice. So Taylor Green, first pick of round 6, going to the Cleveland Browns. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock.
Can I float an idea that wasn't
Sure.
a quarterback pick?
Tight end.
Because you guys haven't replaced Njoku, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I mean, I've heard that narrative about him playing tight end, possibly.
But Cleveland selected a tight end earlier in round 4, didn't they?
one of the 1,000 that went.
Yeah, Joe
Yeah.
Royer. Hey, Taylor Green might be a better tight end than Joe Royer. Let's see. Get him in space and let him create with the ball in his hands. He could at least do that.
Yeah, I mean, at the very worst, you have a guy that can run the read option with Judkins and be able to kind of operate that as under the Wildcat, where you have maybe something in terms of offense that can be more consistent.
Yeah, for sure.
So Christian, this is the second pick where it's a player name where I'm like, okay, Christian, Carson Sharar, linebacker from Iowa, is an Arizona Cardinal.
Yeah, he's a little on the small side. I think he'll be a special teamer. 31, 3/4 inch arms, but 10 3/8 inch hands. So he's got brawny hands, and you see that when he attacks the run, he's able to dissect, react, and close on backers. But I think he's going to be a special teamer at the next level.
And then Tampa Bay traded up to get somebody at 185. Is there a player that's still on your board that says I should be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer? Like, who's their backup quarterback?
Kyle Trask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, are they done with him? Could be for Nuss.
Kyle Trask or Garrett Nussmeier?
What if they want to add another edge rusher to the stable? Because they have 2 good starters now with Bain and Diaby, but they could stand for a lot more depth. I don't want to be relying on Al-Qadim Muhammad to now all of a sudden play outside linebacker. They've had Anthony Nelson there for years, and he's just never really done anything.
Who's their middle
This
backer?
would be a Caden Curry spot here in Tampa. He would be a gritty, steady rotational player in a Bulls defense.
Yeah, but they're going to want to run 3-4 a lot, and I don't know if Caden Curry is going to be a stand-up, 2-point outside linebacker type.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and submit my claim for my boy Mason Reiger, who I think can do that. He can do both. He's versatile.
So while we're waiting for the Buccaneers pick to come in, the pick before, the Tennessee Titans selected defensive tackle Jackie Marshall from Baylor, who was also at the Senior Bowl. Christian, what do you have on Jackie Marshall?
Pull his measurables up. Yeah, I've got a 7th on him. He's quick and undersized. A little on the small sized when it comes to interior defenders. So he'll be a 3 tech, but good quickness off the snap, but just not much of a plan as a pass rusher. But he just you're drafting for the traits. You're drafting for the athletic upside, but undersized. Not much of a plan as a pass rusher, and obviously, as when he's taking on blocks on the run, he doesn't have the strength and the anchor to really hold the point of attack. But this is there's pass rushing upside as a 3 or a 1 at the next level.
The JT Olson is trying to channel his Torian York love.
Love the Torian York call out,
but he's also pointing out that this could be a tight end. Because Tampa Bay needs a tight end. They haven't drafted one yet.
Come on. Trig rocks. I think Trig
Okay.
would be go tight
It
end.
is a tight end, but again, this is where I go to Christian and I say, Christian, this is a player whose name that I am less familiar with. Bauer Sharp, tight end LSU. Welcome to Tampa Bay. Christian.
Converted quarterback if he's the right guy I'm thinking of. But there's some athletic upside. I think he's functional as an inline blocker. I'm not sure I would have done this with. There's still a couple really good tight ends I think that are on the board here. Jack Endries, Dallin Bentley, Michael Trigg. I think if you're comfortable off the field with Trigg, he would be a sneaky good option. Then JT mentioned Daquan Rice. Well, he's one of my favorite tight end sleepers in this draft. But Bauer Sharp, a bit of a project. Not sure what his ceiling is. Probably a tight end 3 at the next level. But soft hands, functional blocker. There's something to work with, and would be a converted quarterback. Really good, and going to be a contributor on special teams.
Okay. So I want to thank everybody that is here watching. So this is Draft Professors live coverage of day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft. And if you are the type of person that wants to hear about every day 3 player that's drafted, you found the right podcast. You should also know that if you love the draft that much to watch a day 3 draft podcast, we podcast on the draft every day. So that means that if you check us out once in a while by hitting that subscribe on YouTube, there's a really good chance that most of these players, this is not the first podcast that we've spoke about them on. So give us a subscribe. Starting in May, we're going to be breaking down the 2027 and 2028 draft classes, and you're going to hear about at least 800 players that are candidates for the 27 or the 28 draft on our shows starting the first Monday of May. Okay, so the New York Giants at pick 186 have selected Auburn defensive tackle Bobby Jamison Travis. What do you have, Christian?
Not a thing. This is the first one where he did not make my board.
Okay. So Bobby Jamison Travis. So 6'3", 328 pounds, 34 and a quarter inch arms, 9 and 5/8 inch hands. He played at Auburn, and I'm looking him up right now. He has also played, he was a transfer into Auburn from Iowa Western Community College, where he played 3 seasons there. So he definitely fits the size profiles to play inside with good first step quickness. Okay. But ultimately, he doesn't necessarily leverage his blocks well. And generally speaking, his stacking and shedding at the point of attack needs some improvement. So you're definitely getting a developmental defensive tackle. If you can get any contribution out of a 6th round pick, it's a good pick, right?
Based on the measurables, he's probably going to play nose.
Yeah.
Play a 0 or a 1.
And the Giants just traded Dexter Lawrence. So there was a need. There's an opening on the roster here. So, okay. So the Jets are on the clock, followed by the Bengals, Saints, Patriots, Giants ×2, Titans, Raiders, Jaguars. Eagles are up halfway through the round. Patriots, Seahawks, Dolphins, Packers, Chargers, Jaguars, Texans, Lions, Chargers, Rams, Falcons, Commanders, Steelers, Ravens, Patriots, Bills at pick 213, Colts, Falcons, Seahawks. We'll close out round 6. So I am looking forward to seeing who all of these players are. And one of the best available that we had mentioned earlier is off the board. Katron Allen is going to Washington. Penn State is not that far from Washington, D.C., having lived in Washington, D.C. before, so there's low moving expenses. But what do you want to tell us about Katron Allen going to Washington, Christian?
Yeah, he's a bruiser. Yeah, he's gonna fit. He's gonna fit right in with an offense that's gonna want to take some pressure off of Jaden Daniels. Allen can step in right away and be a functional contributor in a committee. Look at their depth chart. They've got Krosky Merritt from last year. Austin Eckler comes back off of injury. They signed someone else, Rashad White. So they've got and Jerome Ford as well. So they've got about 4 or 5 options where they're gonna have their choice of running backs to go to. So it's a wise investment, good value at this spot. I had I think a 5th on Allen. I had a 4th on Allen. So this is good value here for them.
Yeah, and I'm generally speaking, like, I would draft Katron Allen in my fantasy drafts ahead of like Adam Randall that was drafted ahead of him here.
There's definitely a path to Allen seeing the field early as a rookie.
Yeah, and even like, so if I'm drafting a running back like in Dynasty, I'm not necessarily expecting to get like year 1 production out of him. It's more of, do I think that the running back ahead of him is going to get a contract extension? And probably not. So there's going to be a point where Jacoby Krosky Merritt, otherwise known as Bill, is injured. Running backs get injured. Allen's going to get a shot. When Allen gets his shot, I want him on my roster. So, okay, we have another pick coming in. So the Jets selected a Nez Cooper, the guard from Miami. Take it away, Christian.
He's a mauler. He's gonna move bodies, strong hands, athletically, a little stiff, but all those Miami offensive linemen were just absolute man movers, and they're gonna, for a Jets team that really needs to get more physical up front. Cooper's is gonna be a good depth piece for him.
Yep. So Inez Cooper, just really good people mover, right? Like, yeah. He's going to be able to get, I think as some people put it, he's going to be able to get vertical displacement.
Yep.
Right. So, and the Jets have 2 bookend tackles, right? So the Jets in the last 2 drafts have got Olu Fashanu and Armand Membu. So the Jets have their tackles. Getting a guard like Cooper, again, keep investing in the offensive line for the quarterback to be named later in the 2027 draft. Okay, Brian Parker off the board to Cincinnati. Take it away.
That's now 2 center, I believe, Cincinnati State. They got Lou as well. So they're probably not expecting Lou to contribute much as a rookie, but Brian Parker is someone who can compete right away for a starting gig and can even slide over to guard and provide some quality snaps as well.
Yes. And with Brian Parker, you're getting flexibility because he played tackle in college. So if you need somebody to get you out of a game at tackle, there's a chance, right? That's probably not going to be his best position.
Yep.
But ultimately, if you're not going to be a starting offensive lineman, your best way to make the 53-player roster is to play more than one position, and Brian Parker can definitely do that.
Yep. Kind of poor man's Graham Barton, who is another Duke tackle who moved in science, had a great career so far with the Bucks. Parker's kind of poor man's version of that.
Yeah. So let's go take a look at the Bengals overall draft. I will be podcasting approximately 6:30 p.m. Eastern tonight. We're going to do a summer draft summary show. So Dale from Bengals and Brews is coming on. Marcus from Tape Don't Lie is coming on. And I think Anthony Russo will be joining us as well. Where we're just going to spend about an hour reviewing every team's draft. And like some of the picks that we liked. And then we're going to have another summary show Sunday morning with Jack Brentnall and Tyler Hill. And the show tomorrow morning is going to be the best pick and the worst pick of every round. I'm curious how we're going to come up with what the worst 7th round picks are. But hey, I'm glad that made you smile. We're draft professors. We will find a way. to talk about the worst pick of round 7. But I do like the Brian Parker pick to the Bengals. So the Bengals have selected Cassius Howell, the edge from Texas A&M, Tacario Davis, the corner from Washington, Connor Lew, the center from Auburn, Colby Young, the wide receiver from Georgia, followed by Brian Parker Jr., the offensive lineman, center / guard / tackle from Duke. So what I like is that Cincinnati has addressed their offensive line. Like, it needed attention. And I know that, different people have come on, Draft Professor and Ryan Sparks will say, well, it was, they led the league in efficiency, or they were top 10 in offensive line efficiency. And I'm like, well, if Joe Burrow keeps getting hit and keeps getting hurt, I don't care how efficient you are, you're not efficient enough. You have to keep your quarterback upright. Now, if you're Buffalo with Josh Allen, he can go run away. But like, to your point, Christian, like, sooner or later, Jalen Hurts can't run away. Sooner or later, Josh Allen can't run away. You need 5 good offensive line.
And with Burrow's injury history, he's one injury away from Cincinnati probably having to draft a quarterback.
Yeah. So I love seeing Cincinnati invest in the offensive line. Cincinnati still hasn't taken a safety and still hasn't taken a linebacker. So could you imagine, like, Cincinnati getting a Bishop Fitzgerald or a Xavier Wonkpa in round 7?
Yeah, that'd be plus value for both those guys.
Cole Wisniewski is still out there.
And they signed Brian Cook from the Chiefs, so who's kind of more of a deep safety. So they probably would be more interested in kind of a hybrid box type.
Wisniewski.
Yeah, Wisniewski fit that role. VJ Payne's one I'm kind of surprised.
Oh, I like that. I like that shout out too. VJ Payne, yes. Yeah,
he's got great traits.
So Cincinnati is going to get excited about their 7th round safety. I'm just saying, like, I think you're going to get a 7th round safety, and Houday Nation is going to get really excited about that. Christian, why don't we do some position by position about, like, who's available from the perspective of your board? Let's start at running back, and we'll go through the offensive skill positions: offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, safety, corner. But at running back, for me, Roman Hemby is the name that jumps out to me. But and then Curtis Allen from Virginia Union are the 2 names that I'm looking at running back. Anybody else that you have at running back?
Yeah, Jamari Taylor out of Virginia, real big, thick runner. I like him a lot. He's my top available running back on the board now with Katron Allen gone. Eli Heidenreich out of Navy. Danny Woodhead's the comp for me. Great with his hands, kind of a gadget guy. Seth McGowan, Kentucky is another intriguing one. Oh, George's going to be happy. But Seth McGowan, Kentucky is a talented runner. There's some off-field stuff teams are going to have to weigh. Jam Miller, Noah Whittington are a couple other draftable running backs I have that are still out there.
Okay. The Saints are adding a lot of toys to their offense. The Saints, it's Christmas right now. This is Christmas for Tyler Shuck. He's getting a lot of toys. So Barry Brown, wide receiver from LSU, is the 3rd wide receiver that the Saints have drafted, and he is the 4th offensive skill player they've drafted because they've also added Oscar Delp, the tight end. So tell everybody about Barry Brown, his kick returning prowess, and whether or not you see him as fitting into their offense as well.
Yeah, Barry Brown's a lot of fun to watch. Going back to his tape at Kentucky where he really jumped out and came onto the NFL or onto the radar as far as his prospect status goes. But Brown's electric. He's dynamic, great speed, deep, can work down the field, take the top off the defense, but just transferred to LSU and it just did not work out. There's a strong case to be had where it was more or less the situation as opposed to the player. And going to New Orleans, where he's got a super bright head coach and play call, Kellen Moore, he's going to scheme things up for him. So Brown as a number 4 in New Orleans now, most likely, really, really good. I like him a lot in that role with upside as a kick returner and his dynamic playmaking. So this is a great pick here for the Saints. Brown's one of my better available receivers still. Deion Burks is probably far and away the best receiver I have on my board, but he can't threaten a team over the top the way Barryon Brown can. So I like this pick a lot for New Orleans, and Jacksonville just made a really good pick too.
Yep. So Anthony Chung, thank you for subscribing to the Draft Professors. We are here every day. So if you love hearing about day 3 players, you are going to love our content 12 months a year, because we talk about all these guys on our podcast, and all of the 2027 and future draft year content starts the first Monday of May. So we're basically taking a week off, and we will be back. I mean, there's about 5 or 6 draft professors that already have, 300 player 2027 boards. Jacksonville selected wide receiver Josh Cameron from Baylor. Again, I like this pick. Big X. Once you get over the uniform number of Josh Cameron and you just look at the player, you're getting a player more than likely he's going to be able to return kicks for Jacksonville, and then do some other things in their offense. But tell everybody about Josh Cameron.
Yeah, he's someone I was hoping the Eagles would take with their next pick. I think he probably more of a straight line receiver, but he can get down the field, play above the rim, and get behind a defense. But his value is going to be on special teams as a return man.
Yep. And then the New York Giants selected J.C. Davis, the offensive tackle from Illinois, at pick 192. So I know Owen, who's just on the show here briefly, he had a day 2 grade on J.C. Davis. Davis is a tackle from Illinois, probably is going to project to play guard at the NFL level. But again, if you need to get out of a game, he could kick outside to tackle. Tell everybody else about J.C. Davis.
Yeah, I know JC's kind of more polarizing. A lot of people have him in the day 2 range. I've got to fit the 6th on him. He's got good tools, and good length, 34 and 5/8 inch arms. So he's got thick hands, 10 1/4 inch, good power. Just athletically, I think that's what's going to force him inside. 178 on the 10-yard splits. It's not desirable. So he's got moments where he looks really good, but both Duke edge rushers, when they played Illinois earlier this year, had their way with them. And it's just the twitch that both Vincent Anthony and Wesley Williams have that can threaten bigger corners who are a little on the stiff side. So JC probably moves inside, a bit of a project, but there's something to work with there. He's got good power.
Yeah, and if you look at the Giants draft, so the Giants still have one more pick. But the Giants have selected Arvell Reese and Francis Maui Noah in round 1, Colton Hood in round 2, Malachi Fields in round 3, Bobby Jamison Travis, the defensive tackle from Auburn, in round 6, J.C. Davis also in round 6. So what I like about this is the Giants needed offensive line improvement, and they've drafted 2. And if they just overhauled both guards, so if Maui Noah and Davis both play guard, it's an upgrade. You've drafted a corner. So again, on my draft checklist, you should be drafting a defensive back every year. And my opinion is at least one of the 2 that you draft every year should be on day 1 or day 2. But you need defensive backs to get out of an NFL season. So the Giants have done that. They've addressed their defense with Arvell Reese and Bobby Jamison Travis. So a lot of trench play, right? And again, invest in the trenches every draft. One wide receiver, don't get cute. You just need to add a receiver, right? And then, if a guy like Malachi Fields, you give him a year or 2. If it doesn't work out, you just draft another wide receiver, right? And, the success rate on drafting wide receivers is relatively low, right? So, round 1 and round 2, it's about a 50% success rate at wide receiver. And it's a little bit less in round 3, but it's just one of those things that you draft a receiver, and if he doesn't work out, move on from him by year 3. So the Giants are still on the clock because they had consecutive picks after they selected J.C. Davis, but that pick hasn't been entered into the site yet. The Titans are on the clock. Let's look at the Titans draft.
Looks like Chris had the last couple picks out there in the chat.
Center. There we go. So the Titans have selected Pat Coogan, and then the Giants selected linebacker Jack Kelly. So again, the Giants double dipping at linebacker with Arvell Reese and Jack Kelly. But talk about Jack Kelly for a little bit.
Yeah, Arvell Reese is going to probably play the will in a John Harbaugh, Denard Wilson defense. Jack Kelly's going to be your Sam. He's a guy you want around the ball, playing downhill, stuff in the run. Got great instincts, physical, tough, good run stuffer. Pat Coogan, kind of in that similar mold, come from all Notre Dame offensive linemen or former Notre Dame offensive linemen, have great instincts, great intelligence, and Coogan doesn't have elite or average athletic traits by any means, but he's one step ahead of the defense. He hits his landmarks, knows exactly how to keep everyone on the same page as a center. Just a true A+ leader, just an absolute alpha. He takes command of the room. Someone who, between his communication, intelligence, and leadership, is going to make your offensive line better.
So Pat Coogan, welcome to Tennessee. Tennessee's draft, they still have they have one more pick in round 7, but they have selected Carnell Tate and Keldrick Falk in round 1, Anthony Hill Jr. in round 2, Fernando Carmona, guard from Arkansas in round 5, Nick Singleton, running back from Penn State in round 5, Jackie Marshall, defensive tackle from Baylor in round 6, and then Pat Coogan, the center from Indiana, in round 6. So again, I like seeing the positions that teams draft. Okay, so again, we went into the draft knowing that Tennessee had to address the interior of their offensive line. They've drafted 2, Carmona and Coogan. So as long as one of those 2 day 3 picks can make the field as a starter, they'll feel really good about their draft, really, because they have a need. They spent 2 picks, and when you need trenches, keep drafting them. So
and Dave, big picture day 3, you're looking for stability. You're looking for players who are going to fill holes on your roster. If not become starters, be really good backups. Any output on the field for a late day 3 pick is a big win.
So Christian, the Eagles have a pick coming up, and I know that you've got to run. So why don't you introduce yourself to everybody watching? I mean, you have put 5 hours in on the podcast. You have more respect for me than words will ever express. The floor is yours, Chris.
I appreciate that. So yeah, you can follow me on Twitter on below @Zwick_Christian. Follow me for my Eagles content, NFL draft content, other sports content, just like interacting with people, talking sports, talking ball. So I've been part of Draft Professor for probably better part of 2 or 3 months, I would say. It's had an absolute blast. Appreciate Jim for reaching out and wanting me to come along and be a part of something special. Really appreciate it. But draft boards, mock drafts, content, takes. I have about everything out there. You catch me. This is Mrs. Irrelevant podcast. I'll be covering the ACC for summer scouting every Wednesday, 9:00. So after the draft, tune in on Wednesday nights to hear me talk some prospect for 27 and 28. And appreciate all the support from everyone out there. If you've ever read my content, interacted, commented, shared it, whatever, very, 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 very appreciated. And just, again, so thankful to be a part of something really special over here at the Draft Professor. And if anybody out there who wants to get involved, if you enjoy the draft half as much as I do, so subscribe and check out our stuff, because we've got numerous, so many people who are so much smarter than I am. So take what you want from me. There's so many out there who are leaps and bounds better than what I do.
So the Raiders have selected wide receiver Malik Benson from Oregon. The Raiders have one more pick in round 7, but the Raiders draft is just what I call the big fundamental. And the reason why I say it's the big fundamental, they've pretty much addressed every position room I'm counting their picks. 1, 2. So I believe they've made 9 picks and they still have a 10th. So they've addressed quarterback with Fernando Mendoza, and that was in round 1. They've addressed running back with Mike Washington from Arkansas in round 4. They addressed wide receiver with Malik Benson, the wide receiver from Oregon, in round 6. They've drafted 3 defensive backs. Hezekiah Massis, corner from Cal, Dalton Johnson, safety from Arizona, and Traydon Stukes, safety from Arizona. So they drafted both Arizona safeties. That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, it is.
And then they also drafted, did I see a linebacker? I did not see a linebacker. They also drafted Jermon McCoy. Forgot that.
Yep.
So it's like you just overhauled. You may get, if you get 4 defensive back starters out of 1 draft, like that's a good draft. And then they also drafted Trey Zune, who is the center from Texas A&M. So every room, in every position room, has a new player except linebacker right now. That's how you make
linebackers probably
incremental
the spot they don't need, because they did sign both Georgia linebackers, Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker, who are going to come in and lead that defense. So linebackers probably the one area they don't need to address.
Right.
But they've done John Spytek's done a great job of making sure Fernando Mendoza has players who can come in and help him right away. Because with bringing in Mendoza, bringing Clint Kubiak over from Seattle, I contend the Raiders have really good personnel. They just need to get grown-ups in the right places, and they have them now. Between whether it's Tom Brady calling the shots upstairs, John Spytek as the GM, Mendoza as the face of your franchise, and Kubiak as the head coach, they now have the appropriate pieces in place to turn this thing around and really get the Raiders brand of football back where it deserves to be.
And so it looks like the Eagles made a trade. They traded with the Rams. So we will figure out the terms of the trade. It looks like they traded down to 207, Christian. So are the Rams? Well, no, the Rams have already drafted a quarterback, so they're not trading up for Nussmeier.
I'm wondering if we had Josh Cameron on our radar, and because who took him? Did Jacksonville take him?
Yeah. But the Rams are like moving up for somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. Deion Burks is here. He would be fun in a Sean McVay offense, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would be. Yeah.
And Malik Benson went off 2 picks before. So if they had like Malik Benson and Deion Burks and now one of them's left, you got to go get him.
Yeah.
So,
or, and here's, I'll bring up my guy again. Whether it's having all that success with Cooper Kupp or if Puka continues to trend the wrong way off the field, Chase Roberts. He's an excellent blocker too. And if you're going to play in a McVay offense, you've got to be able to block.
Okay. So, Dylan, I see your question. We'll get to that in a minute. You want to talk about Demetrius Crownover going to the Patriots?
Yeah, Crownover's got excellent traits. When he squares up and gets attached, he's got when he latches on, it's over. He wins. The problem, the concern with him is just the consistency behind that. There are too many times he plays high, so speed rushers, bendy rushers can get underneath him and access his corner and shorten their path to the quarterback. I think he gets beat across his face way too frequently for my taste, especially with a player with his length. That should not be a problem, because Romello Height at the Senior Bowl had his way with Crownover time and time again. And it was the same move every time. A quick counter across his body, it attacked the inside shoulder. So you want to see Crownover be a little more consistent with his hand placement and better positioning with his frame. But the traits are there. I mean, for 6th round, a bank on the upside with his traits, because he is big, long, and powerful. So it's a good pick here for New England, and he doesn't have to play right away. Morgan Moses he's been a good tackle for a long time, and a veteran who's seen a lot. There's Crowner can learn a lot from a guy like Morgan Moses.
Okay. So Dylan, Dante Thornton. So yeah, Dante Thornton, I think is a great deep threat, but Dante Thornton will never prevent me from drafting another wide receiver.
Agreed. Let me pull my 25.
Like Puka might. Like if my team is Puka, I might say, okay, I don't need to draft a wide receiver. But if my team is Dante Thornton, I'm drafting another wide receiver. It's just one of the right. It's so I'm gonna go through some best available. So right now at wide receiver, names that we're probably gonna hear. Deion Burks is available. Jeff Caldwell, J. Michael Sturdivant, Harrison Wallace, Eric Rivers, CJ Daniels, I think, is a name that deserves mention. CJ Daniels, a lot of draft professors said day 2 tape, day 3 age and injury history.
Yeah.
So really good player, but he might be like a one contract wide receiver in the NFL because he is a little bit older. Dylan Bell from Georgia, Eric McAllister from TCU has some off-field issues. Chris Hilton Jr. from LSU is one of my favorites. Colin Lacey from Louisville, another great special teams player. Lewis Bond was at the Senior Bowl from Boston College. Chase Roberts from BYU. I think those are going to be some names that we're going to hear shortly. Tight end, I think the tight end board, Jack Endries from Texas, Michael Trigg from Baylor, Daquan Wright from Ole Miss. I'm moderately surprised all three of them are still here in round 6.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And then I think you've already mentioned Dallin Bentley from Utah as another name that's kind of surprising to see here round 6. So I think we're going to hear those names called shortly. Offensive tackle, Isaiah World from Oregon is probably the best available tackle. The issue is you need to punt on him for a year because he is recovering. I believe it's a torn ACL, right? Yep. So, but Diego Pounds, Ali Fa'amo, Emil Wagner would all be some offensive tackles whose names I may expect to hear. At guard, Alex Harkey from Oregon, Armaj Reed Adams from Texas A&M, Logan Taylor from Boston College, Jaden Roberts from Alabama, Cam Dewberry from Alabama, Micah Morris from Georgia. Those are some names that we may hear today. At defensive tackle, I actually think the defensive tackle board in round 6 is looking pretty good. And here you go. One of our best available just went to the Rams. You want to talk about CJ Daniels?
Yeah, you touched up on it. Age and injuries are a concern, but he's got great technique. Just a good route runner. He's someone who's going to come in right away and be a number 4 receiver, but you're probably not going to get much more than that. Probably, you get a contract out of him. That'd be a win for you. So I don't think he's ever going to be a number 1 or number 2, maybe even number 3 receiver, but he's someone who could be a really good backup, come in off the bench, play 15, 20 snaps and give you a couple catches a game.
Okay, so some of the best available defensive tackles. We've mentioned Xavier Harris, 6'8", 330 pounds from Ole Miss. So again, that's not a misprint. 6 feet, 8 inches tall, 330 pounds. He has blocked numerous kicks in his collegiate career. So he's immediate value to be on special teams. There are significant off-field injuries or off-field concerns with Harris. So there's a reason he's still available here. And a lot of teams just aren't going to touch him.
Yeah.
But other defensive tackles, Rayshawn Benny from Michigan, Bryson Eason from Tennessee, Cameron Ball from Arkansas, Brandon Cleveland from NC State, Tim Keenan from Alabama, Dante Corleone from Cincinnati, David Gusta from Kentucky. And I'm scrolling down the list. James Thompson from Illinois, David Blay from Miami, Renee Conga from Louisville, Landon Robinson from Navy. Another running back went off. You want to talk about DeMond Claiborne going to the Minnesota Vikings?
Yeah, tape wasn't near as good this year as last year, but he's gonna be a change of pace back. Someone who in Minnesota, where Aaron Jones, Jordan Mason both have a history of getting dinged up. Claiborne's going to see the field, and I think he's going to bring some value with his juice and ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, create when he gets in space with a runway. Claiborne's got some potential. It's a matter of rediscovering that 2024 form, where he was arguably a top 2 or 3 running back in this class preseason.
Right. Oh, and then another wide receiver's off the board. Do you have Emmanuel Henderson Jr. from Kansas?
I do. I've got a free agent grade on him. Maybe a gadget guy, special teamer, return man, maybe. Alabama transfer, I know that, but yeah, I not a draftable player, and to me, so reach here for Seattle, but you're the world champs. Take players with good traits.
Let me check something out here for Emmanuel Henderson. Is he the kick returner?
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking to see, do they show kick return stats? So there was a really good kick returner.
I mean, if Rashid Shaheed were to ever have to miss time, Henderson could stick around the practice squad and you could elevate him as your return man.
He has one kickoff return for a touchdown in his collegiate career.
And it was this year.
Yeah. So if you're looking for special teams information, there was a really good special teams returner podcast that Steve and Taylor did. Taylor also goes by Chaw. So Steve and Chaw did it. It was a Thursday night show about 2 months ago. And Shaw did a lot of research. And one of the things that he found is that a lot of the best kick returners in the NFL were not Division I. So they weren't Power 4. They weren't even Group of 5. There was even the next tier down. So I do know that there were, like, one of the Kansas players was mentioned. I think it's Henderson. So I think that's a kick return pick. But going back to some of the best available. So if we go back to edge, Caden Curry from Ohio State, Logan Fano from Utah, Mason Rieger from Wisconsin, Tyreek Sapp from Florida, Patrick Payton from LSU, Quintavious Hutchins from Boston College, all available. I think Anthony Lucas from USC is going to hear his name called really soon. So Anthony Lucas is a prototypical edge. He can play on first and second down, and he has the body type that profiles really well to be an edge that can set the run. You're not going to get any pass rush out of him, but he's going to be able to play first and second down for you, and that's an NFL edge. So Anthony Lucas, I'm expecting to hear your name called real soon.
It's not common that you see kind of early down specialists at this point. Teams like they like the traits, the pass rushing skill set on, especially at this point late in the draft. But to get a player like Lucas potentially who can bring you value on early downs, that's gonna hold value. I'm kind of surprised he's still available. I figured he'd be on someone's radar kind of the early part of day 3.
Yes, we want to talk about DJ Campbell, the Texas guard going to the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, he's big, kind of fits the prototypical mold of Texas lineman, big, long, and powerful. Just down and down, just too inconsistent, heavy footwork, can give him a little bit of stiffness when having to adjust and recover as pass protection. But thick hands, powerful when he gets attached. It's a good. He's going to be a solid backup. Good IQ, good power, a good player to be a backup offensive lineman.
Okay. I was just checking to make sure kids were. I've got my girlfriend is playing chaperone right now for my kids while I podcast. So I appreciate the interruption. So linebacker. So round 6 and round 7 are good linebacker rounds. If you haven't drafted a linebacker, get one in round 6 and 7. These are going to be some of your core special teams players. And there are some very good linebackers left. Deontay Lawson from Alabama, Harold Perkins Jr. from LSU, Lander Barton from Utah, Taurine York from Texas A&M. If you can get by the measurables on York, he's going to be a steal. So somebody's going to love getting Taurine York in round 6. Aiden Fisher from Indiana is still available. Some people call him the best pass coverage linebacker in the draft. He is still available in round 6. Eric Gentry from USC. He has a unique frame. He's probably a special teams player at the NFL level, but Eric Gentry from USC is still available. Red Murdoch from the University of Buffalo is also still available in round 6 as a linebacker. Okay, corners. So one of my favorite things to talk about are day 3 corners, and this is a very Packersy pick. Domani Jackson, welcome to Green Bay. Take it away, Christian.
Yeah, good. I mean, good traits, good athleticism, good size, but really good in run support, but coverage just gets lost too frequently. So this is going to be a guy who's going to come in, rotational player on defense, probably a special teamer. You're going to want him as a gunner, hunt down return men, long arms, so he can wrap up, good tackling technique, but just two hit and miss to see the field consistently on defense. But he could be a core special teamer, I think, at the next level.
Yeah, and I think Domani Jackson, if you are a college player and you're listening to this podcast, Domani Jackson is a great example of, if you're given a day 2 grade or even an early day 3 grade and you're a corner, come out early. Last year, multiple draft professors had a round 1 grade on Domani Jackson. Multiple, right? So we've got 90 podcasters here. Yeah, everybody loved Domani Jackson. We had guests coming on the show talking about Domani Jackson who don't even podcast with us regularly, and they're like, yeah, this is a round 1 corner. Okay. Well, he went back to school, and then he got benched. And now he went in round 6. Okay. So make sure, if you're a player, if you're going back to school, you have to think about a lot of things, right? Because if you get like an NIL deal, that's a 1-year contract. When you're a rookie going to the NFL, you're going to get a 4-year deal. So but maybe it is or isn't guaranteed. But Domani Jackson, the fall has been significant. Now the Chargers just took one of your guys, and that's Logan Taylor, the guard from Boston College. You want to talk about Logan Taylor going to the Los Angeles Chargers?
Yeah, his skill set is intriguing. He's the other Boston College tackle. I think both project better inside along with Jude Bowery, but 10.5-inch hands, 34 3/8-inch arms, thick, powerful, good footwork. I don't think he has the quickness and fluidity to be on the perimeter at the next level. He's gonna have to slot inside, but there is some upside here in the 6th round. Really tremendous value. I think he's got starter potential. But going into Jim Harbaugh again, perfect fit with Taylor's style of physical, tough, and imposes will on defenders.
Okay, so we've had another player go off the board. CJ Williams, the wide receiver from Stanford, was just selected. And who took him? Jacksonville. Okay, so CJ Williams, 6'1", 205 pounds, from Stanford, going to Jacksonville. He's played 4 seasons of college ball, but really his senior year was the most significant year. Didn't do much his first 3 years. Do you have anything else on CJ Williams from Stanford?
It's hard to judge players from Stanford just because how unwatchable. It's like scouting players from Purdue. You're better off hoping they transfer somewhere. But I had a free agent on CJ. 6'1", 6'1" or 6'7", 203, average speed, average length. I don't see a whole lot there to get excited about. but he'll come in and be competing for a roster spot. And Stanford players are almost certainly better pros than college players, so there's certainly possibly something there.
Okay, so there's a lot of really good available corners. The number one corner who, like, some draft professors have a top 100 grade on Devin Marshall from NC State. He's still available. Other corners that are available right now: Toriano Pride from Missouri, TJ Hall from Iowa, probably a slot player. Thaddeus Dixon from North Carolina. We've been mentioning him for at least a round at this point. I think Thaddeus Dixon's going to come off the board in the next 15 picks. Colin Wright from Stanford. I know Sam Teets really likes him. Looking at some of the others: Amari Harvey from Georgia Tech, Andre Fuller from Toledo, Marcus Allen from North Carolina, Jalen Guilbeau from Texas, Sayer Wright from Nebraska, Brent Austin from Cal. At safety, the best available. Okay, this is a really good list here. I think we're going to hear a lot of these names really soon. VJ Payne is probably the best available safety. He is from Kansas State. Robert Spears Jennings from Oklahoma is still available. So when Buffalo's pick comes up, I actually think Spears Jennings is a very reasonable pick. Buffalo scouted Oklahoma a lot. Bishop Fitzgerald from USC is also still available. He played opposite Kamari Ramsey, who went a few rounds ago. Deshaun Singleton from Nebraska, Lewis Moore from Indiana. Lewis Moore is an older prospect. Doesn't surprise me that he has dropped this far. Looking, Ahmad Moses from SMU. Brian Maffey, draft professor, really likes Wyatt Williams from Ole Miss. He is still available. So those are some of the best available. We are covering everything pick by pick. And we will fill the time when there's been several players that have gone off the board. Oh, okay. So apparently it flashed and then it went back. Because I was like, whoa, we haven't talked about him yet, but apparently that must have been like not official, but the NFL website flashed a pick. There it is. Okay. Houston Texans have selected wide receiver Lewis Bond from Boston College. He was at the Senior Bowl, right, Christian?
Yes, he was, and fared pretty well, but just small, kind of fits that Tank Dell mold. Super productive, but just you worry about the size, how it's going to translate to the next level. But if you can, Tank was a third round pick, so there's a lot more expectations. But Lewis Bond in the 6th round, yeah, certainly worth the flyer. Tape's good enough to suggest.
Okay, and then the Lions have taken defensive tackle Skylar Gill Howard from Texas Tech. So all 4 Texas Tech defensive linemen have been drafted. We want to tell everybody about Skylar Gill Howard.
Yeah, that Texas Tech defense, it was great, not just because of David Bailey and Cassius Howell, Romello Height, but Gill Howard dinged. He's got some injuries, undersized, so play strength and durability will be a concern. But he's someone who played with. I'm impressed with how well he can anchor down and control the point of attack, but just making a transition to NFL size, he's going to have to add some weight and bulk up. But rotational player, can play run, good anchor for him despite being relatively undersized. So it's a good pick here if he can stay on the field.
Okay, so the Chargers are on the clock, and then the Eagles have their pick, and Christian, you're a trooper, man. You've been going for 5 hours.
So the Eagles, the compensation's in with the trade from the Rams. They got 207, 251, and 252. So they have it. So after this one, they still have 2 more picks. So that tells me there are a couple guys they like that are slipping that they think they're gonna be able to get their hands on.
You got to get your hands on one of those pathway guys, one of the international pathway, right? Get your
Bernard
spot.
You are Bernard. Take a flyer on him. I'm actually a little kind of surprised Bernard didn't go because Giovanni Manu. Remember the name Giovanni Manu from British Columbia, who kind of had a stellar workout a couple years. Lions took him in the 4th round. I figured Bernard was ticketed for an early day 3 developmental player because he's built out of a factory, being that big and that explosive.
So Buffalo has had a pathway player in its practice squad for like the last 4 or 5 years. It's been a couple different guys, but like when you watch them play in the preseason, you begin to realize, like, if you haven't played football, all the measurables in the world mean nothing, right?
Yep.
Like, so I don't know that I would use a 4th round pick on a project like that. Right? It's
hmm
I mean, at this point, you can use the 7th rounder, right? Because
And yeah, oh yeah, I didn't agree with that at the time at all. Yeah, like I remember when the Lions drafted mine. I was like, whoa, that's a bit rich. But yeah, at this point in the draft, 7th round pick, the IPP slot's a free roster spot, so
So
you're not losing anything.
So, Christian, as you handicap the NFC East, so if you don't know, Christian is an Eagles fan. So, I'm going to ask you about the Commanders, the Giants, and the Cowboys. How do you feel the Eagles draft stacks up with, like, did you see any of those teams draft where the competitive balance of the division?
Well,
changes?
I love the idea of Christian Parker going to the Cowboys as defensive coordinator. I cringed when I saw that come across my feed. He is very, very intelligent, and he's been one of Vic Fangio's top lieutenants on his staff, even going back to when he was at Denver. So that's an impressive addition. And getting Caleb Downs, where only had to move up one spot to do it, it's reminiscent of the Eagles had to move up one spot and get Jalen Carter. He just kind of fell in their laps. And that's turned out to be a home run pick. And Caleb Downs, I know he's not going to wow you with the measurables. Caleb Downs is the smartest football player in the draft. And he is someone who's going to immediately come in. He's going to be the alpha on that defense. It's going to be Caleb Downs' show. So Dallas is turning that side of the ball around, something they desperately need. They got to get more bodies on defense between Downs, Malachi Lawrence, Jyshawn Barham. They've got some twitchy players on that side of the ball and intelligent, instinctual players who are going to help fix that defense. So it's bad news for me, but it's a great, all things aside, bias aside, Dallas had a really good draft.
So the Eagles are on the clock. While the Eagles are on the clock, the pick immediately before was Alex Harkey from Oregon going to the Los Angeles Chargers. Thoughts on Harkey? I'm going to look up the Chargers draft. Go ahead.
Yeah, another I mean, it feels like they've drafted the Chargers. May have had a problem with the offensive lineman staying healthy last year, because I think this is like the 4th or 5th one they've drafted. But I think Harkey's going to slide inside. I think he could even play center. I like Harkey quite a bit. I think this is a great pick here for them.
Yes. So the Los Angeles Chargers have drafted 4 offensive linemen. Okay. Fat guys win championships.
Yep.
I'm sure it drove Jim Harbaugh nuts that they had poor offensive line play. So whether this is overcorrecting or just correcting, that's going to be a debate later. But the Chargers draft overall is Akeem Mesidor, the edge from Miami, and they needed pass rush help. So in round 1, that feels really good. Jake Slaughter from Florida, the center. Travis Burke, the offensive tackle from Memphis. Logan Taylor, the guard from Boston College. Alex Harkey, the guard from Oregon. So they've drafted 4 offensive linemen, 3 of which will play in the interior. Like, again, I love just, okay, let's get 4 new guys in. Maybe all 4 make the team, right? That's really the question, is if all 4 make the team and maybe one of those 4 is in your starting lineup, maybe 2 of the 4, you've got a young nucleus on your offensive line, and they've spent premium draft capital on Joe Alt a couple of years ago. So the Eagles pick is in. I haven't seen it come across my feed yet. But I do want to give props. Other than drafting safety Genesis Smith and wide receiver Brennan Thompson, every Chargers pick was in the trenches.
That is so Jim Harbaugh.
So, no, I love it when a team does that, because what happens is when you invest in the trenches, you can come into next year's draft and you know that you have all these players that you're expecting to make a jump in year 2 So if you need now, the Chargers didn't draft a corner, and I always say you need to draft a corner. So if you are an undrafted cornerback or an undrafted wide receiver, I would strongly consider signing with the Chargers because they didn't draft any. And the rules for the practice squad are most of the players have to be in the first or second year in the league. So, okay, you have a new guard in Philadelphia. Did you see the pick?
Yep, I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. Micah Morris says he's got talent. You know, you just wonder what potential there is athletically, but you want someone who can square up, anchor down, and provide an immovable object who's just going to impose his will and demolish defenders at the point of attack. Micah Morris is your guy. And of course, he's a Georgia Bulldog. We welcome Georgia Bulldogs into Philly. But yeah, Morris, I had a 7th on him. Yeah, I had a 7th on Micah Morris. But so this is maybe you're worth back into the 6th anyway. So I don't have, he's one of my better available guards at this point already. So I don't have any problem. I think he's good. They clearly have a type with what they want to do with their offensive linemen. Man movers, big, thick, powerful. Whether it's Jordan Mailata or Landon Dickerson or Markel Bell or now Micah Morris, they want to get tough guys. They want to maintain this identity of physical, demoralizing football that's just going to slowly wear a defense down.
Yep. And I remember when we covered Micah Morris, we had several podcasts which broke him down. But basically the scouting report said you definitely want to draft him. Like this is an NFL offensive lineman. He's just not ready to play week 1.
Yeah.
Right. So you need to bring him in. He's competing for a backup guard spot. This isn't a player that's going to project to be a starter year 1. You just need to get him in your building, and he's going to need to get NFL coaching. But he profiles to be the type of player that will succeed at the NFL level. He's just not going to be successful year 1.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
So. Okay, so the Falcons pick is in. The Commanders are on the clock. Let's go take a look at Atlanta's draft. Atlanta has 2 picks in round 6, 1 pick in round 7. They've selected Avion Terrell, Zachariah Branch, and Kendall Daniels. So Avion Terrell is a corner. Zachariah Branch is a wide receiver. Kendall Daniels is a linebacker. This feels like it's a defensive tackle. For me,
Certainly
like,
possible.
Yep. So,
well, I gotta get going. So, as always, Jim, I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Have a blast.
Christian, thank you so much.
Absolutely. We'll see you soon.
Yep. So the Atlanta Falcons pick is Antonio Thompson, defensive tackle from Washington. Okay. So he's more of the penetrating type of defensive tackle. So he's not necessarily going to be a player that you want to put necessarily over the ball, but I know from numerous Atlanta draft professors that addressing the interior part of the defensive line was definitely a need for Atlanta. And they did that with 6th-round pick Antonio Thompson from Washington. So the Steelers are on the clock. We have 6 picks left in round 6. I want to remind everybody, if you are the type of person that loves listening to a day 3 podcast, I want you to know that you can get this kind of content every day at the Draft Professor. So my name's Jim, and Draft Professor is 90 plus people that podcast on the draft, and we podcast on the draft every day. So we will take a week off. So there will be a couple of podcasts this week, Monday through Sunday. But then the first Monday of May is our first podcast on the next draft class. So we will be breaking down the draft. We start by breaking it down by conference. Then after we break it down by conference, we break it down by school. So it'll take us 8 weeks to break down the conferences. It'll take us another approximately 10 weeks to break it down by school. So that means that basically we're going to cover the top 40 Power 4 schools. Will each have their own draft show where we'll tell you the players on the team and kind of who we're saying, okay, this is a really good player that's going to be drafted in 27 or 28, or just a player, okay, they're draft eligible, but we got to keep our eye on them because they might be breaking out. And if you watch our summer content, you're going to hear about a lot of players that you'll hear about a year from now. Last year over the summer, we were talking about Deshaun Stribling. We were talking about Jay Sean Barham. We were talking about Cole Brevard. So if these are players that you aren't familiar with, our podcasts do cover them. So if you love day 3 draft content, you want to check out Draft Professor, hit that subscribe on YouTube, please. You can also follow me. I'm NFL Draft Fanatic. There is no I am Fanatic. That is my Twitter handle. It's also the same handle on YouTube. So subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitter, daily draft content. Okay. The Commanders picked center Matthew Golban from Michigan State. So Matthew Golban was another player that we talked about last summer. We did a Michigan State preview in June. When we did the Michigan State preview, Owen, like Golban. So he was bringing it to everybody's attention, right? So there's a lot of players that I just want to give a shout out to these 90 guys. Technically, it's 89 guys and 1 woman. So I want to give a shout out to those 90 podcasters because Owen was talking about Matt Golban last June. The rest of the draft community caught up in January. So Matt Golban, he has started games at every interior offensive line position in the Big Ten. So he started left guard, right guard, and center for Michigan State. So Matt Golban is going to the Commanders. I love that pick. Let's go take a look at Washington's overall draft haul. So Washington, round 1 selected Sonny Styles. Round 3 selected Antonio Williams. Round 5 selected Joshua Josephs. Round 6, Katron Allen. Round 6, Matt Golban. So they've gone linebacker, wide receiver, edge, running back, center. They're addressing a lot of key positions. I do think Washington needs to address their defensive backfield a little bit more. I know they handled it in free agency, but in general, my opinion is that you want the corners on the back of your roster to be on their rookie deals. So I just think it's good roster construction to make sure you're taking a corner every year. So the Steelers are on the clock, then the Ravens, Patriots, Bills, Colts, Falcons, Seahawks. Yeah, so Dylan, that Matt Golban was one of the centers we were talking about, could fall to Baltimore. So here's another one for you, Dylan. What if the Ravens traded for Cedric Van Pran Granger from Buffalo? So Buffalo has too many centers on its roster. Like, we can't roster the 3 that we have. You don't roster 3 centers. You barely roster 2, right? Because that backup center has to play guard. So Cedric Van Pran Granger was a pick by the former Bills coach. That was a Sean McDermott pick, and he's not the coach anymore. So I think there's one in the trade market for you. But we can talk about that more a little bit later. So he's on a rookie deal, Dylan. He's on a rookie deal. So he's played 2 years as backup center in Buffalo. So he's entering year 3. And I believe he played college at Georgia. I think he was a center at Georgia. It was definitely SEC. I think it was Georgia. So the Steelers pick is in. The Ravens are on the clock. And it is interesting, right? Because Golban went 2 picks before the Ravens. So, like, teams know what the other teams need, and they will take players that other teams need. That's just how NFL GMs work. I find that moderately funny. So The Ravens draft. They have 3 picks left, including the one that's on the clock now. So they've gone guard, edge, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, a slot corner, and a running back. I feel like this could be like a Thaddeus Dixon or another boundary cornerback for Baltimore. Okay, so Pittsburgh selected Gabe Rubio at 210 overall. Gabe Rubio is a defensive end from Notre Dame. And ultimately, Rubio played at Notre Dame. .65", 322 pounds. So from a defensive tackle standpoint, that is the kind of guy you want in the middle of your defense. He's played 5 seasons of college football. His best season statistically was his junior year. But, Notre Dame is competing for a national title every year. He's played in very big games. So love that pick. And let's go back to the draft. So Gabe Rubio goes to Pittsburgh. And again, at this point of the draft, if you can add players that you're going to just give a rotational role to, that typically is how I assess a team's draft. So if we look at Pittsburgh's draft, they've gone Max Iannaccio, Jeremy Bernard, Drew Alar, Dalen Everett, Jennings Dunker, Caden Wetchen, Riley Nowakowski. So again, this is like one of those things where I say it's like a big fundamental. Pittsburgh is pretty much addressing every position room. So they're drafting a player at every position room. So they've added defensive tackle. I could see him adding a linebacker or a safety. They still have 2 picks in round 7. There we go. And then the Ravens. So Dylan, you get yourself a punter. So the Baltimore Ravens selected Ryan Eckley, the punter from Michigan State. And he has 3 years of punting experience. So you're definitely getting a seasoned punter. And that's what you have to do in round 6 and 7, right? If you need something on the roster, you draft it in round 6 or 7. So if there is you should generally first 4 rounds draft best player on the board. Just draft good players rounds 1 through 4. And then when you need a position, like if you need a linebacker, you need a safety, you need this, you need that, you take it in rounds 5, 6, and 7. Because at this point, there's no reaches. No player at this point of the draft is a reach. If you need the position, you draft it because there's no guarantee the player will sign with you as an undrafted free agent. So at this point of the draft, I'm always less focused on what a grade is, and I'm more focused on, does the team need that position? So, for example, if your team needs a quarterback, Garrett Nussmeier is still available. You just draft him, right? Don't worry about what the grade is. Obviously, you want to draft the best quarterback that you can. But if your team needs a quarterback, Garrett Nussmeier profiled to be a first-round quarterback at this time last year, right? When we were podcasting over the summer, Garrett Nussmeier was getting first-round grades from nearly every podcaster, draft professor. So, if your season goes sideways, look what happens. And that's why if you are getting feedback as a player at the end of your season, like in December and January, that you could go day 2, it's probably worth coming out because like Garrett Nussmeier's fall, absolutely fascinating. Okay, so the New England Patriots have selected linebacker Nnamdi Abazor from TCU. So Obiazor, 6'2", 229 pounds, and he's an inside linebacker and relatively good short area quickness. The biggest issue is going to be his size. He's only 229 pounds. So to be an inside linebacker at 229, you're definitely on the outlier standpoint. And to me, also rounds 5 through 7 is where you draft your outliers. Try to stick with typical NFL measurements earlier in the draft, but then as you get into rounds 5 through 7, it's okay to take somebody that's maybe outside what is normal. But again, like taking a linebacker in round 6, if you get special team snaps out of the player, but he never starts a game, that's a really good pick, good use of draft capital. If you get 3 or 4 years of playing time out of a linebacker that you draft in round 6 or 7 on special teams, that's a really good pick. Right now, if we said that about a second round pick, you'd say, okay, we wasted that resource. You don't use a second round pick on a special teams player, but a 6th round pick, you're getting a cost controlled linebacker who can play 4 phases of special teams for you. And maybe he comes in as a dime backer, backup linebacker. And if he gets his opportunity, let's see what he does with it. Okay. So the Bears are on the Bears pick is in, the Colts are on the clock, then the Falcons, then the Seahawks. So I'm looking. So it looks like Buffalo traded the pick to Chicago. Every draft, Buffalo trades with Chicago. So this doesn't surprise me. And this isn't even the first Bears-Bills trade of this draft, right? Because Buffalo acquired DJ Moore. So Buffalo traded out of their round 6 pick. We will see if Chicago was eyeing a specific player. And if we look at Chicago's draft, this is Chicago's last pick. Okay, so Chicago has selected safety Dylan Thieneman, center Logan Jones, tight end Sam Roush, wide receiver Xavier Thomas, corner Malik Muhammad, linebacker Keyshawn Elliott, defensive tackle Jordan Vandenberg from Georgia Tech. So Vandenberg, from a player standpoint, he comes in at 6'3", 310, probably more of a 3 tech than he is going to be a 1 tech. He is from Johannesburg, South Africa. Played college football at Georgia Tech. He's also played at Penn State. So he's played at a few different stops in college football. Still more of a project, relatively new to the sport. Ultimately, he's playing with quickness. He's going to be quicker more than powerful. Okay. He doesn't necessarily take on blocks. He can't stack and shed. So that's what Chicago is getting here in round 6 with Jordan Vandenberg, the defensive tackle from Georgia Tech. Okay. This also concludes the draft for Chicago. So as I look at Chicago's draft, I like it from the standpoint of they addressed most of the positions they needed to. I do think Chicago wanted to go defensive line earlier. And, I guess taking Logan Jones in round 2 probably speaks more to the need for center, because I believe they traded to get Garrett Bradbury from New England. But they may, the contract with Bradbury, they're not heavily invested in him. So they needed to get a center that they liked that could compete with Bradbury. So I see why they did that. And realistically, this draft class didn't have a lot of great defensive tackles. So by the time round 3 came around, I believe the defensive tackles had been picked over for Chicago. So the reason I point that out is, okay, so Chicago spent a 6th round pick on a defensive tackle. If you're an undrafted defensive tackle, you probably want to go to Chicago, because I can tell you that they need it. And like, I remember talking with a player's father last year. His son came on the podcast last year. He was a player ultimately drafted by the Rams, spent some time in the Seahawks practice squad. But he got cut by the Rams after they drafted him. And it's just one of those things. He said landing spot is so important for a round 5 to 7 player, right? Because this was some draft professors liked him, and some just said, okay, he's a mid-round, like a round 5 to 6, player. But he was like, well, can you help me get my son on the Bills practice squad? And I'm like, if you're not in training camp, I don't know that they're going to add you because they're going to want somebody that's kind of been through everything kind of thing. And it just landing spot is so important. So why didn't Buffalo draft Red Murdoch? Hey, Kenny, how you doing? So the 49ers, let's go take a look at your 49ers draft here. So 49ers draft finished at the end of round 5. When the 49ers entered the draft, it ended in round 4. So they traded back enough that it ended in round 5. So Kenny, I like the 49ers draft. Now Jaden Duggar may not be your choice of linebacker. Maybe that's why you wanted Red Murdoch. But overall, Kenny, I love the 49ers draft. And Kenny, like I am taking Deshaun Stribling in the first round of all my dynasty leagues. Like I love the Stribling pick. So, if Stribling doesn't pan out, okay, he doesn't pan out, but any wide receiver that goes to San Francisco on day 1 or day 2 was probably going to be high on my list of players to draft for fantasy. See, Kenny, this is hysterical. So Bills fans were saying the same thing. Now, I love the Bills draft, Kenny, but Bills Twitter doesn't like the draft at all. Like the initial reaction of everybody, it was hysterical. So we'll see. So round 6 has ended. We are in the final round of the draft. So let's go take a look at round 6, see if I missed any picks. So, yes, I missed several picks. Okay. So the Indianapolis Colts at pick 214 selected Ohio State edge Caden Curry. I do like this pick. Now, Curry's a little bit stiff. Goes 6'2", 257 pounds as an edge. He is the type of edge that the Colts like from an athletic testing standpoint. So, again, that if you would have asked me, pick a couple landing spots for Curry before the draft, I think Indianapolis would have fit that profile. So Curry only really has 1 year as a starter, right? Because Ohio State put JTT and Jack Sawyer in the draft last year. But ultimately, if you play defensive line for Ohio State, you're a legit prospect, right? So shout out to Caden Curry. I wish you the best of success in Indianapolis. And then Atlanta, again, I like this pick too. So Atlanta selects linebacker Harold Perkins from LSU. So Perkins is interesting because his freshman year at LSU may have been his best season. And then people started catching up to him, started game planning around him, and then he tore I believe it was his Achilles tendon as a junior. So there were a lot of people that thought that he could have been drafted last year, but then he got hurt. So then he chose to go back to school. Now he's taken in round 6. So part of the challenge with Perkins is that he's 6 feet tall, 223 pounds. What position is he? He's probably some type of box safety at the NFL level, right? So like at LSU, he played edge, right? Or their star position. At the NFL, that's probably going to translate more to strong safety. So love the Harold Perkins pick. At minimum, Atlanta is getting an incredibly good special teams player. But if Perkins can find a way onto the field as like a slot defender or dime linebacker or some type of blitz specialist, I really do like that pick. So, and I'm looking, so like Harold Perkins and Kendall Daniels, 2 linebackers drafted by Atlanta. Again, Atlanta had a need at linebacker. I know from talking with Clint Goss that Atlanta was going to invest in linebackers. So investing in 2 makes a moderate amount of sense because if you have a hole in your roster and you need a rookie to fill it, you're probably better off drafting 2 and having the 2 guys that you draft compete with each other. So, we'd like to welcome everybody listening to the live coverage of the Draft Professors 2026 NFL Draft. We are a group of 90 podcasters who podcast on the draft. A lot of the people who podcast with us are actually podcasting on other channels right now. So nearly everybody at Draft Professor podcasts here and somewhere else. So right now during the live coverage, they are podcasting somewhere else, but during the week, they're going to be back here. We start our summer scouting on May 4th. Sunday, May 3rd, maybe a summer scouting podcast. I'm talking with Sam Teets and Jack Brentnell. I think they're both available that day. So it might start May 3rd, but at minimum, May 4th. Mondays will be SEC night. Tuesdays will be Big Ten night. Wednesdays will be ACC. Thursdays is quarterbacks. Fridays is Big 12. And then Saturday and Sunday are summary shows. And the format and the style and the podcast will be a little bit different. But that's who Draft Professors are. We have our own website with our own draft simulator. We do podcasts with each other. Some of our podcasts are even draft game shows. So we did like a Family Feud draft game show earlier in the draft cycle. That was a lot of fun. And by the way, I won the draft Family Feud. Okay, the Green Bay Packers selected kicker Trey Smack from Florida at pick 216. So Smack has a history of kicking 50-yard kicks. Green Bay needed a kicker, so they used draft capital. And then at the top of round 7, the Arizona Cardinals have selected Jaden Williams, offensive tackle from Ole Miss. So again, let's go ahead and look at the Arizona Cardinals draft haul. So the Arizona draft is completed. So they selected Jeremiah Love in round 1, Chase Basantis in round 2, Carson Beck round 3, Caleb Proctor round 4, Reggie Virgil round 5, Carson Sharar, linebacker round 6, Jaden Williams, offensive tackle round 7. So the Cardinals have drafted 2 offensive linemen. They needed a right tackle, and they waited until round 7 to do it. So I think that's going to be the immediate feedback from Cardinals fans. I know when I was doing mocks for the Cardinals and I would post them, if it didn't have an offensive tackle early, I heard about it. So I am sure there's going to be some comments on Cardinals Twitter about they didn't address the needed offensive tackle early enough. Now, Basantis is a great pick in round 2. I love Basantis in round 2, but Basantis is probably a guard. So, okay, so you've got 2 new offensive linemen. You have to hope that Jaden Williams develops quickly as a 7th round pick to solve your offensive tackle issues, or it's going to be a long year in Arizona. Okay. Anthony Smith, wide receiver from East Carolina, goes to the Dallas Cowboys at pick 218. Okay. So Anthony Smith from East Carolina. Let's go talk about him for a minute. So Anthony Smith from East Carolina, 6 feet, 2 inches tall, 197 pounds. He looks like he has played college football at NC State in East Carolina. And it's really only showing 2. He has 2 years of production that shows. So again, you're getting a wide receiver that has some traits, and then you have to see what happens in training camp. So good luck to Anthony Smith as you go to the Dallas Cowboys. Right. And it should also be noted. So Anthony Smith goes to East Carolina, and I think that's where Siobhan Revelle went, right? So again, pay attention to this, right? Dallas drafted Siobhan Revelle last year. He went to Eastern Carolina. This year they drafted Anthony Smith for Eastern Carolina. Your scouts can ask the player about their teammates, and that's how you get intel on people. So I noticed this. I'm a Bills fan. I notice this with Bills all the time, right? Buffalo will, they've drafted players from Kentucky for 2 straight years. If they draft one this year, it'll be 3 straight years, right? They go back to the same school because you know about the other players. They asked Ray Davis about Deion Walker, for example. They asked Ray Davis about Maxwell Hairston, those types of things. So, okay. TJ Hall, the cornerback from Iowa, goes to the New Orleans Saints at pick 219. So, TJ Hall likely profiles as a slot corner. Let's take a look at the New Orleans Saints draft haul. So, the New Orleans Saints draft is completed. They spent a lot of picks at skill positions. Jordan Tyson, Oscar Delp, Bryce Lance, Barian Brown, all offensive skill positions. So 4 picks at offensive skill positions, plus defensive tackle Kristen Miller, plus guard Jeremiah Wright, plus safety Lorenzo Styles, plus cornerback TJ Hall. So they basically spent out of 1, 2, 3, 4, out of 8 picks, they either spent 3 at wide receiver, 1 at tight end, and then 3 at defensive back, 2 at defensive back. So, okay. So the Bills pick is in. We'll see what happens. With the Bills pick, the Bills draft, they've made a lot of trades. So Buffalo still has 3 picks in round 7. So there's some players that are sitting here that Brandon Beam really likes, because he took a round 6 pick and turned it into like 2 or 3 round 7 picks. Okay, so Buffalo selected TJ Parker. Love that pick. Davison Igbinosun. Love that pick. Jude Bowery from Boston College. I'm okay with that pick. Skylar Bell, wide receiver from UConn. Love that pick. Caleb Elarms-Orr, linebacker from TCU. Love that pick. Safety Jalen Kilgore from South Carolina. Love that pick. Zane Durant, defensive tackle from Penn State. I'm okay with that pick. So Durant, they're probably drafting the best athlete available. So Durant as a player, you don't usually find players with his athletic ability in round 5. The biggest challenge is that Durant's going to get washed out of the run game, right? So he's not going to be able to hold up to double teams. But at the same time, Durant's highly explosive. We've done so many podcasts where we've covered Durant. He's, from an athletic testing standpoint, quickness, that would be really good pick. Now, Buffalo has selected another defensive back, Toriano Pride from Missouri. Welcome to Buffalo. So Toriano Pride, 5'10", 185 pounds. So in college, he played outside. He was a boundary corner in college. Pride probably projects to be a slot defender at the NFL level. But there were several people that I remembered that were taking Pride in like round 3 and round 4 of mocks. So there are some people that were much higher in Toriano Pride than being able to go in round 7. But I love adding day 3 defensive backs. So Pride is the 3rd defensive back Buffalo has taken in 2026. Buffalo took 3 defensive backs also in 2025. So 6 defensive backs taken by Buffalo over the last 2 drafts. So Toriano Pride, welcome to Buffalo. Cincinnati Bengals have a pick that's in. The Lions are on the clock. Buffalo still has 2 more picks in round 7. So let's take a look at Cincinnati. So Cincinnati, they're on the clock now. They're on the clock 5 picks later, and then their draft will be completed. The Bengals have selected Cassius Howell, the edge from Texas A&M, Tacario Davis, the corner from Washington, center Connor Lew, wide receiver Colby Young, center Brian Parker. So if I had to guess, if the Bengals have a defensive tackle on their board, I could see them trying to put a younger player behind Dexter Lawrence because some Bengals mock drafts actually had them taking 2 defensive tackles. So it wouldn't surprise me if they still had an open roster spot that a 7th round player could play or could meet, but they also need a safety and they also need a linebacker, and they haven't taken either. So if I had to think, I think the Bengals are going to go safety or linebacker over defensive tackle, but I do think defensive line is still a moderate need. So I am going to get quick beverage. Okay, so the Lions are on the clock right now. Let's go take a look at the Lions draft. Okay, so this is the Lions' last pick. The Detroit Lions have selected offensive tackle Blake Miller, edge Derek Moore, linebacker Jimmy Rolder, cornerback Keith Abney, wide receiver Kendrick Law, defensive tackle Skylar Gill-Howard. The Lions have hit most of their needs that I knew of going in. I could see the Lions going safety. I could also see them going offensive line again. And this is a pretty deep offensive line draft. So you'd be able to draft an offensive lineman here in round 7 that would make your team. And the Bengals pick is in. So the Bengals at pick 221 have selected Jack Endries, the tight end from Texas. Love this pick. We spoke about the Bengals tight ends a little bit earlier on in the podcast, in that the Bengals tight end is Mike Gesicki. And you're not moving on from Gesicki this year, but if you want to move on from him next year, you have to draft his replacement this year, draft a year ahead. And the Bengals do a really good job of drafting a year ahead. So love the Endries pick for Cincinnati. And Dale from Bengals and Brews is probably going to be doing a post-draft show with us. I'm going to be adjusting the time of the show. Our original plan was to go 6:30, but that's 45 minutes from now. And I don't know that we can get 30 picks done in the 45 minutes that we have before that podcast was slated to start. So the Lions selected defensive tackle Tier West from Tennessee. So Tier West, 6'1", 278 pounds. So definitely an undersized defensive tackle. Skylar Gill-Howard is also an undersized defensive tackle. So they selected 2 of the similar archetype defensive tackles with late day 3 picks, but they're definitely trying to address a need on the roster, is the way I would put it, right? So when you see a team drafting more than one of the same position in the same draft, you're likely saying, okay, we have a deficiency. We're going to draft multiple players and hope one of them emerges as a player that can provide value to the roster and to the team. And so the Commanders, their pick is in. Let's go take a look at their draft haul. This is the Commanders' last pick. They've selected Sonny Styles, Antonio Williams, Joshua Josephs, Katron Allen, and Matt Golban. So the Commanders have taken a linebacker, a wide receiver, an edge, a running back, and a center. To me, this feels like it needs to be a defensive back, whether it's a safety. There are some good safeties here, like a Bishop Fitzgerald, maybe. But I would say that this last pick for them will be a defensive back. And part of my logic, right? If you're in the market for Caleb Downs, but then you haven't drafted a defensive back the entire draft, you're probably going to spend a pick on a defensive back on day 3. So, and if you're an undrafted free agent, you probably won't, and you're a defensive back, Washington would be a great landing spot because they didn't have a lot of draft capital this year, but the roster definitely needs some depth defensive backs. So that's a great place if you are an agent or a player looking for a landing spot. Okay, Steelers are on the clock. Let's go take a look at the Steelers draft. So Pittsburgh. It's interesting that one of the Pittsburgh picks from round 6 hasn't made it onto the NFL's draft tracker. I'm going to go see who that pick is here real quick. Who is Pittsburgh's 6th round pick? Gabe Rubio hasn't made it onto the NFL's draft tracker. Okay. So Pittsburgh has drafted Gabe Rubio, defensive tackle, Riley Nowakowski, tight end, Caden Wetchem, wide receiver, Jennings Dunker, a guard, Dalen Everett, a corner, Drew Alara, quarterback, Jeremy Bernard, a wide receiver, Max Iannaccio, an offensive tackle. I feel like Pittsburgh needs to spend some picks on a linebacker, like Red Murdoch going to Pittsburgh. Feels about right here. They need a linebacker. Red Murdoch is still available. There's several other linebackers that I could see because Torian York, I think, is still here too. So actually, Torian York going to Pittsburgh feels like a very Steelers things to do. Looking, if they've taken Caden Wetchen, they've taken Wetchen and Bernard, so they're good at wide receiver. I could see, and they've gone 2 offensive linemen, 1 defensive lineman. We'll see what Pittsburgh does here at pick 224 of round 7. I want to welcome everybody to Draft Professors. So Draft Professors is a group of 90 podcasters who podcast on the draft every day. So my name's Jim. I'm the one that created the station and kind of schedules all the podcasts. I am surrounded by very talented individuals who are out podcasting on so many other channels right now as well. And shout out, we had Christian here for the better part of 5 hours before he had to go run for other family commitments. But the Commanders selected a quarterback. The Commanders selected Ethan Kalik-Manis, the quarterback from Rutgers. So I do like that pick. Rutgers had a wide receiver named Ian Strong. Ian Strong went back to school, but you're going to be hearing a lot about Ian Strong next draft cycle. So we had solid day 2 grades on Ian Strong before he chose to return to school. So Ian Strong, stay healthy, play well. We'll be talking about you 12 months from now. Your quarterback, Ethan Kalik-Manis, is headed to Washington. So Pittsburgh's pick is in. The Titans are on the clock. Do me a favor, Lucas. Can you verify that spelling? So let me check this out. Okay, so your spelling is correct. So he's an edge. 6'2", 245. So we haven't covered him specifically on the channel. But I do see some write-ups of him online. So defensive end, outside linebacker, probably like a 3-4 outside linebacker type. So, like Lucas, right now, that's what I know. I'm curious, is he going to be like an undrafted free agent or will he get drafted? We've got about 40 picks to find out, right? So Pittsburgh in round 7 selected safety Robert Spears Jennings from Oklahoma. I love that pick, right? So Spears Jennings, very athletic safety. And you're noticing a lot of players from the Oklahoma defense that are getting drafted, right? So Grayson Halton got drafted, R. Mason Thomas, Kendall Daniels got drafted. Now Robert Spears Jennings gets drafted. And the reason is Oklahoma's defense is doing some things that NFL defenses are trying to morph into. So, for example, like when Jim Leonard was hired as Buffalo's defensive coordinator, one of the assistant coaches he hired actually came from Oklahoma's defense because they want to learn how to do some of those things at the NFL level, like what the schemes are and things of that nature. So, from that standpoint, Robert Spears Jennings going to Pittsburgh, you're definitely getting a 4-phase special teams player who can project to play probably more of a strong safety type for your team. But I was actually hoping Robert Spears Jennings fell to Buffalo, but he did not, sadly. So we'll see. Okay, so the Titans pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock. The next up will be Panthers, Jets, Raiders, Steelers, Falcons. So this is the Bengals' last pick. We summarized their picks a little while ago. I definitely could see Jack Endries, who was the previous 7th-round pick, linebacker or safety for the Bengals here at pick 226 feels like the right move. Now, it was interesting going into the draft because the Bengals are having issues at linebacker, but they've also spent a lot of draft capital on linebackers. So, like Demetrius Knight was a day 2 pick last year. So, some Bengals people were saying, well, the way the Bengals work is they're not going to draft another linebacker high because we did that last year, and that's not the way the front office goes. So the front office tends to rotate which positions they're spending their day 1 and day 2 picks on. So we'll see what the Bengals do here. I believe the pick timer right now is at 4 minutes for round 7. And we have Mr. Irrelevant is going to be a pick by the Broncos. So pick 257 is owned by Denver. So the Titans pick is in. Let's review Tennessee's draft. So this is Tennessee's final pick. I love the Titans draft. So Carnell Tate, wide receiver from Ohio State. You got to get Cam Ward a weapon. And I know from talking with Titans draft professors that they didn't like, Alec Manor was likely the best wide receiver, but he wasn't, he's not going to prevent you from drafting Carnell Tate, right? So love the Carnell Tate pick. Then they traded up to get Keldrick Falk. And then the last pick just came in, which was Jaron Kanik, the tight end from Oklahoma. I'll talk about him in a minute. Then they traded up they traded up to get Keldrick Falk. I like that pick because, again, you're getting a safe, like to me, Falk is safe. Your floors, you're getting an edge that can defend the run, right? So you're just getting an edge that you can kind of build your defensive line room around. So again, if you're a new coaching staff, you want to get guys that you know that you can build around, right? Because you're expecting to be there, 5 to 8 years. And Falk should be able to be in the league. He's got, he's 270 pounds. He's going to be able to play defensive end for a while. They traded up into round 2 to get Anthony Hill Jr. They traded up. It was the back of round 2. So that was where we had Anthony Hill. And I was surprised at where CJ Allen and Anthony Hill fell to. Like most of the mocks I was involved with, they didn't drop into the 60s. But love Anthony Hill going to Tennessee. Love that pick. So Tennessee aces in the first 3 picks. Okay. Fernando Carmona, guard in round 5. Pat Coogan, center in round 6. You had a need on the interior offensive line. You addressed it. Okay. Now the players have to pan out, but you drafted like where you had a position of need. So love those picks. Nick Singleton. So you had a need at running back in Tennessee. They used the pick on Nick Singleton. I would have preferred other running backs there. You're getting an athletic player in Nick Singleton. But some of our scouting reports are he doesn't always find his holes. He doesn't know how to read his blocks. So the pick I like the least for the Titans is Nick Singleton. But I still like the fact that you're getting a kick returner. So if Singleton is your RB3, he's going to be a great kick returner for you. Whether or not you can use him in your offense, I'm not going to be drafting Singleton in my fantasy leagues, if that makes sense. Okay, and then Jackie Marshall, defensive tackle from Baylor. He was a Senior Bowl invite. So again, you're getting a defensive lineman in round 6. You've traded away Tavondre Sweat. You've got Jeffrey Simmons getting up there in age. You need to address defensive tackle. I would assume the Titans are probably drafting defensive tackle in next year's draft too, right? You're going to have to invest in the position to replace the veterans that you have there. And then the last pick is Jaron Kanik, tight end from Oklahoma. I like this pick because Kanik, even his position's listed as tight end. He's probably going to be a slot receiver or an H-back. So I'll get the official height and weight for Kanik here. So Kanik is at 6'2", 234. So 234 pounds is too small to play tight end. Okay. So Kanik at Oklahoma was a linebacker. Then they had some injuries and he moved to offense, right? So you're getting Kanik at minimum is going to be able to play every special teams for you. You're probably going to use him more as a fullback. And then if you can find a way to convert him, maybe slot wide receiver, H-back, fullback, finding out how he's going to be used. He's going to be a fan favorite in Tennessee, but he's not going to be a fan favorite because he's doing well for your fantasy team. He's going to be a fan favorite because he's going to help your team win. So love the Jaren Kanik pick to the Tennessee Titans. Bengals pick is in. Panthers are on the clock. Let's review the Panthers draft right now. So this is the Panthers' final pick, and I think the Panthers draft is aces. I love this Carolina Panthers draft. So the Panthers drafted Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle in round 1, Lee Hunter, defensive tackle round 2. So if you spend round 1 and round 2 on trench players, the draft can't be bad, right? If you are drafting an offensive lineman and a defensive lineman in rounds 1 and 2 most seasons, your team is going to be good. You just have to draft the right players, but invest in the trenches. So I love both of those picks. Round 3, Chris Brazel. Okay, so the Panthers have drafted a wide receiver in round 1 each of the last 2 drafts. This draft, they go and they spend a 3rd round pick on a wide receiver. So the big thing is that if the NFC South is small defensive backs, you're going to have a problem because you have Liggett, McMillan, and Brazel, which are all big wide receivers. So if all 3 of those receivers are on the field at the same time, you're going to need 3 bigger corners. Like if D'Angelo Pons is playing against the Carolina Panthers, they're going to be able to body him up because they've got some 6'3" and 6'5" receivers. They're going to be able to, outmuscle some smaller players. So I love the Brazel pick. Now Brazel is a prospect. He's not a sure thing, right? So, we've had issues projecting Tennessee wide receivers to the NFL. So there's questions there on Brazel. But, I like the pick. You need a wide receiver. You have to draft one. Now, if you're a small, shifty, or slot wide receiver type, like and you're undrafted, I would look to go to Carolina because they don't have too many of those in their room. They're more of the bigger body types. So give them a different skill set there. Then in round 4, I love this pick. It's Willie III. Now, the Panthers don't need a corner. And the best time to draft a corner is when you don't need one. Just that simple, right? So I've given this story on this podcast a couple of times, but Buffalo was in their playoff game, in the game that they lost. Their starting corner got hurt for a play, and Dane Jackson had to come in for one play. That one play was a touchdown, and Dane Jackson was the defender on it, right? And Dane Jackson isn't a plus corner. So he's a rosterable level player, but he couldn't get you out of a playoff game. So Will Lee III, I love that pick for the Carolina Panthers. I love that pick, right? A lot of people had Will Lee graded much higher than round 4. So I love that pick for Carolina. And Carolina turns around and goes Sam Heck, the center from Kansas State. So that means that Carolina has drafted 2 offensive linemen. And I think their offensive line needed some attention. So I like the fact that they spent 2 picks there. Then Carolina turned around and selected Zakee Wheatley, the safety for Penn State. So I also know that Carolina has an opening on their roster for a safety. So shout out to Jordan, who's a draft professor, a huge Panthers fan, his Panthers Pulse on Twitter. And ultimately, when you have a position of need, draft it rounds 5 through 7. Zakee Wheatley, round 5. There are some people that have a round 2 grade on Zakee Wheatley, like Dale from Bengals and Brews, would take Zakee Wheatley in round 2, and the Panthers got him in round 5. That's, again, aces on the Panthers draft. And then their final pick is in. It's Jackson Kuwach, the linebacker from Miami. So he's a fifth-year senior, late breakout, meaning that he didn't do much early in his college career. But he's 6'4", 232 pounds, so he fits your height, weight for a linebacker. You're drafting him in round 7, so if you get special teams out of him, you're loving the pick. And ultimately, like, again, you're liking the size and you're liking the NFL caliber testing. But you're getting a player with 1 season of production, and he's not necessarily going to be able to hold up at the point of attack. So, but in the 7th round, drafting a linebacker, or you're going to get special teams value out of, I'm going to love those picks every single time. So the Jets have a pick. The Jets pick is in. Let's go review the Jets draft and talk about that out loud very briefly. So this is the Jets' final draft. And while I know Steve was not a fan of some of the picks, grading the Jets draft or commenting on the Jets draft, realize I am a Bills fan. We play the Jets twice a year. I have my own impressions of the roster and the coaching staff. David Bailey, the edge from Texas Tech, Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, Omar Cooper Jr., wide receiver from Indiana, all taken in round 1. D'Angelo Pons, the corner from Indiana, was drafted in round 2. Darrell Jackson Jr., the defensive tackle from Florida State, round 4. Cade Klubnik, quarterback, round 4. Inez Cooper, round 7. And if I'm looking, the Jets do need a save. Oh, and it's VJ Payne. So I do love that pick. And shout out to Anthony Russo. I think Anthony Russo is going to love the VJ Payne pick to the New York Jets. I'll be tweeting at Anthony about that shortly. Anthony was talking about VJ Payne in May of last year as we were doing summer scouting, and he is a huge Jets fan. So shout out to Anthony Russo. And I will be seeing Anthony here on a podcast shortly. So to kind of summarize the draft. So, and then the Raiders have selected defensive tackle Brandon Cleveland from NC State. Like that pick. We'll talk about Cleveland a little bit more here in a minute. So if I had to look at the Jets draft, I like it. I know Steve wasn't a fan of Klubnik, but ultimately, if you're going into the season with Geno Smith as your quarterback, you need another option. So Klubnik is a good prospect. Clemson didn't do him any favors, but you needed a quarterback, and whether it's Nussmeier or Klubnik, there are a lot of people that had first round grades on Klubnik in the summer. So, like, I'm okay with this. Like, I don't think anybody thought that the Jets were going to be, let's say, Super Bowl contenders this year, right? I don't think Aaron Glenn makes it through the season. But what you're trying to do is make sure that whatever coach comes in, that it's an appealing situation. So whatever quarterback that the Jets get next year, and the Jets have 3 first-round picks next year as well, they're going to be able to throw to Garrett Wilson, Omar Cooper Jr., Kenyon Sadiq. Like, that's good for the quarterback. They have Inez Cooper, the guard from Miami, to go next to Olu Fashanu and Armand Membu. So again, the offensive lines have proven. And you may want to add one more offensive lineman, but you don't have to like change over your entire interior offensive line in one draft, right? So I like that they're setting whoever the future quarterback is up. Conspicuously missing from the Jets draft, though, is a corner. So if you remember, the Jets traded Sauce Gardner, and they didn't draft a single corner. So if you are a boundary corner, you want to sign a UDFA deal with New York Jets. They didn't draft a single one, and they're going to need more than one. Like, if the Jets had drafted 2 corners, I didn't think it would be too few. So, anyway, so the Jets draft is finished. Okay, so let's go to the Raiders. So the Raiders selected Brandon Cleveland, and let's verify, is this the Raiders' final pick? So this is the Raiders' final pick. So the Raiders draft is done. So the Raiders have selected Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback, Treydon Stukes, defensive back, Kieran Crawford, edge, Trey Zune, center, Jermod McCoy, corner, Mike Washington, running back, Dalton Johnson, safety, Hezekiah Massis, corner, Malik Benson, wide receiver, Brandon Cleveland, defensive tackle. Now, Brandon Cleveland, definitely like the pick. Brandon Cleveland, 6'3", 307 pounds. Profiles more to be a 3 tech than the nose tackle type, but you're getting somebody in Brandon Cleveland that is 4 seasons of college experience. You're getting a very experienced player. Okay. He is not going to be the quickest defensive tackle. He is not going to move sideways. Okay. And he's just in general not going to hold up against power running. Okay. But he will go into double teams. So if you take a double team, he will try to handle the double teams, explode through them. And he does shed a little bit, and he has reasonably good balance. So getting a player like that in round 4, I do like that pick for the Raiders. I'm actually kind of curious why Brandon Cleveland fell to round 7. I'm curious if there's a medical on him. Pittsburgh has selected Eli Heidenreich from Navy, and that concludes Pittsburgh's draft. So they're listing Heidenreich as a running back. I think that's probably the right position, but you could use him at slot. You could use him at fullback. Overall, like, I like the idea. Pittsburgh's draft, I like it. I know that the Pittsburgh draft professors are criticizing it in the draft professor group chat, but Sam Teets, Will, I think I even have a text from Will. Yeah. So Will's even lighting up my phone here with some text on the Pittsburgh draft. I will see if I can give Will a shout out here. Okay, so okay, yeah, he was actually giving props on one of Buffalo's picks. So he's a Steelers draft professor. He was giving me props. Buffalo drafted one of his guys. And Brandon Bean has a habit of doing that, meaning a guy Will likes is who Brandon Bean drafts. So, okay. So overall, Pittsburgh's draft, I like the fact that Pittsburgh drafted 2 offensive linemen. I like the fact that Pittsburgh drafted 1 defensive lineman, right? So if you invest in the trenches, like you're hitting the right chord for me to resonate with the draft. They drafted a corner and they drafted a safety. So they've added 2 defensive backs to their team. That's good fundamental drafting. Pittsburgh needed a wide receiver. They got Jeremy Bernard. Jeremy Bernard is a receiver that does a lot of things well, but doesn't necessarily have a dominant trait. So I like Jeremy Bernard going to Pittsburgh. And then Caden Wetjen in round 4, he's a really good kick returner. So I love the player. I'm really curious why Pittsburgh thinks that they had to get him in round 4. Right? That's the question there. So, and then they got Riley Nowakowski, who, again, this is going to be one of these guys where you're going to see fans buying his jersey. Fans are going to love Riley Nowakowski. He is not going to win you a fantasy championship, but he is going to help you win football games. He is going to be a fullback and getting, like, how are you going to put Nowakowski and Heidenreich on the field at the same time? Like, there's going to be some fun packages there. So I love, like, when a team can, like, transform their offense with 2 picks, like Nowakowski and Heidenreich. What kind of packages can you put together where both of them are on the field? Right? Because that's probably going to be some 13 personnel type sets. Like, that's going to be interesting. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Pittsburgh does there. Okay. So Atlanta's pick is in. I believe this is Atlanta's final pick. So Atlanta has drafted Avion Terrell, Zachariah Branch, Kendall Daniels, Ontario Thompson, and Harold Perkins Jr. So they've gone 2 linebackers, a defensive tackle, wide receiver, and corner. They've addressed their needs, and you're hoping that the draft picks can fill the needs that you had on the roster. So I like this draft. We will see who this round 7 pick is, and we will kind of close out the Atlanta Falcons draft. So drafting another defensive back, because if you don't know if you're putting Terrell on the boundary, Okay. So the Atlanta Falcons have selected an offensive lineman, and this makes sense from what Clint was telling me. So the Atlanta Falcons selected Ohio State offensive tackle Ethan Onyinwa. And what makes this a good pick, like Clint was explaining to me that Atlanta had some offensive line injuries last year. So addressing offensive line depth is important for the stability of the offense because apparently the backups that were playing weren't good enough. So you have to take a swing. There's not a lot of information out there on Aniwa on the NFL website. But 6'7", 331 pounds. So again, prototypical tackle size. You have to hope that your 7th round tackle develops, but it's okay to take developmental tackles in round 7. Okay. So the Rams are on the clock. Let's review the Rams draft. This is their final pick. The Rams haven't made a lot of picks. This is only their 5th pick of the draft. They selected Ty Simpson, quarterback, Max Clare, tight end, Keegan Trost, offensive tackle, CJ Daniels, wide receiver. Okay. So the message that the Rams are sending is that they needed to get depth on offense. So they basically addressed each position room on offense. And they had some defensive back issues in the playoffs. And they've selected Tim Keenan, the defensive tackle from Alabama. So Tim Keenan profiles to be like, we call him a fire hydrant. He's a little bit shorter, but he's going to be able to try to kind of hold up at the point of attack. So like the Tim Keenan pick, but going back to however your season ended is your number one off-season priority. Brandon Beane says that all the time. We hear it every year at this end of season press conference. However your season ended is your number one off-season priority. The reason the Rams season ended was because they didn't have enough corners. Now they traded to get McDuffie. They signed Watson as a free agent. I get it. But free agency fixes the problem now. You still need to draft the same position to make sure that whatever was the weakness becomes a strength. So I think the Rams need to be very active in the undrafted free agent market for corners. Okay. So the Jaguars are on the clock. Jacksonville, this is their final pick. And apparently I missed one of their 7th round picks earlier, so my apologies, but we will get it now. Oh, and I missed. Oh, okay, and it literally just came in. Okay, so they still have Jacksonville still has a pick after this. So the current pick is Zach Durfee, the edge from Washington. This was actually a player that we talked about on a podcast within a week ago. So I shout out to, I think it was Hank, who was giving some intel on the player. But Zach Durfee from Washington, 6'4", 247 pounds. Really good short area quickness, really twitchy athlete, able to change direction quite well. Okay. He's going to stay in the mix and decent motor on the player. Okay. And then is able to like shed blocks and get rid of tight ends at the point of attack. Okay. He's only played 18 games at the FBS level. He's not going to be the type of defensive end to set the edge against the run. And he's not necessarily going to take on guards that are pulling. And his arms are shorter than NFL standards. So, again, I like Zach Durfee from the standpoint of this is who you take in round 7. He's an outlier from his arm size, right? Drafter outliers rounds 5 through 7. So, Steve, I saw this comment about the corner. Thank you for reminding me that you took Pons to replace Susgard. Thank you. Okay. So the Patriots took a quarterback. Baron Morton is going to New England to back up Drake May. So let's go take a look at the Patriots draft. The Patriots still have 2 picks left. So Morton is a quarterback. We've covered him on the channel a few different times. He's 6'2", 221 pounds. So prototypical size, but also has a lot of injury history. And not the greatest arm talent to be able to like layer a football like over the linebacker in front of the safety kind of thing. But clearly New England sees value in adding to their quarterback room. So that's why they made that pick. And we will be summarizing the Patriots draft when they make their final pick at 247. And we're at 234 right now. Okay. The Minnesota Vikings select Gavin Gerhardt, the center from Cincinnati. So Minnesota needed to address the lines on both sides of the ball. And I think they've had a pretty good draft. This is their final pick. So we will kind of summarize their draft here. So they've taken Caleb Banks, defensive tackle, Jake Golday, linebacker, Dominique Orange, defensive tackle, Caleb Tiernan, offensive tackle, Jacoby Thomas, safety, Max Bredesen, fullback, Charles Demings, corner, Demond Claiborne, running back, and then Gavin Gerhardt, center. So what I like is they've spent 4 picks. Minnesota has spent 4 picks on their offensive and defensive line, 2 picks on the defensive line, 2 picks on the offensive line. They got Jake Golday. He's going to be a project linebacker. So the Golday pick could miss. He played slot defender in college. He projects to be a linebacker at the NFL level, but his NFL position is not what he played in college. So Golday is a project, even though you took him in round 2. Jacoby Thomas is a safety. Absolutely love that pick in round 3. Max Bredesen, the fullback from Michigan, love that pick in round 5. Charles Demings, the corner from Stephen F. Austin, love that as round 5 value. Demond Claiborne, running back from Wake Forest in round 6. I like the Claiborne pick, but I don't know that Claiborne is an every down back. So there's, let's say, maybe some expectations. I think Minnesota is still in the running back market. We knew that the Vikings had a need at running back. They just didn't address it early. So if you are a undrafted running back, I would be looking to sign with Minnesota. Claiborne doesn't move the needle for me. Now, Claiborne's going to make the roster. He can be, kick returner. And there are, some draft professors, I think Hank had Claiborne as running back 1 in the summer. He wasn't running back 1 anymore, but 5'9", 188 is Claiborne's height weight, right? He's not going to be able to play every down. That's not going to be somebody that you're going to want on the field for 45 of the 60 offensive snaps. So Minnesota still needs a running back. Claiborne wouldn't prevent me as an undrafted running back from wanting to sign. So, okay. And then Gerhardt as a center. Again, address the interior part of your offensive line. The center board at this point has been kind of picked over. But overall, if you're drafting 2 offensive linemen and 2 defensive linemen, it's impossible for me to hate your draft. It's absolutely impossible. Andre Fuller, the safety from Toledo, has gone to Seattle. So Seattle did not have a lot of picks, but they actually have 2 more. So they made a few trades so that they could make a few more picks because they only entered the draft with 4 picks. So it looks like they traded down with Pittsburgh and traded down with the Jets to land some of these extra picks that they didn't enter the draft with. So they still have 2 more picks at 242 and 255. And when they make those picks, we will summarize their draft. The Colts pick is in. So let's go over Indianapolis's draft. Okay. So Indianapolis, I love their first 5, 6, 7. I like their first 7 picks, and then we'll talk about they picked Seth McGowan a couple. Okay, and they still have one more pick. Okay. So the current pick for the Colts is Seth McGowan, the running back from Kentucky. So there's some off-field issues that may have pushed McGowan off of some teams' boards, but he goes a pick 237 to the Indianapolis Colts. I like this pick because Jonathan Taylor, I don't think he's going to be playing at the same level in 2 years, right? So you draft a running back now. He's going to sit behind Jonathan Taylor. And if he emerges when, Taylor, he's missed some time with injuries the last few years, right? So I just like it when teams do this, right? You have a veteran running back, you draft it was really good, right? Jonathan Taylor's really good, right? But you still have to spend like a 7th round pick on a running back because eventually running backs, when they approach 30, the drop off becomes significant, right? So Seth McGowan from Kentucky, you get him in round 7. I love that. Now, if the pick doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at minimum, you've put cheap depth, right? Because the rookie contracts are significantly cheaper than paying a veteran running back to back up Jonathan Taylor. So, and I can't think of who the other Indianapolis running back is, but I know they drafted one. It was either last year or the year before because I stashed him on my dynasty team. And again, I don't remember who it is, but I always know, okay, find out who the backups of the really good older running backs are, like Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor, and you put those running backs on your dynasty team. But that being said, I'm a terrible fantasy football player, so be careful taking fantasy advice from me. Miami has selected Max Llewellyn, the edge from Iowa. So Max Llewellyn is a designated pass rusher type, wicked spin move. And let's go take a look at Miami's draft. Miami is done. They've made 1. So Miami has made 13 draft picks. Miami's draft, I'm not going to give you roses, but I don't want to hate on your draft. So I like the Chris Johnson pick. And that was the only corner that Miami drafted. I would have thought Miami could have drafted 2 corners and it wouldn't have been enough. I would have probably drafted 3. So Chris Johnson, you've improved your cornerback room, but if you're a cornerback that doesn't get drafted, I would sign with Miami. They're going to need more corners. Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas Tech, fills a huge need for Miami. So I love the Jacob Rodriguez pick. And then they doubled down and they took Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh. So getting 2 linebackers. Kyle Lewis is probably going to play more slot. He might be more of a box safety. So he's listed as a linebacker, but how you use him in the defense may change. I love the Michael Taft from Texas pick in round 5 for Miami. Absolutely love that pick. Love the DJ Campbell pick in round 6 at guard. They also selected Caden Proctor in round 1. The Caden Proctor pick with DJ Campbell, now you might be able to move some people, right? Because you also got Jonas Savanea and you have some other offensive linemen already there. It looks like Miami's looking to build a bigger offensive line so that they can move people around. Miami needed wide receivers. They selected wide receiver Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech. They selected wide receiver Kevin Coleman from Missouri and wide receiver Chris Bell from Louisville. So I like all 3 of those picks for Miami at wide receiver. So overall, very comfortable with most of Miami's picks. And that Trey Moore, Sadu Traore, the tight end, they've invested in positions of need. I think the jury's out. If 10 of these 13 guys can be producing for Miami within the next 2 seasons, I think this looks like a good draft. I do question whether they hit that 10 or 13 though, right? Because Miami definitely needed a lot of help and they made a lot of picks. Buffalo drafted a punter. So Buffalo drafted Tommy Domain from Florida. So Buffalo apparently wasn't happy with Wisniewski, right? I don't know. I'm always like, well, just if you want a punter or a kicker, just you don't use a 7th round pick. Just get somebody off the undrafted wire. But so Buffalo decided that they wanted a new punter enough that they drafted Tommy Domain Jr. And my best hope for Buffalo is that he's a better punter than Matt Ariza. Okay, Jacksonville has selected linebacker Parker Hughes from Middle Tennessee State. So I love seeing day 3 picks from non-Power 4 schools. So Parker Hughes is getting his shot, right? So Parker Hughes from Middle Tennessee State. Get a little bit of information on him. 6'2", 200 pounds. So he's listed as a linebacker, but if you're 6'2", 200, you're either a special teams ace or you're like a dime backer or a safety, right? So, I definitely love seeing NFL teams scout the lower college ranks. So I definitely love that Parker Hughes pick for Jacksonville. Buffalo is on the clock here at 2:41. It says here the pick is in. Buffalo selects guard Armaj Reed Adams. I'm going to want to get Owen's reaction on that, please. So Armaj Reed Adams, guard from Texas A&M. So Buffalo has a need on offensive line. Now, the need is mitigated with some of the free agent signings. And this is Buffalo's final pick. So let's kind of go over Buffalo's overall draft haul. Buffalo drafted 2 offensive linemen, Armaj Reed Adams and Jude Bowery. So the good news is that neither of them needs to play immediately. Now, some of the guys on the podcast were saying Jude Bowery for them projects more inside. Other draft professors have said Jude Bowery is a left tackle, right? And Deion Dawkins didn't have a good year. So the Bowery pick to me is hedging Dawkins. And that's what you do. If you have an aging veteran at any position, I was talking about Jonathan Taylor earlier. Well, again, same thing with Buffalo, right? Deion Dawkins is getting up there in age. You need to hedge that because he's a really important part of the offense. He's the second most important offensive player behind Josh Allen, right? But, okay, if his play is beginning to decline, you have to draft a guy to replace him. That's just the way the draft works. So you don't like the Bowery pick in 2026, but you may like it in 2027 if Deion Dawkins isn't on the team anymore, right? You have to make decisions like that. That's Brandon Beane's job. So Brandon Beane, love the pick. So Armaj Reed Adams, again, he's an offensive lineman. He's going to be able to move people, right? He will get vertical displacement. Now, like Owen loved Armaj Reed Adams in 2025. He didn't like him in 2026. So the player didn't, Armaj Reed Adams didn't necessarily develop at Texas A&M, but Armaj Reed Adams is, I believe, the 4th Texas A&M offensive lineman that was taken in this draft. So Texas A&M had a really good offensive line this year. So I like the idea because ultimately, if Armaj Reed Adams comes in and he can make the team, you're getting cheap depth on the inside. Now, some of the free agents Buffalo signed, like Austin Corbett, has a huge injury history. There, to me, is no guarantee that Corbett makes the team. There's also no guarantee he comes out of training camp healthy. So, like, Armaj Reed Adams has a path. Some of those things are out of his control, right? Is Corbett going to get hurt or not? But I do just love anytime you invest in the trenches, I like it. Zane Durant from Penn State. So Buffalo doesn't have a true nose tackle. The Durant pick puzzles me from the standpoint we don't have a nose tackle, but we're loading up at the 3 tech and the 4-eye spot. And I do like Durant there. He's very athletic, nose tackle, undersized. Like I think Durant goes like 280 pounds. So you don't want to necessarily put him over the ball and he's going to get washed out of double teams. And if he's on the field for a running play, they're going to run right at Zane Durant. I mean, that's the scouting report. That's exactly what you do, right? But love the prospects of Durant giving us pass rush from the inside, right? So he's going to be able to rush the passer from the inside. Those players are few and far between, but like I can see like a NASCAR package with Zane Durant and TJ Sanders as your 2 defensive tackles, and then, put whoever you want on the outside, with Chubb or TJ Parker or whoever. You have a really good pass rush package to close out games in the fourth quarter. So I do like the Durant pick. I'm just questioning not grabbing a nose tackle. So if you are a defensive tackle and you are undrafted, you want to sign with Buffalo. Buffalo needs a 1 tech, and they did not draft one. This also tells me that there's a really good chance Buffalo knows that there's one available in free agency they can sign after the draft. That's what that's also telling me, right? Buffalo drafted 3 defensive backs, Davison Igbinosun from Ohio State, Jalen Kilgore from South Carolina, Toriano Pride Jr. from Missouri. I love all 3 of those picks. Buffalo's defensive backfield, especially at the boundary corner spots, was thin. The depth was thin. We have Maxwell Harrison and Christian Benford as starters, but we did not have backups. So using 3 draft picks on defensive backs to make sure that you just have backups that you like, I'm okay with that. And then there's a really good chance that when we enter next year's draft, Buffalo won't need a defensive back. We drafted 3 last year. We drafted 3 this year. Now, granted, we might not be getting Dorian Strong back. So we've drafted 6, but we really only have 5 on the roster. You should always draft a corner every year, but Buffalo should not enter next year's draft with defensive back as a position of need. Now, 2 of the safeties for Buffalo will be unrestricted free agents at the end of the season. I don't know that Kilgore replaces either of them. So Buffalo will have a need next year at safety, and we'll be talking about that on our Tuesday night podcast this week. So overall, I love Buffalo's draft. Shout out to Brandon Bean. And if you're watching this podcast, you know I'm a huge Bills fan. Okay, so the Seahawks selected defensive tackle Devin Eastern from Minnesota. So let's go look. Is Seattle's draft? No, Seattle still has 1 more pick. So Devin Eastern, okay, he is a defensive tackle, 6'5", 315 pounds. So great depth player for Seattle. He is a 3-year starter. Okay. And he has the right arm length to play, and he's going to be able to get into centers quickly. He has some pad level issues. When you're 6'5" playing over the ball, that's going to be an issue, right? And then he gets knocked onto the ground a lot. And again, so that means that you're losing a leverage battle, right? So if you're playing on the ground, that's another way of saying you're losing leverage. So Devin Eastern, there's a reason he was in round 7, but at the same time, I love that pick for Seattle. And overall, Seattle's draft, I think they have 1 more pick, so we'll summarize their draft in a minute. Aiden Fisher, the linebacker from Indiana, goes to the Houston Texans. Aiden Fisher is one of the best pass coverage linebackers in the draft. So definitely love that pick for Houston, getting a player this good this late. Houston's draft is finished. Keelan Rutledge, guard. Caden McDonald, defensive tackle. Marlon Klein, tight end. Fabechi Nuewu, guard. Wade Woodaz, linebacker. Kamari Ramsey, safety. Lewis Baum, wide receiver. Aiden Fisher, linebacker. So as I look at this, the Texans spent 2 picks on linebackers, Wade Woodaz and Aiden Fisher. So they're double dipping at a position where they need an influx of talent at the position on the roster. So I love that draft strategy. Kamari Ramsey, safety in round 5, feels like a really good pick. There are a lot of draft professors that would have taken Kamari Ramsey in round 2. So getting him in round 5, love that pick. And, so my biggest thing, like, as I look here, the Texans drafted 2 offensive linemen. They drafted 1 defensive lineman. So they're investing in the trenches. I like that. I didn't see them invest any picks in corner, right? So that Kamari Ramsey was the only defensive back. So it's one of those things that if you don't draft a corner this year, it becomes a need next year. And I don't like pushing needs down the road like that. I like addressing them earlier. So again, if you're an undrafted free agent defensive back, signing with the Texans looks like a good move. They didn't draft any. So I definitely like the Texans draft. Fabechi Nuewu, Keelan Rutledge. One of them will probably play center. The other will play guard. Both Nuewu and Rutledge do have a center pedigree. And the pedigree may not be significant, but Anthony, good to see you.
What's going on, sir? Sorry, I think I had the wrong link, so I meant to get on a couple minutes ago, but I'm here now. I made it.
Oh no, this is all good because I didn't know that round 7 was still going to be going at 6:30 in the evening.
Yeah, this always drags out.
It does. I did not realize that the day 3 was a 6-hour tour.
They have to play Renegade by sticks like 25 times. Otherwise, is it really a draft? So we got to make time for that.
Well, and so I'm going through as each team is making the 7th round pick. I'm summarizing their draft, but I did give you a shout out because the Jets took your guy in round 7.
They did.
So why don't you tell everybody about the Jets draft and your guy VJ Payne?
Yeah, I'll do that. I will just say first, if I had joined this podcast about 4 hours ago, I probably would have had some very harsh words for Darren Muji. But he has salvaged day 3. So I'm very happy. But in terms of VJ Payne, this was somebody I think I put him on your radar over summer scouting. This was a big athletic safety out of Kansas State. Arguably the best athlete on the entire Kansas State roster. I think he was clocked at like 22 miles an hour as his top speed, which for anybody is fast, but for a 6'4", 210-pound safety, that's going to make you raise some eyebrows. He's definitely still he's raw. He needs some development in terms of his coverage skills and recognizing run lanes and things like that. But you see physical flashes that are just impressive. His pursuit ability, I think, is great. Again, I just talked about his speed, but again, his reactions and his quickness to get to running backs and quarterbacks, I think is pretty great. So you get him in the 7th round. I think anyone as athletic as he is, getting him at that pick value is great. And then you add in the fact that he's now going to have Minkah Fitzpatrick as a mentor and as someone that can, again, kind of teach him the nuances of being a safety nickel hybrid box safety kind of player. I'm big fan of the player, big fan of the pick, big fan of the value. And he can immediately contribute. This defense is looking for playmakers at the 2nd and 3rd levels. I'm very VJ Payne was the perfect bow, I think, to this day 3 for the Jets.
Okay, so the Eagles in round 7 took Cole Wisniewski, the safety from Texas Tech, and then they still have 2 more picks. So we won't dive into Wisniewski a lot right now, but we'll do that when we summarize. The Eagles' last pick is 252, and we are currently at 249. But the Patriots, I think, just finished their draft. So let's go look at them. Yeah, so the Patriots are finished. Their last 2 7th-round picks were running back Jam Miller from Alabama and edge Quintavious Hutchins from Boston College. So, Anthony, I'll have you talk about them in a second. But before we do that, I'll summarize their draft. Caleb Lomu, round 1. Gabe Akis, round 2. Eli Raridan, round 3. Kieran Prutney, corner, round 5. Demetrius Crownover, round 6. Namdi Obiazor, round 6. Baron Morton, quarterback, round 7. Jam Miller, running back, round 7. Quintavious Hutchins, round 7. So what do you think of Miller and Hutchins and then the overall Patriots draft?
Yeah, well, so Miller and Hutchins, I think, are both good value picks. Hutchins specifically, I first saw him at the Senior Bowl. Hadn't gotten eyes on him before that. He's definitely a speed first kind of DPR player. He's not going to be someone that you use in as a run defender, as a edge setter kind of player. But I think he's got some good quickness, some good lateral quickness that the Patriots again will deploy him in third and long kind of situations. And Jam Miller, I think he was I think he was a solid running back, had the physical stuff that you look for. Very much like a one cut back that, he's got good size to him. He was hurt a bit, so I think that was part of the reason he fell. Also, Alabama just struggled all year to run the football. So a good value for the Patriots. Their running back room is kind of weird at this point. I don't know if Trevion Henderson is quite what they hoped he'd be at this point after his rookie year, but Miller will definitely again be like a RB3 change of pace kind of player, I think, behind Henderson and Stevenson. In terms of the rest of the draft, I'm just looking at the players now. Lomo is such a weird pick, and not because I think it's a good value for him, and I think he's a really good player. It does just beg the question, are we moving him to the right side? Are we gonna put Will Campbell inside? Vrabel seemed adamant that they wouldn't. So that's gonna be an interesting thing because Lomu was a left tackle at Utah and was a very good left tackle. But maybe they feel comfortable kicking him over to the right, as sort of a Morgan Moses replacement, next year or sooner than that. Gabe Akis was a nice pick in the second round. Strong, powerful edge rusher that the Patriots absolutely needed to add more to their pass rush.
That was their best pick. Being in the AFC East, if I'm looking at this draft haul, I don't want to go against Gabe Akis.
He's the pick that I think it fills the biggest need, and also he's going to be on the field and he's going to be an impact player. I've always kind of just had questions about what his ceiling is and if he's athletic enough to be able to be, because some people were saying he's a potential first rounder. I never got there with him, but again, middle of the second round or mid to late second round, I think that's totally fine. Makes sense. Raridan is a potentially great pick in the third round. I think the thing with him is just health, and I think he's got to put more weight on him, get a bit stronger. But he's a good downfield weapon potentially at tight end for Drake May, and I think him and Hunter Henry is a fun tight end duo to have. Prunty was a nice pickup day 3. I think Brian had him as my guy. Big long corner that I think can compete for some meaningful play time in that secondary, especially with Christian Gonzalez getting injured last year. If that happens again, you're going to need more depth at the corner spot. Crown over is at that point I pick 196, I think it was, like 6th round. A player with that kind of freakish, those kinds of freakish physical traits, makes all the sense to me to just again throw the dart and potentially get a steal with huge upside. He's got a lot to work on, but 6th round, you can afford that. Obiazor is a fine linebacker depth piece. This is around where I had him in the 200-ish range, I think. So I think it makes sense. He's just not a great athlete, but he's a smart player. As feels like all these TCU guys are pretty smart, instinctive players. He fits that bill. So he can carve out a rotational role with the Patriots. And Barry Morton is, one of the quarterbacks in this class that you could absolutely see being a QB 2 or 3 in the NFL. So overall, I'd say good draft. Not my favorite, but I'm interested to see where some of these picks I think could turn out better than their draft slots may necessarily indicate.
So we are 6 picks away from the draft ending. So a couple of the teams that have picked since we've been talking, Cleveland has finished their draft with selecting Carson Ryan, the tight end from BYU. So I find like a bunch of doubles when I'm looking at the Cleveland draft. They drafted 2 tight ends. They drafted 2 wide receivers. They drafted 2 offensive tackles. They basically doubled, and then they selected quarterback Taylon Green, linebacker Justin Jefferson, safety Emmanuel McNeil-Warren as well. So overall, I think I like the draft more than the Browns draft professors did, because Ben was having a meltdown on air. Like the number of draft professors that had meltdowns on air when their teams were making picks was like first class entertainment. But any thoughts on the Browns? Like as you look, like Austin Barber, Spencer Fano, who's right tackle, who's left tackle in that for you?
I don't know if I'm not convinced Fano is either tackle. I feel like he might be an interior player. I would say it feels like I've heard chatter that they're going to try to maybe at least see if he could be a left tackle, which is what they need. I don't trust DeJuan Jones as far as I can throw him, which he's a big man. You're not throwing him very far. But Fano played left tackle at Utah. That was where he started. And then he kicked over to the right when Caleb Lamu showed up. So, if he wasn't even, in theory, he wasn't even the best Utah left tackle in this class. And so if that's the case, then are we now going to say that you're going to take him top 10 and make him your left tackle? I wouldn't, but that seems to be at least under consideration. So we'll see. I still think interior is probably, at least from the early on, is probably the best bet. I do think he can be a tackle long term. I'm also very just interested. Like, he didn't strike me as a Monken offense kind of offensive lineman. I feel like I thought he was going to go for a bigger, the Caden Proctors of the world and the Francis Mauigoas of the world, that kind of player. Fano's great, but I am interested to see what his fit is. But that's kind of the beauty of Fano, is he could play, in theory, any offensive line position and be an upgrade from what Cleveland had a year ago.
Yep. So 2 picks came in while we were talking. So Garrett Nussmeier went to the Chiefs, quarterback from LSU. Rayshon Benny, the defensive tackle from Michigan, goes to the Ravens. So if we look at the Chiefs draft haul, Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas, Jaden Kennedy, Emmett Johnson, Cyrus Allen, Garrett Nussmeier. I'm going to say overall, I like it. I'm asking myself, is it enough?
What's enough?
Well, like did they address enough needs for the state of their roster?
Let me I will look at their picks and I will answer that question for
So,
you. Let me
Mansour
see.
Delane, Peter
Yeah,
Woods, R.
Thomas.
Mason Thomas. Like, I mean, I love the players. I love the picks. I love the Jaden Kennedy pick. I love the Emmett Johnson pick. Cyrus Allen, really good value, getting him there in round 5. Garrett Nussmeier, really good value, getting him there in round 7. I'm like asking myself, well, I think you still need a linebacker. I think you need a
Yeah.
safety.
Yeah.
They didn't draft a right tackle.
I am surprised they didn't go offensive line.
Right.
I feel like the fact that they invested the first 4 picks in defense, I can forgive them not adding a linebacker if they, if they feel good about their front with Woods and Thomas. But it did seem like there was at least some smoke that they wanted to beef up the offensive line, and especially coming off a year where your quarterback just suffered a season-ending injury. So that is interesting that they didn't get it. I mean, I was gonna say this probably for whoever took Garrett Nussmeier, like a player that I think most people feel should have gone 150 picks ago or something like that. Like,
Yep.
Just take the player and like add him to. I mean, the Chiefs' backup quarterbacks last year were abysmal. So honestly, he's probably like already your QB2. And
well, you see, and you could say that too because you have some experience with Justin Fields.
Yeah, I have experience with quarterbacks being on the field that shouldn't be on the field. So
yep.
I could tell you that like taking Garrett Nussmeier, assuming he's healthy and there's no like long-term medical issues or anything like that. I mean, like they were playing it was Gardner Minshew and Chris Olodokun. I don't know how to say it.
Yep.
Like when Andy Reid was putting Chris Olodokun on the field, you knew that there was a bad mistake that was made somewhere in the Chiefs process. So yeah, take Nussmeier with a 7th round pick and ensure that you have at least someone that can competently run an offense in theory. So I don't mind that. I actually really, now that I've looked at this, I actually really like this Chiefs draft. Cyrus Allen, the 5th, is a great, and Emma Johnson, both are
I like
great.
all the players. I just asked myself, is it enough?
I think questioning no offensive line picks is fair, but honestly, I think the haul is so good that I'm willing to forgive it.
And Price Carter has pointed out that the Chiefs have invested 2 or 3 picks in offensive line the last several drafts. So it's not like the roster's devoid of depth there. It's really just proven who's playing right tackle. But we should shift to the Baltimore Ravens. So Ravens are on the clock now. There are 5 picks left in the draft. So the Ravens, Viga Ioane, Zion Young, Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt, Matthew Hibner, Chandler Rivers, Josh Cuevas, Adam Randall, Ryan Eckley, a punter, Rayshon Benny, defensive tackle from Michigan. I'm just going to say I love this Ravens draft. I look at it, and other than maybe Benny being the first defensive tackle in round 7, because there's no guarantee Madubuike, no guarantee he's ready week 1. And I don't know that they'd addressed defensive tackle enough in free agency. That's really the only immediate thought. But when you look at the Ravens, how do you feel?
Yeah, so Rayshon Benny is actually maybe one of my 2 or 3 favorite picks here. Just because I had him he was in my top 100, so I find it insane that he made it to round 7. So I think it's a great pick for Baltimore. They probably don't value him as high as I would, but it kind of it almost was like a parabola where it's like it was started up top and then kind of swooped like that. That's kind of how I feel, because Ioane was, everybody and their mother was mocking that pick. It makes all the sense in the world. You can't complain about it. Zion Young, I think, is a solid, round 2 edge to get to beef up the pass rush. And he's very much a Ravens style player, I would say, and a Jesse Minter fit. Lane and Surratt are good receivers. I kind of wish that they weren't basically the same receiver. Like, I kind of wish they got a more of a separator, a little quicker, maybe a slot guy that could at least get open more often consistently. I like Lane and Surratt, but not necessarily in the same offense, especially one like Baltimore. Matt Hibner felt like a reach, and he was far from the only reach that I thought was a really big reach, but Hibner felt like a reach. I wasn't a huge fan of his. I guess Chandler Rivers is a nice value there. He's basically like a great value D'Angelo Pons, an undersized but feisty physical corner that can punch above his weight. Another tight end in Cuevas. Like, I know tight end's a need because like they lost Likely and Mark Andrews is on the doorstep at this point. Hibner and Cuevas doesn't really get me amped up for the tight end position going forward. And Adam Randall, is a nice pick too. One of my favorite day 3 running backs, converted wide receiver. So I think he can be a nice complement to Derrick Henry. So I like that pick. And anytime a punter's drafted, I'm just gonna whatever. That's not.
I said this. Buffalo drafted a punter. I said the same thing.
Sure. Do whatever you want.
Okay.
I don't care.
Well, let's shift to Philadelphia. So Philadelphia finished their draft, and they made some interesting picks while we were talking about Baltimore. So Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers, Markel Bell, Cole Payton, Micah Morris, safety Cole Wisniewski, round 7, Uar Bernard, defensive tackle, Keyshawn James Newby, edge from New Mexico. So the Wisniewski, the Uar Bernard, and the Keyshawn James Newby picks all came in round 7 while you and I were on the air. I like the Uar Bernard pick, and Christian was on air with me. He was predicting, because Eagles didn't have round 7 picks, they traded out of earlier picks to accumulate so that they could probably draft an international pathways player. But what are your thoughts overall for the Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, specifically the Uar Bernard pick feels very, Mailata coded, right? It was the same, international player. I mean, obviously different, paths in life, but Mailata was a Australian rugby player, right? And then Bernard is a Nigerian freak athlete. So yeah, I different paths, but it's a sort of a similar formula. So round 7 I think is designed to be the dart throw round, and I think he's the ultimate dart throw, and hopefully the Eagles have the coaching staff to get the most out of him.
Speaking of dart throws, the Colts at pick 254 did a very Colts dart throw. Deion Burks, wide receiver from Oklahoma, feels like a Colt. Like, from a Raz and how they evaluate players, I can see why they like Deion Burks.
Yeah, I mean, is that even a dart? Deion Burks is one I can't believe. I am notorious for hating small receivers, but Deion Burks should have been gone like early, mid day 3, like round 5 for the latest. Like he should have been gone a while ago, and he's another one that I could not believe got to this point even. So that's a great value for the Colts. I still feel like they need a little more size in that receiver room, but Burks is a talented player, so I like that pick.
So let's shift to Seattle. Denver's on the clock with 2 picks, and maybe we can finish Denver while Denver's on the clock, and this 7-hour podcast can be put to rest. So the Seahawks: Jadarian Price, Bud Clark, Julian Neal, Bo Stevens, Emmanuel Henderson Jr., Andre Fuller, Devin Eastern, Michael Dansby, defensive back from Arizona, is their final 7th round pick. I'm just going to say Jadarian Price to me was the surprise of round 1.
Definitely one of them, yeah, and not in a good way.
Yeah. But I mean, overall, so if I get over the surprise in round 1 and I just look at the players without the round that Seattle drafted them in, I'm like, this draft makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
If you put your hand over the round of the Seattle picks
Mm-hmm.
and you just look at the players, you're like, yep, they needed Price, they needed Bud Clark, they needed Julian Neal, they needed Bo Stevens. Like check, 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 check. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and then if we start saying the value, I don't know that I would have taken Bud Clark in round 2. I don't know that I would have taken Jadarian Price in round 1. So it's a debate over did you pick the players at the right spot? But what are your thoughts of Seattle there?
I mean, you were just talking about how the Burks pick felt culty. I think this just screams Seattle. This just screams John Schneider draft. Like players that we like, but they don't feel the values just don't feel correct. But then because John Schneider is John Schneider, it winds up working out for him, and we all look stupid. No, I would not have taken Jadarian Price in the first round. I wouldn't have even taken him in the second round. But he's going to come in right away and be RB1 probably, and be a contributor. And his skill set is tailor made for Seattle, their scheme and their style. So that makes all the sense in the world. I love Bud Clark. I think he's a great player. Would I have taken him round 2? Probably not. I probably would have said like round 3 is where I'd feel a little more comfortable taking him, just because of the age, and I think there is limitations with he's not, his frame isn't the biggest. So there's that. But you talk about instinctive ball hawk, playmaker. Like that's Seattle loves that on the back end of their defense, and Bud Clark is that in spades. Julian Neal, big, tough press man corner that's got speed, that can work downfield. Again, Seattle, that's the kind of corner that they like. Bo Stevens is a great fit again for that outside zone run scheme that they have. And then I would kind of group Henderson, Fuller, Eastern, and Dansby as all just being like, again, Seattle they are going to fit a specific role in Seattle's offense or defense. And John Schneider and Mike McDonald know how they want to construct this football team, and they're going to get the players that they want to do that, even if I or other people don't necessarily think those players merit the spot that they're taken. Seattle, time and time again, has proven that they are smarter than us in that way.
Okay. I'm beginning to like this Denver draft. So Denver, Tyler Onyedim in round 3, Jonah Coleman round 4, Cage Casey round 4, Justin Jolly round 5, Miles Scott round 7, Dallin Bentley round 7. And because Mr. Irrelevant is a ceremony, they haven't put the last pick in yet. I'm liking what Denver did.
Yeah, I love, the Onyedim pick is a reach for me. I had him as a day 3 guy, but I understand they needed a defensive tackle. And it felt like there was a lot of players going in round 3 that I just was very confused by. So it didn't fit in the moment. I don't think I was upset by it because I was confused by every other pick that was happening at that point. Jonah Coleman was my RB2. I had him as a top 50 player, so getting him early day 3 is great value. And as much as I loved RJ Harvey last year, I think Coleman is kind of better. And I could see him usurping J.K. Dobbins down the road. So there's that. Cage Casey is a guard, at the next level, I think. So but I'm fine with that pick there. Jolly in round 5 is a nice pickup too. Sean Payton is going to love his after the catch ability and his ability to win in the intermediate. So I think that's a great pick. And then you just talked about Bentley too, like another tight end that can block and also be a downfield threat. It's very interesting that now that I'm looking at it, like he took Jolly and Bentley. When I kind of feel there's similar styles of tight end. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see how they're deployed. But yeah, this is a good group of players. I'd probably again say not my favorite, but I'm not mad at it.
So the Draft Professor group chat has announced that Mr. Irrelevant is from the University of Buffalo. Red Murdoch.
Very nice.
So I haven't seen it announced anywhere, but it was in the Draft Professor group chat, and I consider that to be a reliable source.
Yeah, I saw Connor Hughes tweeted it. Who's
okay?
I know who Connor Hughes is. So yeah, that's a good.
Yep. So I mean, overall, like I like Denver's draft. I'm puzzled why the NFL doesn't have a picture for Miles Scott, because we've been covering Miles Scott in this draft class since May. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
He's not like a surprise pick.
No,
he should have been on everybody's board, right?
Yeah, somewhere on the board, but yeah, no, that is weird.
But so Anthony and I are going to close this down. We're going to go have a drink of water, and then there's going to be a summary show with Anthony, Marcus, Dale, and myself, chatting all things NFL draft. This has been a 7-hour podcast. There have been people that have been here from start to finish. You are the Draft Professor fanatics that we love. So we're here every day covering the draft. We're going to take, most of the podcasters will be taking off next week. I think Tuesday night is the only night that we're still podcasting. But then starting on Sunday, summer scouting begins. So we will have summer scouting podcasts from Sunday with Jack Brentnall, and we will be doing that 7 days a week. And we podcast on the draft every day. So if you were here for a day 3 live feed draft show, you are exactly the type of person that will love the way that we make content through the summer and through the college football season. So I don't do it by myself. Anthony does it with me. We have 89 of our closest draft friends that we all make content together, and it's a lot of fun. But Anthony, do you want to drop your socials for everybody that is watching and let them know how to find you?
Yeah, you can find me on X at Anthony_Russo97. I'm now seeing UDFA news already dropping. So there's plenty more to talk about. And as Jim said, summer scouting officially begins May 4th. For some of us, me, it's already begun. I am like 60 players deep, something like that. So we're in it. We're moving and grooving here. So follow me for all my 2027 draft content, takes, and all that fun stuff. And yeah, you can find my Substack too on my X page and my bio there. Check that out. Subscribe to that. Greatly appreciated. And I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yep. So, like I said, Draft Professor, hit subscribe. We're about to go live on another podcast that'll be shorter. So probably replayed a little bit more than a 7-hour tour. But we're going to be here summarizing the draft in about 5 minutes. But I want to say thank you. The last 3 days we have done live coverage, and there have been a lot of you that are watching. Some of you have been here all 3 days. Some of you just found us today. However you found us, hit the subscribe on YouTube, please, and thank you. So we are going to go live. It's going to be Anthony, Marcus, myself. Dale Altman suggested he would, but a lot of it's going to depend on everybody's podcasting today. So if you cover the draft, everybody's podcasting today. It's a question of, did podcast 1 end in time for you to be there for podcast 2? So everybody's trying to squeeze everything in. But I appreciate Anthony and the contributions of all 90 draft professors that help us put out content every day. And again, we don't stop. So we cover college football and the NFL draft like no other channel. So hit that subscribe. Thank you for watching on behalf of all draft professors everywhere and the fans of all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you on a podcast again in about 5 minutes. Thank you.